See, that one I actually saw early enough to catch it. What is going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is now August the 22nd, Saturday, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the streets of Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on youtube.com, twitch.tv, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. What is going on, Pierre? What is going on, Variant? MC, Adric, Shiloh, Narwhal by nature. Yeah, thank you all for letting me know I'm muted. Ash Bradford also noticed I muted. Shimmer Body Cream noticed that I was muted. MC and Comrade Toots noticed that I was muted. Narwhal by nature may be the first to catch it. No, Shiloh, Ash, few people noticed. Few people noticing. Goddamn chat. I had so much trouble getting to stream today. And I can't even explain it. Part of it is just like when your hair gets this long, it tends to get tangled, and fixing it takes time, it takes patience, and it takes, yeah, that's right, coconut oil. It's a good thing that is the one kind of oil that's very cheap here in Thailand. So got plenty of coconut oil. I fell asleep so early last night I barely drank my coffee. Oh wait, is it morning for you? I'm assuming for most people it's kind of late, because I'm kind of late. But yeah, we're finally covering the Woke 1.0 discourse. I've been meaning to cover this for a while, but it's taken some doing. It's not easy. There's a lot of discourse out there, and I want to bring you the best of it. And so I've had some help in trying to curate that content. Thank you to Zara and Narwhal for helping me out this morning, putting together exactly what to cover and paring it down to the amount of time that I actually have to cover it. So, but we're gonna have a little bit more time than normal, chat, because I'm about to put 5 hours on the. That's right. One of these days, I can't remember what day it was, but one of these days this week we got to 300, and chat was asking me, can we just have an extra hour now? Maybe could we just and I was like, oh, I can't do it, right? And it's a good thing because now we have an extra hour to cover this. That's why I do that, right? If we ever. It's usually a maximum of 2 hours extra on for every stream if we hit 200. But on Saturday, there's no rules. It's like Outback Steakhouse. You get to eat your bloomin' onion. You get to douse it with Foster's beer, which I'm not sure if that's even Australian, but that's what Americans think. It's an Australian experience eating at the Outback Steakhouse. Who knew? Anyway, what is up, Rave, Zara, Webmaster, Shiloh, I think I already saw, Sister Keto, Comrade Toots, Pierre Dubé, Simone Pierre Dubé, Stop the Stupidity, and MC. Good to see. It is Morbin time. Sorry I'm so late, chat. I just it's been a crazy morning. But I've gotten some sleep. On the plus side, right? I'm a little bit more refreshed than usual, so I don't know. I hope that will pay dividends because I got some important stuff to analyze today. As you all know, a week or two ago, AOC was on one of the was it one of the cable shows or what? I think it was just one of the network shows, maybe even one of the Sunday shows, right? And just showing a kind of different side of herself than maybe the side that's real. Got asked a bunch of questions. She's been, peppered with the same kind of questions, like, do you disavow the DSA? Do you disavow defund this, defund that? And, her kind of response overall to the accusation of being, are you still super woke? Are you too woke, maybe? Are you sure you're not too woke? Was like, woke 1.0 was crazy. Am I right? Yeah, we all did crazy stuff during woke 1.0. And yeah, it's gotten various reactions. So we're going to go over some of the reactions you might have missed today, and hopefully understand a little bit more on the at the end of the stream. Oh, that's why you said it's Morbin time, because Morbius is with us today. What's up, Morbius? I'm just trying to check in with everybody. I don't know any Aussie that drinks that. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I disavouch. Oh my god. Foster's beer is what comes out of you after you drink real beer. Oh, I see. It's a beer recycling. I mean, that sounds very environmental. That sounds very that's my Green New Deal, is drinking piss water beer from America. Yeah, because you're recycling, right? It's already been it's beer that's already been used once. All right, so I'm gonna get stuff going here. Start us out at 0. Start from the beginning. It's a very good place to start, I'm told. The guy that told me that might have been a worm smoking a hookah, chat. I don't know. At least it wasn't a Cheshire cat. All right, start off at 0. And do we have, by chance, any sort of a rundown today, Direful? I didn't mention it, and I don't assume there is, but I need to start doing, if I can kind of get ahead of that and know when we're going to do news, I could put the news up, the news streams. I think we'll do decently well on shorts, and I need to start doing that, right? I need to start doing that, because there's no reason that I've been stuck at 15K for the longest time, other than I'm just not streaming on shorts anymore. It's kind of a pain, but it's not really that much of a pain. What is RFK's brainworm? I don't know, but I bet sure some Fosters would kill it. Or make it stronger, because, you know, whatever doesn't kill RFK's brainworm just makes it stronger. I think AOC just said that to derail the reporter from his BS. Yeah, well, we'll take a look. I don't want to pre-react before I react. That's the biggest challenge, chat. Because these videos, I think I've seen all of them. All of them in mostly totality, although I'm not sure. I mean, I could be wrong. And normally, yeah, I mean, that's the danger, right? I've learned to, like, try to avoid doing that. I've learned to try not to, because if I set up the content and tell you what my reaction is before I react to it, it kind of just breaks the flow, right? You need to see it, I need to see it, and then I can give my reaction, and then it makes more sense. Otherwise, especially with contentious stuff, which some of the stuff might get a little contentious, right? Some people might not agree with FD and Brianna and with Olayemi and with Elliot, right? There's going to be a lot of different takes, a lot of different viewpoints here. So I want to kind of leave room with that for that, and not pre-watch NCC. Oh my god, let me see. I'm trying to drink some tea here too. But I'm having the problem where it's slightly too hot. I'm just gonna combine it with some water, and hopefully that will. Oh, you are working on a rundown? Now don't be, yeah, I mean, if it's like, you don't have to, like, we could do this another day. But if you were doing it anyway, I was gonna do a rundown. Okay, what am I looking for? Oh my god, chat, I'm refreshed, but I'm still waking up. Oh yeah, I haven't had my caffeine yet. That's my problem. I should remedy that shortly. All right, so we're gonna reset timer. Boom. And then we're going to add an hour, and you can thank whoever donated on whatever day it was. I can't actually remember for that extra hour, because like since we got to 300 one of those days, I didn't, I didn't add it to the stream on that day, so we add it to Saturday. Much better. All right, let's start this baby off. So yeah, we got 5 hours on the clock. Oh my God, what? What is going on? Reset timer? Let's try that again. Can we start the clock? No, what are you doing? What is it doing, chat? What is going on? What the fuck even is that? Oh my God. Saturday Night Fever? Infinite time? I don't know, chat. We gotta fix it though, somehow. Any Twitter bookmarks? Well, right now I'm I'm actually struggling here. How do I fix this? If I reset it? Maybe? Reset the timer to 5 hours. I don't understand because I just reset the computer before I did this. Okay, it says 5 hours now. What does it say when I hit start? It'll hopefully, no. It's not working. If I refresh it here. Okay, and then I don't want to get hung up on this too much. All right, can we start? Oh my God. I don't know what happened, but it works now. Chat, aren't you so thankful? I'm the kind of streamer that's crazy enough to just sit here and try to fix a tech issue instead of just skipping past of it. What's up, Stop the Stupidity? I don't really care for Kyle's takes in the short form media is rotting kids' brains. I didn't hear Kyle say that. We are Charlie Kirk. That's on your bonus content, right? That's on your bonus content. Yeah, we got Hassan. Chat, this is weird because did I get a new laptop? I'm not on a laptop. I know it's I know it seems like at some point because I'm using a very old computer, but no, I'm actually on a PC. Well, I'll be on a laptop when I'm in Vietnam though. Yeah, Aaron Pat, this is what FD and Brianna, this is what everybody's kind of getting at here. There's somebody that kind of got forgotten. There's people that got left behind. You know, in the whole ha 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 woke one is crazy. So, oh, a 25-minute playlist, nice. Doing a dry run now. Maybe I should do a dry run to make sure that I can actually get the shorts thing started. Am I gonna meet with Luna Oy or non-compete? I'm not sure where in Vietnam they are, but it would be nice to. It would be nice to hang out with them. So yeah, we got a lot to cover today. It's actually kind of serious too, so I'm glad my real ones are here. I don't anticipate this being as big of a stream as normal because it's not drama in the standard way of seeing things. But just because it's not drama, don't fool yourself into thinking that there's no conflict here. There's actually a more serious conflict than you think. This isn't just like, you know, FD and Olayemi, you know, giving a lecture. This is a response to the way, oh gosh, Krapao or Masaman. Okay, look, as far as like which is yummier, well, I don't know actually. They're yummy in different ways, but I guess I would say I eat Krapao more. I eat pad Krapao more often, so more like daily, sort of, not daily, but you know, like every few days. And Masaman curry, it's a treat. It's a really nice treat. Because I really love holy basil. And the crazy thing is I've had access to holy basil for like a long time. I lived in a place where it was growing in the garden. And, you know, I knew it was a medicinal herb. You know, I knew some people take it in a tincture, but I just didn't know. I was always asking, like, so wait, can you cook with this? I mean, I know that like other kinds of basils you cook with, but you know, you take a bite out of that, you know, you get some fresh holy basil and you take a bite, and it just doesn't really seem like a culinary spice. It seems more like a medicinal spice, right? But it's just like, yeah, actually you do cook with it and it's really freaking good. And it's really simple. It's just like any stir fry, it's gonna make it better. Use a lot of it too. You really chop I don't think you can really overdo it on pad caprao. More like a tea spice. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it would be good at food, but it's so good on. I grow the Indian and Thai the Indian and Thai varieties. Wait, Thai, the purple basil from Thailand, and I'm guessing holy basil is the Indian variety you're talking about? Because there's actually several varieties of holy basil as well. That's one thing I remember too. Like one of them is this Krishna variety. I'm trying to remember the other two. I knew about 3 different varieties of holy basil, and they're fairly different, right? They're not just like you know, slightly different versions of the same thing. Anyway, chat, we talk about food on the stream too. DEI means did not earn it. Oh no, what is this? What is that from, JRG? You're gonna make me hungry. Well, look, I've got, I don't know. I should probably concentrate on just drinking my caffeine. Caffeine? It's Krishna, Rama, and Vana. Okay, those are. I think those are actually the varieties I ran into. There's Nicobar is another variety. Yeah, wouldn't DEI mean did earn it? Wouldn't that seem like that way? I'm reading from chat, so and I also maybe okay, so she's likely to referring to woke one as the fact that the right one, the definition, wait, sorry, I'm trying to read people's chats here. Very active chat. Oh my gosh, it just got pulled away from me. Okay, likely referring to woke one as the fact that the right one, the definition of woke one already, so the left needs to let go of it. Yeah, we'll get into what is being talked about here by both AOC as well as Brianna and FD and all the rest. So that's coming up. We also, I believe, have a rundown. So maybe I should. Well, first things first. Let me thank Stop the Stupidity for the 10 gifted memberships. I got some weasels to call out as well. Shiloh Graves, stop being so nice and afraid of language. They go low, we should go even lower. Yeah, that's right. Like tweet at a turf, tell a turf she will never be a woman, right? That kind of dark woke. Is that what you want from me? I'm sorry, chat. There was a turf who got into some shit last night, not even for turf stuff. Somebody named like Biological Woman on Twitter. God, what did they tweet out that... I'm trying to remember what this was. For the record, chat, no, I did not tweet YWNBAW at a turf. I did not do that. I guess I'm not dark woke enough. Yeah, what? Oh God. I'm gonna have to bring this up to remind myself what exactly I saw on Twitter last night. Maybe it's deleted. Nope, still not deleted. Jesus Christ. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, chat, and yeah, I hope nobody's disappointed. I did not deny this turf her woman card, as she might like to do to me. All right, let's take a look right here and show you exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah, biological woman 2, sorry, biological woma 2 tweeted out, healthcare is not a human right. And holy shit, chat, I can't even show you some of the responses to this, right? But leave it to, you know, let it be known. Oh my God. Yeah, it was this kind of shit. It was this kind of shit. Healthcare is not a human right. Wait, what is this, Kyriako? Why is... Okay, I don't know this meme. That's the CIA guy, right? The nice CIA guy? Healthcare is not a human right? Healthcare is not a human right? Yeah, the turf got, the turf got dogpiled. To the point that it's not even fun to, like, I mean, I could have totally come in there and said whatever the fuck I wanted. But I just, in the end of the day, I don't know, repeating a turf talking point back at a turf doesn't feel good to me, and you might question why. You might question why. Anyway, so yeah, thank you, Stop the Stupidity, for the 10 gifted memberships. Look at that, we're up to 463 on YouTube, and we were up to 300 on Twitch. It slipped back a little bit, but we are growing on Twitch as well. We are growing on Twitch as well, although Twitch is a little funny, right? Like how Twitch actually works. Do you know what I mean, chat? Like the number of viewers, right? I can sort of guess based on the topic, the number of viewers or the range of viewers I'm going to have on YouTube. On Twitch, it's not quite so easy. And I just like, I wonder what that's all about, right? I think what it is that maybe Twitch is made up of more communities, and like, and I don't just mean like streamer communities. I mean like probably just communities of people that watch a lot of the same streamers, also forum communities, and sort of the, the conversation in this community. It can help you, if people are like, hey, I saw, nocommentchick was talking about this, I thought she had some really good points on this, or like, I didn't like it when she was late for stream. I don't know. I don't think there's any Discord out there complaining about me being late for a stream and slowing my progress that way. But yeah, there is definitely some drama going on Twitch that I've stayed well away from because I don't know anything about. I'm talking about the Grimlow Mike from PA thing. Maybe some of you have, opinions on it. I just don't know either of. I mean, I've talked to Mike from PA. I've talked to both of them actually. Like I've hung out with people that are connected to both Mike and with Grimlow, but I tried to look into what is going on, and I couldn't really make heads or tails, other than people are really mad at Grimlow now. So anyway, Pearson Brennan, you just got weaseled. Peppa Crossed, you just got weaseled. Hermit Horology, Hermit Horologist, you just got weaseled. Alejandro Gutierrez, you just got weaseled. Capsule Boy, you just got weaseled. Mystical Mystery, whoa, the very best kind, you just got weaseled. Diane Meyer, you just got weaseled. And Black Cat PL, you just got weaseled. Garden Radio TV, you just got weaseled. Jason Lefelt, you just got weaseled. But yeah, in some ways, I'm kind of glad I've got enough to deal with without actually being involved in the drama. My opinion is that Grimlow and Senna suck. Rise apologize. Rhizome. Okay. Oh god, I remember Rhizome from way back. Is he's still around, I guess. Did everyone learn that Mike is a sheepdogging loser? Oh, I thought she said sheep dodging at first. No, I don't think Mike's the one with the scandal this time. Little Bear did a good rundown. Okay, maybe I should watch. Should I watch the Little Bear stream? Maybe I'll understand more. I really do not know. I know a bit about the drama. I kind of wish I didn't, but it's probably, I mean, like sometimes drama is not drama. Sometimes drama, there's, like a moral stance you should take there. So I don't want to chalk this up all to drama. But anyway, so yeah, we've got 4 hours on the clock. We are at 33 out of 100. If we get to 100, I'm going to add another hour. So we're starting with an extra hour already because one of the days during this week we got to 300, and whatever that happens, I'm like over explaining, but we transfer the hour to Saturday because Saturday generally I have more time since I have a day off on Monday. So that's how that works. Oh my God, chat, I'm trying to wake up, but everything is just like... Like, I was hoping the coffee would wake me up more. I'm not quite awake. I'm very rested, though. A little too rested. Like, if I was any more rested, I would be asleep. I would be asleep. But yeah, that's why, I mean, I am aware of that there's something going on with Mike and Grimlow and other people. I just haven't covered it because I don't think my perspective, I don't have much of a perspective on it yet. I probably need to I probably need to figure out more, and I don't think my perspective would be particularly useful. Also, you know, anytime I don't have to talk about drama is great, but at the same time, I know sometimes it's more than just drama. Oh my God, I do not mean to start a fight in my stream about this, right? I just wanted to get people's perspective. Ash Bradford, Grimlow is problematic. He had no... you know, the thing that I notice about the names that you're mentioning, Grimlow, what is it? Grimlow, Cinemarxism, and Rhizome? I mean, I don't know about Cinemarxism, but at least with Grimlow and Rhizome, didn't they kind of spin off from somewhere in the Destiny verse? Am I mistaken? Am I remembering that? I've heard a lot of people talk about them, but this is the one thing that stands out is like some kind of connection or former connection, maybe to DGG. He has no reason not to just keep things private in relation to the final push for Oliver Larkin. Instead, be blasted. He blasted an effort post on main, which made public drama. I see, during a campaign. Okay, yeah, I can see why people are mad about that. Mike had nothing to do with the drama. Vio was her own person. See, that this is the stuff. Vio, right, is Mike's is like Mike's like partner or something. VTuber, I believe. Little Bear said she was doing a Twitter post. Okay, yeah, maybe I should look into the Little Bear post, see what I can figure out. Anyway, yeah, I know some of these people, and I have certain memories about, like, you know, who they've associated with in the past. I mean, Rhizome was straight up Twitch poll back in the day, but I've heard maybe Rhizome's changed a little bit, some people say. I can't really comment on that. But yeah, back in the day, you know, Rhizome would have been, you know, somebody on like a Chud Logic stream. Mike fundraised a ton for Oliver numerous times. He did actually talk to Hassan. Just to be fair though, chat, I have never had personal dealings with Rhizome. I've never talked to Rhizome, so I don't want to... I feel even bad about just repeating stuff that I've heard. But just so you know who we're talking about, right? I do feel like maybe Rhizome might be somebody with a history that if you're not from back in the day, you might not be aware of. So I'm just, I guess, just adding, you know, the where Rhizome came from, who Rhizome was, you know, part of the puzzle to the rest of the things. But like I said, I've never had dealings with him myself. I can't really comment what he's like in person, so I don't want to say too much, right? And I know people can grow and change. I mean, sometimes. Not usually Destiny orbiters, not usually, you know, Twitch poll people, but maybe, who knows? I was confused why no comment. Wait, raided who? Oh, wait, who did I raid that you got confused with ContraPoints? Wait, I don't think I raided anybody that I'm talking about here. Oh, Grimlow. A long time ago, I think I raided Grimlow. Just because I knew, I mean, this was before any of that stuff happened. I'm trying to remember. I think I had a mutual friend or something with Grimlow and just knew about them from that. But it seems like there's a lot that I don't know. and the vibes were not immaculate in that Grimlow raid. I don't want to say too much, right? Oh, you confused. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't confuse Grimlow with ContraPoints. You confused Cosmopolitics. Christina, with ContraPoints. Yeah. Anyway, I got you now. That makes more sense. Boku. We got to get into this. I'm getting distracted. Direful's actually got a news thing, rundown, which I haven't done in a hot minute here. So I guess we'll try to do the rundown first. The rundown. That's going to be kind of incumbent on... Oh, geez. Do I have anything in... I guess I've got a few things, yeah, that we could watch here, while I try to set up a, it's a vertical stream. God, it's so complicated, chat, because like the last time I did a vertical stream, it didn't work the way I expected it, right? It was kind of different than I expected. So what am I trying to explain? Like the straightforward way that you would think that you would do it wouldn't work. But when I had to do some like, you know, experimentation and trying to switch things around. This is almost like impossible to explain. So the main issue seems to be around, what is it, the Oliver Larkin campaign, right? Oh my gosh. Well, there's a lot of discussion in chat. I feel like before I comment any more about this, I should, you know, kind of check in with this stuff, learn more, maybe watch some people's streams that I don't think I've ever watched a Rhizome stream. So yeah, I don't know where Rhizome's at. I just know who Rhizome used to hang out with, right? Not good people. Anyway, so what do we got here? I should probably explain a few things here. So yeah, this number will continue to go down during the stream. This is like how long we have for the stream. This number is the only number that can make this number go up, right? If this number goes to 100, this goes up an hour. If this number goes to 200, this goes up an hour. And if this number goes to 300, yes, it goes up another hour. That would be a 7-hour stream, which we can do. If you want it, if you're interested in this, if you want to, you know, go deeper in the discourse and also in the bonus content, right? So I've also got bonus content for you all to vote on. The bonus content is over on youtube.com, right? So we got 50 votes so far for bonus content. And oh my god, I feel like I have chocolate on. It's not chocolate, by the way. It's coffee. It's a coffee smoothie. So yeah, every day I offer you bonus content, and I choose which bonus that we do. You know, if we get to 100, we do some bonus content. If we get to 200, we do twice the bonus content. And if we get to 300, theoretically, we could do 3 times the bonus content. Like the more time you give me, basically, chat, the more bonus content I can throw at you. And what bonus content do I throw at you? Well, I try to get some user input for that. So the user input is going on in the form of a poll on youtube.com. The coffee's starting to hit. Can you tell? It's a poll on youtube.com. You click on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You click on the live stream. Then you click on the chat. And then right at the bottom of the chat, there'll be like a little line there. You click on that, and the poll opens up and you can vote. And we got 4 items for you to choose from, submitted for your approval, and it's kind of close, right? So make sure to get your votes in. Even if you're watching on Twitch, you can still vote, right? I don't have the poll up on Twitch because Twitch's polls suck. Twitch poll also sucks. Let's not use that to, you know, prejudge anybody that I just mentioned, despite their involvement in Twitch poll. You know, people can learn and grow, I suppose. Yeah, we got 51 votes so far, but yeah, you'll have to come over to YouTube to make your voice heard. Like I said, no comment, like youtube.com/nocommentchick. Then you click on the stream, then you click on the chat, and then you can click on the poll, and that should get you to being able to vote. So what are you voting on today? Well, first we got Wick Dogpiles, the soy pill. Remember the soy pill, the weird guy with the spinny hat? He's got one of those spinny hats, you know? I don't know what that, it's like a old school, it's like a boomer reference or something. I guess little kids used to wear, like, it's a hat with a propeller. That's what it is. They would wear a hat with a propeller. The idea being, I don't know, they could fly, or I don't. Why did they wear a hat with a propeller? Anyway, I'm pretty sure that kids did not wind those things up and use them to fly, but kind of looks like maybe you could fly with it. Yeah, that's, I'm over explaining the soy pill. Soy pill is one of the hosts of Live and Learn, and I would say that he's on the left, right? If you've got Wick and no, Wick is not on it. Wait, who is it? Hutch and, oh my God, chat, I'm forgetting who's on the, Hutch and IRI are on the right of Live and Learn. They're the more, you know, neo-McCarthyite types. Soy pill and Pisco, not so much, but also not great. Sadly, as much as I want to be like, well, these are the good guys on Live and Learn and these are the bad guys, sometimes they're all bad guys. Sometimes they're all pretty full of shit, right? Like on the data center thing, I don't know what went on. All of Live and Learn is like, yeah, data centers. Ha ha ha. I can't believe she was against that. Yeah, you got to have data centers. What are you talking? All these people are propagandized. Hellish. It's an 80-20 issue, right? 80% of America is against fucking data centers. And these guys are just cavalier about, yeah, you know, of course we're going to be on, and like this is the worst thing that you could imagine for the Democratic Party, right? In a year that they look like they're going to take care of the House of Representatives, maybe also they got a decent chance of taking hold of the Senate. Maybe use that to investigate Trump and all of his corruption. I mean, for one, right? In a year like that, the Democrats have been so bad on data centers. It's so hard. There's so few of them that will actually stand up and take a stand of like, I stand with my community. I don't want a data center. We're going to fight the data centers, right? That's kind of what you need to say. This is what Francesca Hong was saying. This is what David Crowley has refused to say. And it's what his fucking opponent was able to signal. Now, we've seen this shit before, right? Trump is not better than Biden and Kamala on Gaza. You know, surprise, surprise. But Trump was willing to signal that he was going to do something about Gaza. He wasn't very specific if you paid attention to what he was saying, but because he's doing more than Kamala and Biden, who are just avoiding the issue wholesale, he was able to benefit. And there were probably some districts in Michigan that he won because people are just so desperate for somebody to do something, you know, about Israel. Obviously, that guy wasn't Trump. If you pay attention and you know, like where Trump's bread is buttered, a lot of that bread is buttered by Miriam Adelson and you know, pro-Israel interests. But same kind of thing. If the Democrats avoid the moral stand because they think it's pragmatic to like, well, we would like to be against the data centers, but actually these people have a lot of money and we don't want to get that money dumped on us. So we're going to, you know, we're going to shut up about it. We're gonna, you know, like they always fuck themselves by being overly pragmatic, right? And this is part of the reason that people view the Democrats as being inauthentic. That's one of their big problems too, right? Before we get to AOC being possibly inauthentic, let me explain the rest of the. So anyway, I'm just explaining where we last saw the soy pill. Let me get back on track here. This time the soy pill is, I believe, are they arguing about whether Hassan is anti-Semitic? Or whether there's anti-Semitism on the left. Either way, chat, it's going to be cursed. It's going to be Wick. You can choose it, though, because, you know, I love to make fun of Wick. So we'll be making fun of Wick and Lonerbox and Kraut. Kraut is on there, too. Oh, yeah, chat, if you like me making fun of Kraut, we did that like a month ago, I think. We could make fun of Kraut again because he's on this panel. And just as actually, Kraut is Kraut is like stoned on this panel. I believe Kraut is completely useless on this panel, if I remember correctly. But anyway, that is one of the items. We also have Hassan. We are Charlie Kirk. So the Fear and podcast, right? Hassan's podcast. It's on tour right now. You know how the Pod Save Bros, they do a tour. Maybe you don't know. They do a tour. Chapo did a tour. Like everybody with a podcast, if it's big enough, they do a tour. They do a tour. Is chat just arguing now? I can't tell. He's just smoking bowls throughout. Look, I much prefer Chaos's Mel smoking bowls in a fucking panel than Kraut. And I'm not exactly a big fan. I'm not Mel's biggest fan. Let's just put it that way. And she definitely doesn't like me. Anyway, Luke, that's tied for first place with Luke Beasley versus Hassan featuring Hutch. So yeah, this is Hutch digging up a Luke Beasley clip where he sort of kind of criticizes Hassan, but not too severely. And I think Hutch is trying to make this a beef. I think Hutch knows that like left-wingers see his content and generally react to it negatively. So he's kind of like putting Luke Beasley in front of you and being like, you hate him. Look at that. He said something bad about Hassan. He said something bad about Hassan. Luke Beasley, I don't think is trying to be a wrecker in the way that Hutch is. And even, Hassan's not above criticism. I'm not sure I'd necessarily agree with Luke Beasley on his criticism, but whatever. I do feel like this is an example of Hutch trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. And in the process, chat, we could make fun of Hutch. That's right. That's an option too also. So yeah, Hassan, we are Charlie Kirk. Luke Beasley versus Hassan featuring Hutch is tied for first place. And then we got the last place one. That is the Ethan iDubbbz lawsuit update, right? So iDubbbz, as you may or may not know, was being sued by Ethan for something that Destiny said. Destiny called Ethan a PDF that PDFs his kids, and iDubbbz was like, why isn't Ethan going after this guy? Put it up on his stream. Ethan has sued iDubbbz in Canadian court to try to get a defamation ruling against him, which apparently is way easier in Canada than it is in the United States. This is obviously bullshit. Everybody, even the biggest Ethan fans out there, kind of know that this is bullshit, but he's doing it anyway. There was a hope for a reprieve when iDubbbz made an apology video and, said that, he didn't want to roll in the dirt like that. And then Ethan, commented under the video, hey, this is really big of you. I'm going to drop the lawsuit. So spoiler, Ethan didn't drop the lawsuit. And now it looks like he's really not going to. It's not almost over. It's not in its final whatever. They're going through with the lawsuit, it looks like. There's also maybe a lawsuit against Anissa. iDubbbz's partner, Anissa. I'm trying to remember, what did Anissa say? Anissa made a comment that Ethan it wasn't even 10 toes down, but it was something to the effect of like, he kind of looks like he might be on drugs, and she's getting sued over that. So yeah, that's it, bitter bastard. It's the drugs. That's what she's, she wasn't too committal about it, right? She was not even, 10 toes down, like I said, on that one. But anyway, that is in last place. Second place, Wick dogpiles the soy pill, and we got a tie. No, we don't have a tie. Luke Beasley has taken the lead over Hassan singing We Are Charlie Kirk. Oh yeah, I didn't explain that one because it sounds like a lot of you know about this already. Frogan also, oh god, Frogan got her default judgment relieved and she hired Denham's lawyers. Yeah. So that's going through, chat. Frogan's gonna get a day in court. Frogan's case is not over. It got pulled out of the what do you call it? The default judgment, summary judgment, right? That's not going to happen now. Frogan's going to get a chance, and she's got Denham's lawyer, so good for Frogan, right? But I'm just I didn't put that. I guess we don't really have a lot of video to watch along that. Maybe I'll go over that in the rundown. But those are your options. You can vote on them over at youtube.com. And remember, if we get to 100, I'll do one of these topics, right? We got to get to 100 before I'll do the topic that's in first place, right? And first place is going to involve, yes, both the voting, like right now, Luke Beasley is ahead in the voting, but it's also going to involve donations, right? Potentially, right? When you support the stream, which is what makes this number go up, whether it's super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which I don't think there's any way to do right now. I should fix that. Maybe make a Vietnam coffee fund or something like that. I don't know though, Chad. I do feel like because, these are cash gifts, I got to be real specific on what they get used for. So maybe I don't want to do a coffee slush fund after all. I don't want Throne to think that, I don't know, I'm up to no good. But yeah, I'll worry about that, chat. Or if you support me on Patreon, which I'm going to read off the Patreons in a second, or if you support me over on Twitch, which, did you know, if you got Prime, you don't need to buy a sub, right? If you've got Prime, you can hook up your account, your Amazon account to your Twitch account, and you'll get a free sub just by doing that. It's a Twitch Prime sub, and you can use it on anybody you choose. If you use it on me, though, thank you so much, because I know you only have one to give, and so that means a lot to me. And also, it puts a little bit of money in my pocket. A slush fund for coffees, or a fund for coffee slush drinks? Oh my god. I love coffee slush drinks. Did you know that? Oh, thank you, Emily French. You got some information of the... So Vio's involved too? Like, this is Mike from PA's partner, right? Another Twitch streamer named Vio. Again, I don't know that much about. Anyway, well, I guess I'll learn. I'll try to figure it out, chat. I don't know if I'm going to comment on it, because again, a lot of people have commented on it, and I don't know if my perspective would be particularly useful in this case, given that I'm kind of coming at all this from the outside. I sort of know about Rhizome, don't really know Rhizome. I've I think talked to Grimlow. I think I've talked to Mike, way back in the day. So I just don't know anybody that well, and I don't know really what's going on. But yeah, I'll try to figure it out, and at least so I, can speak to it if it comes up. But anyway, that's what the poll is at right now. Make sure to get your vote in if you haven't already, and make sure to like the stream, chat. I purposefully did not mention liking the stream at all yesterday as a little social experiment to see, maybe I don't need to. Maybe you just naturally like the stream as it is. But unfortunately, chat, it's not true. It's not true. We got substandard numbers of likes on the stream yesterday. And yeah, I think the numbers were affected. So I gotta bully you and make sure that you're liking the stream. And a great time to like the stream is when you're voting, right? Oh my god, there's a little bit of coffee slush. A little bit of coffee slush left in there. Many of us have ADHD. Well, yeah, mine's weapons grade ADHD. So, but anyway, yeah, so like what I was trying to tell you is, yeah, you can use a Twitch Prime sub to get a free Twitch sub. If you don't have it, it does cost $6, which I get. It's twice as much as YouTube membership. Kind of a lot of money. I don't necessarily expect a lot of people to be able to, like that's $6 a month is a little bit, it's more of a commitment than even just being a fancy weasel on Patreon, right? So thanks to the people who do sub, that actually helps me out. And I supposedly, if there's ever 100 of you that straight up sub to me on Twitch, I will get paid at a higher rate. So more of your support will actually get to me. Twitch will take less of it out. But maybe that's far off, chat, because I think we're at 19 out of 100 on that number. Someday, chat, someday. But thank you to everybody that does sub to me. If you don't have the money for that, never fear, right? Your best bet is just to be active in chat. You don't need to be needy. You don't need to like ask people to get you a gift sub. But I think if you're just active in chat, right, people will see, hey, you don't have a gift sub. And when they're giving out gift subs, which people do from time to time, some people are very, very generous. And if you want to benefit from their generosity, your best bet is just to be active in chat over on Twitch. Okay, with that being said, the other thing I want to mention is that when you do support the stream, again, whether it's super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, gift a membership, support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or support me on Patreon or on Twitch, right? You got the right, if you want to, right? You can do this. You can tell me in chat, like, which of these topics you want to see. You can say, I want Wick. I want Hassan sings We Are Charlie Kirk. I want Luke Beasley. And I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add your donation. Let me show you right here. No. That is a script. Not like a programming script, but a script for me to remember what to say if I forget. If I happen to forget. It should say this. There we go. There we go. All right, so these are the items. So yeah, what are all these plus 0, plus 0, plus 0? Well, this is you. When you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is, which is to say, I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And at the end of the, at the end of the main content, when we switch over to bonus content, if we've hit 100, then I will, I will add this number to the number on the poll. So you're actually kind of beefing up the poll numbers, if you will, by putting your money where your mouth is, by telling me which of these topics you support when you donate. And at the end of the stream, I will add that together with the vote, with the percentage, right? And we'll come out with which is the first thing we watch. If we get to 200, which is the second thing we watch. If we get to 300, which is the third thing we watch. If we get to 400, which is the fourth thing that we watch, right? And that's a long stream, but that can happen because it is, what is it? It is Saturday. I'm still tired, chat. I might need to drink more coffee. Here, let me finish my tea. I got coffee and tea. Oh my god. So yeah, where are we going? Oh yes, I mentioned the Patreons, right? If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. I'm a numbers guy, I can tell you. I've done the maths, and I asked Grok, as far as valuetainment goes, you can't beat a Twitch sub on pure, what is this? On pure enjoyment per hour. Well, they say that it is a premium viewing experience, right? You get no ads ever. Even ads are coming back slowly, I'm told, right? But you will not see those ads, right? First of all, you'll get the animated emojis, and you'll be able to rewind the stream, which might come in handy if you come in and I'm talking about, I'm in bonus content, and you're like, wait, I wanted to see the regular content. You can do that with a Twitch sub, whether it's a Twitch Prime sub, whether you get yourself a sub for $6, or is there some kind of deal on them too? It looked like there was a deal. I don't know. So like if there's a deal, Twitch chat, explain that to other people. Explain it to me, because I don't actually understand what the deal is. But there may be a deal, it seems like, on subs this month or something. Dunking on Wick is always fun. I agree. I have a lot of fun dunking on Wick. Anyway, yeah, like I was saying, if you support me at the $5 level or above on Patreon, I read your name out. And let me do those now, if Patreon will cooperate. Shouts out to my fancy weasel. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to L. And L, if you're in chat, let me know, and I'll add your. You signed up a while ago, but I've been holding off on adding it to the number down there because I'm a numbers gal, and I want to make sure you're here to benefit from your sign up to Patreon, if that makes sense, right? Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moinoape. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I think we can start to get into who doesn't love a weasel. True. We are Bill Cosby. We carry the what? Oh no. Okay, so what did I say I'm gonna get to next? Probably. Whoa, that's the wrong thing. Probably. Yeah, we'll get to Twitch. Okay, so I hate to do this, chat, but I'm gonna play some clips for you. And in the background, I'm gonna be trying to set up the God, this is not the day for it, is it? Right? Do I have any more caffeine? I do. I forgot about it, chat. There was too much coffee slush. Oh my god. It was too much to put in my glass, into my mug. And so there's still some in the blender. Okay, there we go. More caffeine. It's not just caffeine, it's also really tasty. I love the combination. All right, so what do we got here? Oh yeah, I should probably start off by mentioning that I've got a blast off tweet. Some of you may have seen it. 3 of you may have seen it, I don't know. And if you want to support the blast off tweet and help us bring more people in from Twitter, they're probably having a bad time on Twitter, chat. Make their day brighter by liking this or even retweeting it if you feel like your followers would be interested in it. All right, so that's the blast off tweet. Let's read it here. Going live to finally delve into the discourse that erupted with AOC's seemingly offhanded comment about woke 1.0. I'm saying seemingly offhanded because I think that FD and Brianna are not looking at it as a singular event, are not looking at it as an offhanded comment, and are gonna kind of put it in a pattern of comments from other politicians, right? So to try to kind of give us some context on this, right? Seemingly offhanded comment about woke 1.0. We've got great videos from FD Signifier talking to Brianna Joy Grey. Oh my God, I misspelled. I know how to say. That was literally just a type. It's Olayemi, right? That should be an E. That should be an E. God damn it. Anyway, chat, I'm not usually like an Olayemi misspeller. I'm a Olayemi correct speller, but this time I got tripped up on something. I don't know. It's not it's not Olayemi, it's Olayemi. Anyway. But yeah, you can help me out on that. All right, so like let's get into these. We got some clips here.
Keep it up. I know that you already know you have a lot of supporters.
Anna Kasparian absolutely glowing to Candace Owens. Now, some people have criticized Hassan because he's really leaned into his clandestine operator status. He's leaned into his meme support for Candace Owens, and whenever Hassan memes, there's somebody out there taking it seriously. But Anna is serious. Anna would like a piece of Candace Owens' clout, if she could please.
But we'll be watching, and I think you're doing the right thing, even though you're getting a lot of hate for it. Usually, there's like a saying, a hurt dog don't holler, or something like that.
Dog don't holler.
Yes. So
they're both misremembering the quote. I don't know who said it originally, but Bill Clinton did. Bill Clinton used this phrase in a campaign once.
Oh yeah.
No. Bill Clinton's one was "that dog don't hunt" or something like that. Yeah.
Keep it up, and I know you're strong enough to deal with the heat. So congratulations on that. Not a lot of people can do it. So.
All right, let's take a look really quick because I know there's a Hassan version of this. Hassan, Candace, just so because this is gonna come up. This is gonna come up. All right. And again, Hassan is memeing. Hassan is having fun. And also Hassan, much like myself. Oh my God, DSA watch. Did I call it or did I call it? That's a 1 minute clip. What do we got? A 1 minute clip. I got Hazel Den. What is this? Oh my God, Haz wants to be friends with Candace and Hassan. I hope Hassan's not stupid enough for that. Sometimes he does give the MAGA communists a little too much credit, or even forget that they're MAGA communist. Ethan shares the perspective on Candace Owens' brand. Oh God, no, this is old. Okay, that's a longer. Look, we're gonna watch the longer clip, even though it's from Lefty Winter. I know people hate Lefty Winter. What's the deal with Lefty Winter? Was Lefty Winter actually DSA, or is this one of these deals where they like faked joining the DSA so then they could be like, I am a disgruntled DSA member. DSA, I thought it would be good, but it was bad.
This is a queen that
successfully and single-handedly undermined the Republican initiative to martyrize Charlie Kirk and use that.
Can we get a better version of this?
Crack down on political dissent. She dropped a grenade on the discourse.
Here we go.
You understand?
Apparently, I learned in this clip about just.
So I'm with her. It's hard. It's hard for me. My brain's.
Against me. Here's what Blake Neff wrote. He wrote, Hassan Piker is openly celebrating Candace Owens, calling her a queen because she single-handedly undermined the effort to martyrize Charlie to go after the violent radical left. Hassan says that Tyler Robinson probably did it, but my heart says go Candace go because she is helping the left so much. The radical pro-violence left knows exactly what a gift Candace and her.
Nick Fuentes weighed on this too. I don't know if Hassan's going to include that, but we might have to take a look at that as well.
Ilk are to them. Okay.
I'm trying to read chat and do so many things at once. It's so hard.
Or have you guys hear what Hassan Piker said? And I would like to respond to this since they're all pushing this around because, you know, we're supposed to accept the Fed slop of left versus right. And again, you're going to hear him say that I've had him blocked for years. So it's even more ridiculous that they're trying to pretend or allude to the idea.
It's true, she has. Candace, unblock me, queen.
Of this partnership between me and Hassan Piker. But take a listen to what he says.
I can't speak out against this queen because this is a queen that successfully and single-handedly undermined the Republican initiative to martyrize Charlie Kirk and use that example to crack down. Dude, you know what's really funny?
So this is kind of what I was saying to Pisco in his analysis of the, when I analyzed his analysis of the Candace versus Andrew Wilson thing, is like, you don't have to hand it to him. Andrew Wilson is only opposing Candace because he wants to get back to killing the left, right? He wants to have a reason to do, he wants to have a reason to crack down on the left, right?
All these people posted this clip and like half of them were like, I can't believe I'm agreeing with them. Like Ben Shapiro did a fucking video about agreeing with me on this. And then everyone in the comments were like, oh, this guy's so stupid. Why is he revealing it? It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter, dumbass. I'm right, but who cares? It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like all of these people, they're like, I cannot believe Hassan Piker is just admitting this. Is he fucking stupid? Like for so many of these people, they don't realize like, maybe I just had the wrong opinion of this dude. Maybe he is capable of critical thinking. It's always funny, like their immediate reaction is just, wow, what an idiot. Can't believe you've just openly fucking admitted it, dude. I'm always gonna say the truth. It's that simple. On political dissent. She dropped a grenade on the discourse. You understand? So I'm with her. It's hard. It's hard for me. My brain says, no, it's probably Tyler Robinson. But my heart says, go, Candace, go. Keep cooking. You know? Does that make sense? I can't like her tweets because she blocked me many, many years ago. This is before she became our hero. Okay? Many, many years ago, Candace Owens blocked me. I've not been a fan of Candace Owens. I am a fan now.
I'm not exactly sure what I am supposed to have a problem with. And this is kind of the running themes of what we are seeing in Brandy Zajazny's article, is that essentially they are saying Candace ruined an opportunity to pin this on the left, however wrongly, to unite the Republican, to create this sort of Republican initiative to just start attacking the left, however wrongly, doesn't really matter, after Republicans were kind of fractured because people actually care about pedophilia on the right. The Epstein files mattered. And we weren't accepting this idea, get focused, midterms are around the corner, ignore the Epstein files. We said, no, we are not going to ignore children being harmed. We're not going to see ourselves as just Trump supporters who should be supporting him no matter what, even when he effectively ran. You could certainly say Vance, everyone around him constantly said, as soon as we get in there, here's what we're going to do with the Epstein files, Kash Patel. His administration was running on something that we cared about. This is what they're essentially saying. They're saying you ruined an opportunity to, however wrongly, have us unite around Charlie's death and stomp out the left for something that they didn't actually do. Now, here's what I'm going to say and offer back to the left. All I did here was pursue truth. I didn't do this for the left. I didn't do this for the right. I did this for my friend Charlie Kirk because I want to know who actually killed him. And I am not convinced this had anything to do with LGBTQ rights. If I did,
bro, this is gonna hit that mom.
If she did, she would say, yeah, kill the left.
Entirely new base. We unlocked the radical, true crime loving wine moms. This is big. This is huge. This might be the biggest base that we've unlocked. Not left, not right. Simply
I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this shit work. God damn it.
Would certainly be the biggest voice against it. I think you guys probably know that. But I want you to remember this, because this is not the first time, as what Hassan is describing, we had an event that could potentially, I'll say allegedly, be coordinated by the feds, which was meant to cause a left-right war. Here is your homework, Hassan Piker. Look into what actually happened on January 6th. You took the bait. The left took the bait. Okay, this was a different world. Yeah, I would say in 2020, I think that's when that happened, January 6th, 2020.
No, it happened in 2021. That's crazy. She said, do your homework, and then gave the wrong assignment. Also, I was there, like not physically there, but I literally was as close to being there as you possibly can be, because I covered it live alongside like 300,000 Americans watching.
Oh my God.
Who is trying to open this door from the inside.
Bro, they're taking Instagram photos. Mother.
So do you see what she wants there? She wants like a trade. I mean, Candace Owens, again, she is more, I would say, self-maximizing than she is ideological. And if there's people that are willing to play that game with her, whether it's Candace Owens or Hassan, like she thinks, right? Then she'll just do a little tit for tat. Okay, well, so I said that transgender people weren't responsible for Charlie Kirk's death. Now you got to say that January 6th was just a protest, man. It was just it wasn't. It was okay, or it was feds, or it was desire to create a split between the right and the left that already exists. I may not be able to get this that
are out here literally storming the Capitol, dude. I watched it in real time. There were feds on the ground. Wow. No way. What? A massive gathering in the Capitol? And you're telling me federal agents were there? Yeah. Nick Fuentes was there. Fucking got him. Some of the federal agents couldn't make it there because they got protection ahead of time, like the head of the Proud Boys. Fucking got him ×2. Yeah. On-duty cops, off-duty cops.
It was a different world. We were all more divided. I count myself among that as well. But none of us were willing to take a look at the facts. And we were going, oh, I'm team left or I'm team right. And as more and more have come out, more and more has come out about what transpired on that day, it was without question an opportunity for us to look up and see who rules over us and who benefits from that.
Wait, what does she mean by this? Did the Jews do January 6th? Also, Charlie Kirk was there. Charlie Kirk bussed people to January 6th. Is that what you're saying? The French? Well, everyone knows. If you're a clandestine operator like I am, everyone knows the original Jews are the French. Come on, this is advanced. I have done my homework. Everyone knows the Egyptians are French and the French are Jewish. Okay? Come on. Foreign Legion at the scene of the crime. Foreign Legion also there at January 6th.
And people were wrongly arrested. People who were encouraged to go into the Capitol on that day. If we're all seeing now for the first time that there is an effort by a minority, a very powerful minority who doesn't actually care about left or right, to seize power from citizens full stop, by allowing something terrible to take place and then saying, here's what we must get done and here's what we must pass, a la 9/11, then we both sides, so to speak, needs to do its job. and be realistic about it. I'm not anybody's hero or anybody's queen. I am somebody who cares deeply about what happened on September 10th because my friend was killed, and I have the sense that we are being lied to about.
And I'm going to try one more time.
Government. I refuse to accept that it is my duty to blame it on the left if the left didn't do it. Left does plenty of things that they've been caught doing, and
It's so crazy, dude. The anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools is just forever a lock. People who come like so close in the direction of the correct interpretation of what's going on, like people who are in positions of profound power, operating it alongside their class interest, and then immediately pivoting it to like, no, it's a shadowy group of puppeteers who happen to all be Jewish. That's what it is. Jewish people somehow both killed Charlie Kirk and got him to do January 6th. Yeah. She also ends up saying, no gods, no master. She's like, I'm not your hero. I'm not your queen. I'm just looking for the truth.
use my platform to go after them. I have no issue doing that. I'll do that tomorrow if that is the circumstance. If they're doing something radical and wrong, I'll do that. But I'm not just going to become a cheerleader.
She says she's not anyone's queen. A leader who does not want to crown is the one who deserves it the most. She is a queen. Yeah.
For the right, and know that they are engaged in something very wrong and say, well, it's okay because at least they vote Republican at the end of the day.
Kleiner said Jewish Bolsheviks killed 60 million Christians. I know. I think even Finkelstein was like, no. Even Finkelstein, who was sitting there, that was the only time where he was like, enough. That's not true.
That's a nonsense. All of us need to raise ourselves above that sort of discourse in the future. And yeah, I think it's actually happening. So there is something that I would say is a positive that has come out of this. I mean, I don't think anybody would.
Yeah, I think it's really funny. I saw that clip someone was bringing up in the chat. Nick Fuentes wearing his Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip while talking about how Jews are responsible for all Bolshevism, all progressive initiatives. And it's really hilarious to do that while wearing a Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip, but it's nowhere near. It'll never be as funny. And I keep thinking about this over and over again. It'll never not be hilarious that Nick Fuentes' entire career, his trajectory, his downfall, and now his resurgence all revolves around the idea that organized Jewry is responsible for everything that's ever happened in Western civilization that's wrong, including Jews doing 9/11, including Jews doing the war on terror, including Jews killing JFK, except for Charlie Kirk. And to me, that is more insane and makes less sense than Candace Owens' theory, which is, no, Jews did everything and Charlie Kirk.
All right, so chat, I was trying to set up something cool in the background. There's a way that I can stream on vertical on YouTube and at the same time keep your stream going. I can't make it happen, so I'm just gonna forget about it for today. All right, we're gonna finish this up and we're gonna go right into the content. That's what we're gonna do. Sorry, I put on this video to try to give myself a chance to try to set up another it's hard to explain, but if you noticed, when my channel was growing was when we were doing shorts vertical streams, right? And it would be my regular stream, but it would just be a second copy that you can watch on your phone. And if I cover news oriented stuff, we get views on that, and those views become subs, and those subs make my sub count grow. But it's just never the coordinating YouTube with the software that I use is a huge problem. And there is a way to do it. I have done it before, but it's just it's like setting up your Wi-Fi back in the day. Do anybody remember setting up Wi-Fi? And you just try to, you get in there and you do, all right, change this setting. No, it doesn't work. Change this setting. No, it doesn't work. Change this setting. You change a million settings, and then oh no, it works. But you never, there's no way to ever be like, all right, this next time I set up Wi-Fi, this is how I'm gonna do it, because this is how it works, because it's like too complicated. So, sad. Whoa. Oh my God, fuck. Everything is fucking me over. Stop. Oh my God, close poll. Fuck. Oh, I see. Wait. Oh, wait. Okay, I see. Oh my God, everything got fucked up. Anyway, we're not gonna worry about that now, chat, because we got content to get to, and I guess we're gonna do it now. If I can figure out amongst the myriad of timestamps I've got. All right, here we go. I think I know where to start us off on here. Again, apologies, chat. This is the kind of thing that should happen maybe with a producer, I don't know, or somebody here that's like on another computer that's on my accounts, and like it's just not something that is I can't even explain. I can't even explain what happened, why I'm so frustrated about it, etc., etc. All right, so we're just gonna go straight into this, I guess. Sorry about that, Direful. Thank you for making a rundown, but I can't do it. It's not working. What's fucked up is that when they first put this in, it was really easy, right? And then YouTube, and it was easy because you could run multiple YouTube streams, and stream elements could could put out like a specific vertical canvas for you, right? And then YouTube was like, "Oh, we want to do stuff too. Hey, why don't we make this easier?" It was hard. It was hard. You had to be able to use your software to do it. And then YouTube was like, "Oh, but what if we make it super easy?" Yeah. They could just live stream, and they could have another one that's on Shorts that's vertical, and we could just make it so they click a switch. Well, you click the switch, and what happens is this: like, do I want this part of my live stream? Or do I want that part of my... Do you want to be able to see me and not see the content? Or do you want to be able to see the content and not see me? So I don't even know, chat. I don't even know. I'm just complaining now, and that's not helping anyone. And I'm complaining to you about stuff that I can't even explain to you, right? It's too complicated, too weird, too techy, and not that interesting. So let's get going with Brianna Joy Grey and FD Signifier. I think I did everything that I need to do. It's just frustrating. All right, so how do I set this up? Brianna Joy Grey is somebody that's been on The Rising, got kind of rose to prominence there, was a pretty popular figure, and also a pretty unpopular figure, because The Rising, their whole, their Rising is Breaking Point's 1.0. Right? And then Crystal and Sagar sort of left The Rising, and they stole the format. They commandeered the format and did their own thing. After Crystal and Sagar had left, right, they were replaced with Brianna Joy Grey and somebody named Robbie Sawave, who you can still see. He's still a host of The Rising, although nobody watches it now. But what people liked it for was Brianna arguing with Robbie, and most of their viewers, right? The Hill is a right-wing outlet. Most of their viewers, kind of right-wing, definitely hated Brianna. Kind of made her an avatar for something that she's actually not part of, right? They typecast her as being a very like a caricature, I guess, of what woke is, what the far left is, etc., etc. And but she was a big draw. Like, that program got a lot of views on it, and there were left-wing people and there were right-wing people watching it. The right-wing people dominated and gave her a lot of shit in the comments, but she stayed strong. She doesn't care about that, right? It was only when she did her I think she did a debate on Israel-Palestine, and there was something that the Hill really didn't like it. They fired her, so she's gone off on her own. I mean, she's had her podcast that FD's on here. This is Bad Faith, the Bad Faith podcast. I remember it starting off with her and what is his name from Chapo? Virgil Texas, right? The guy that had the big scandal that's no longer with Chapo, the guy that's disappeared from the face of the earth. Virgil Texas, they were, sort of partners, and they would like bring in Noam Chomsky and snark him, right? Start a fight with Noam Chomsky, make a big splash and get everybody interested. But people kind of didn't like them because it felt like they were, I don't know, people felt, this was before all the revelations about Noam Chomsky and Epstein, and people felt like they were attacking them. You go back even further, Brianna Joy Grey was somebody that supported Force the Vote, an effort to get a House floor vote on Medicare for all in order to have all the, put everybody on record, right? If they, either they vote for it, because the thought was that there was a lot of Democrats in Congress that were like, oh yeah, we support Medicare for all, but that wouldn't vote for it. So the idea was, AOC needed something, or Nancy Pelosi needed something from AOC. AOC, according to Brianna Joy Grey, Jimmy Dore, Ben Burgess, and some others, they wanted AOC to like hold back her support until she got this promise that they were going to force the vote. This became a huge fucking issue on the left. People, fought about this. It seems like a good idea in principle. It is maybe unworkable in reality. And I'm not a fan of AOC necessarily, right? But Brianna Joy Grey still holds that in her heart. This is where she started to become a persona non grata. She's also worked on the Bernie campaign. So she's got a long and storied career. She's a really smart lady, right? She is, whatever you think about her, whether you agree with her, disagree with her, think she's problematic, find her annoying. She's a very intelligent person, and her viewpoint needs to be taken into consideration. Agree with it or don't agree with it. FD Signifier, I almost don't have to explain. Somebody that is kind of come into his own as a essayist on BreadTube. Somebody that will platform some of the issues that are not appealing or do not get covered by like white BreadTube leftist, and has almost kind of like sworn off that part of his community because it's sort of, you're inviting in all kinds of problems. He's going to get into that more, I think, in this, if we end up watching that part. Zoran. Okay, thank you, Narwhal. So wait, before even Noam Chomsky, they had Zoran on. That would be a really interesting conversation to go back and look at. Yeah, is that what Virgil? Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the deal with Virgil is. He did some bad stuff apparently, or at least he's accused of it. And when that accusation dropped, he never posted anything to dispute it. So yeah, it does seem like Rising is the millennial Hannity and Colmes. Yeah, kind of. I mean, that's what it was designed to be. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, Sisyphean task, right? This is you got it, right? The as far as what the show, what the network, what am I saying? It's a magazine, The Hill, that has certain shows on its network, on its YouTube channel. That was their idea, is to have a left winger that would be easy pickings for the right winger. That didn't work out with Crystal Ball and Sagar. I don't think it's been a while since I watched it, but I don't think Sagar dog walked her or anything like that. At least not there. And but they kind of Briahna was a heel for the conservatives, right? Briahna represented everything the conservatives hated, and then got too spicy for school when she stood up for Palestine. So anyway, with that, Sagar, weed makes people crazy and jetty. Yeah, that's right. Sagar's a bit wacky himself, I think. Hassan was on. Wait, Hassan was on before Chomsky? Wait, which one was there? Why did they call that maybe I just didn't know it. Maybe, okay, anyway, maybe there's like a pilot and then a real first episode. I don't even know. They are both Sean Hannity. Wait, Crystal and Sagar? Oh my god, that's the wrong button. Okay, so let's get into this with that intro.
But what was I saying? But like, it's the fact that, and I think I said this in the video, most white leftists and progressives know that racism is bad, but they don't really know what it is. They don't know why it's bad. They just know they are not supposed to be it. And
it's become a third rail, right? Nobody wants to be associated with it, but there's not a lot of intellectual curiosity about interrogating like what makes it bad, right? And the whole discourse, of implicit and explicit, the way that you can be a vector of racism without consciously being somebody that wakes up and says, "Ooh, black people," or "Ooh, Latino people," or like, right? You can carry. In fact, it's so pervasive when we're talking about racism in terms of white sort of a white supremacist mindset that it infects everything. It's like the spice in Arrakis, right? It's in the water, it's in the food, it's in the air we breathe. It's kind of, and that's more to the point why it doesn't get recognized, right? It's so pervasive that you forget it's there, but it is.
What that fundamental weakness within their race analysis leads to is every time they're tested on the necessity of racism bad, they fail because they don't actually know what racism is doing at any given moment until a Black person tells them. And even then, there's a 30% chance they're going to be like, nah, woke 1.0 is crazy. Like they're gonna pull one of those.
Yes.
And after you do that enough times as a Black person in the space, you're like, you know what? I'm good. Thank you. I appreciate, the time and the effort. Join the Patreon, leave a comment. And you move on.
That's so important to say. When I start.
What does BJG do other than the podcast now? I was gonna say, what does she do other than the podcast? Little politician who ran for president in 2020. You might have heard of him. His name is Bernie Sanders.
Started like being anything other than a lawyer.
No, her visibility has gone down. Probably because of Force the Vote, because she kind of got blacklisted during that. And again, I don't agree with her. I definitely don't agree with Jimmy Dore. And she's going to put some distance, which is nice, between herself and Jimmy Dore. I think this does come up. I don't know if we end up covering it, though, because, I'm giving you highlights from this. And thank you to Narwhal, and thank you to Zara for helping me come up with the exact parts that I'm going to cover. So I don't know if, it's in this conversation where she says, I didn't agree with Jimmy on this and that. But I'm not sure if we'll see that or not.
When I started writing my first couple pieces for Current Affairs that went viral and sort of started my whole brief journalism career before joining the Bernie campaign, it was precisely because I was routinely frustrated by these sort of, frankly, woke 1.0 discourses that were happening in the kind of the Trump 1 era that seemed to misunderstand what the grievances or misidentify what Black people and other non-white people were upset about, right? So at the time, there was this discourse around like Kim Kardashian would get cornrows and we were all supposed to be very, very mad about it. And I would be like, well, am I mad that Kim Kardashian or any given person wears their hair a certain way? Is this like the thing that's motivating my politics? No. Am I upset that Black women in the workplace or in the military aren't allowed to wear their hair that way and that Kim Kardashian gets to monetize it and make money off of it? Yeah, that's frustrating, but that's because of the material dynamics across race and how racism creates these dynamics that disadvantage Black people materially, and also that we can't advocate for ourselves and have equality in these spaces because we are a subclass in the United States of America. That's the real problem. If Black people were the 1%, if Black people were rich, no one would care what Kim Kardashian did somewhere in a low-income neighborhood somewhere, right? Like it's the class dynamics that make this frustrating, and the sort of the dare I say privilege that various groups have access to depending on who they are and what they look like and how much money they have. Yeah. And so I wrote pieces about that. I wrote this piece about cultural appropriation that went viral. I was writing about identity politics and how it was being weaponized. Not that identity was bad or that identity politics were bad, but that it was being weaponized by the Democratic Party to create a pretext for rejecting the left politics of the Bernie Sanders movement.
This is something that I feel like a lot of people don't understand, right? They don't know the meaning of identity politics because they've only heard about it in relation to Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign, right? That is a centrist who is not good on women's issues, on Black issues, on a lot of issues of marginalized people, trying to virtue signal essentially about stuff that she doesn't actually stand for. But what happened after Hillary Clinton browbeat people of, if you don't support me, it's because you're a misogynist Bernie bro. If you don't support me, it's because you don't care about Black people. After saying that super predator shit, it fractured the left. And you had a portion of the dirtbag left that I think overreacted to it. Now, granted, these people were, in some cases, in the crosshairs of Hillary Clinton or her surrogates for standing up for the right thing, for standing up for the policies that will benefit all people. but what, instead of just reacting to like Hillary Clinton is full of shit, she's virtue signaling, she's disingenuous, she doesn't care about these constituencies that she's claiming as her own. The discourse became, we got to drop this identity politics, right? Yes, drop the identity politics of Hillary Clinton, but understand that shit is a fig leaf. That shit is not real. Hillary Clinton never cared about identity or, intersectionality or any of the things that she was virtue signaling in her attempt to take down Bernie. It was purely a fig leaf. So you got a bunch of leftists now, a bunch of, many of the people that would call themselves dirtbag leftists that are still reacting to a Hillary Clinton campaign from years and years ago. And still reacting to, intersectional leftists as if they are mere liberals. That's a problem. That's a wedge.
Right? This is all in like 2017. And what drove me there were these experiences that I had in my life, including in law school, where exactly what you described was happening. There would be these racist incidents on campus, and I would hear my friends be like, I know this is wrong and I'm supposed to object to it. But they would sometimes come to me in kind of hushed tones and be like, Brianna, can you just like actually explain to me why actually this was racist? And they were well-meaning, right? Like I wasn't upset, but it was frustrating. Yeah. And now all these years later, like 15 years later,
the problem with virtue signaling, and I'm not talking about Hillary Clinton here, I'm talking about regular people, right? The problem with being like, hey, I'm not racist, I'm against that shit, I'm not one of those people, like, right, I get it, right? When you don't get it, is that you never learn it. It's like pretending you read. I'm sorry, not to call out anybody with dyslexia in chat, because this is a common experience I'm told for people growing up with dyslexia. But, dyslexic people often figure out ways to fake being able to read. They often have to come up with like kind of clever schemes because it's a big problem. And you're supposed to be able to read, but you might not have picked it up. You might not have the skills, so you kind of learn to fake it, right? When people fake understanding racism, the problem is that until that's identified, they can't learn, right? You put yourself in a place where the lack of understanding you have stays consistent, and you just sweep it under the rug, and you tell yourself, hey, I don't wake up thinking bad thoughts about Black people. I don't wake up thinking bad thoughts about Latino people. I'm not racist. I'm not one of those people. No, you're not. Racism is not about necessarily like being a bad, hateful person, being a foaming at the mouth like Ku Klux Klan person. Racism, like I said, it's in the air we breathe, it's in the food we eat, it's in the water we drink. It's so fucking pervasive that you'd be goddamn lucky to go through life without kind of picking up some of that mentality, at least in the United States. And so a lot of people delude themselves to thinking that acknowledging that they either don't understand racism and therefore you can carry a little bit out of implicit racism without even being aware of it, or that they already know everything. It's just it kind of stunts your growth on an issue that's pretty important.
We have a movement now on the right and the left that is laughing at the idea of woke, laughing at the idea of critical race theory and all of these academic systems, which were working to explain to people why some of this stuff was problematic, not in a superficial, weaponized sort of way, but in a way that had a material basis. The Combahee River Collective and those kinds of like socialist 1960s, 70s era thinkers were not the Hillary Clinton who was cynically weaponizing, well, breaking up the banks cure racism, right? But it all got thrown out, the baby with the bathwater. And now we have a left that is fundamentally unable to describe or understand racism. And they're coining terms like woke.0 to jettison the entire Black Lives Matter post-2020 movement.
Which, look, if you're the problem with this conception of woke 1.0, woke 2.0, I get that at a certain point, shit becomes so pervasive that that's the language, that's how people talk about it, and that's what you got to use. But it's so bastardized at this point, like what that even means, right? The original, like, I hate to have to, to some of you that might sound like a broken record here, but woke was a concept in the Black community of like, are you aware of the overarching structural racism that exists, right? Because it, like I said, it's hard to see. It's so pervasive. It's so everywhere that it's hard to see. It's hard to notice, right? And so the distinction of like, are you woke, stay woke, that kind of stuff was about like, are you clued into what's happening? Are you awake, right? It's gotten turned into something by the right that it's got nothing to do with it, right? It's got nothing to do with the original definition. I don't think that Black people will use the original definition because the language was appropriated and bastardized by the right. And the problem here is that bad enough? No, it also got like reconceptualized by the left. The left looked at the right talking about woke, and they're like, well, they got to be talking about a real thing. I mean, everybody says woke. I guess it's a real thing. Here's the deal. Maybe there was like a bad woke back in the day, and maybe there's a good woke now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't be getting your language, your talking points, your definitions, especially about a word that, yes, does, come from, does come from Black culture originally. Don't be getting that from the right wing. Don't be getting how intersectionality works from Ben Shapiro, right? You got to watch for this. And I wish I didn't have to say it, but it's an all too common mistake. And then when we sort of take it and run with it, like this is a real thing that the right wing's talking about, and we don't want to be about like that bad woke, right? That makes it so we can't, like, I don't know, weaponize, we can't clap back at the right in the same way that they're talking to us. And if that's all it is like, I feel hampered. I got to have dark woke where your heart's maybe in the right place, but you're not afraid of co-opting language. You're not afraid of, accepting right-wing definitions. I don't think that's what you're looking for. I mean, remember, you know where I really think that dark woke kind of comes from? You remember Dark Brandon? Remember the idea that like Joe Biden, when he's had enough, when he gets pissed off, he turns into this Dark Brandon figure. I think this was a right-wing thing too, that people were appropriating and sort of turning on its head as saying, yeah, we like Dark Brandon. I think somebody drew a picture of like Biden as a demon or something. And they were like, this is Dark Brandon, right? And the left like was like, yeah, we got Dark Brandon. And people wanted Biden to be this like, devil may care kind of badass that he never was. And I almost feel like that because, that prefigures the concept of dark woke. I almost think that that's where it comes from. So again,
yeah,
if Biden is like insensitive or not PC, it's because he's old as fuck. And he's from the days of the, where there was Dixiecrats, there was racists in the Democratic Party. The racist Southern white constituency of the Democratic Party was a big part of the coalition back in Biden's day.
Yeah, I think the thing to understand, and this is probably why I've had a far less, painful response to all of this, is because this shit ain't new. Yeah. This is shout out to I've shout out this man's book multiple times. Brian Quoba, Hubert Harrison, the Forbidden Genius of Black Radicals. Hey,
We're twins. I have it too.
Right. So, but that like he went through this exact same process in the 1910s. It was the same.
Pinky Gooner, Biden was best friends with Strom Thurmond. Absolutely.
That conversation where you have black leftists going to Eugene Debs being like, hey, can we kind of like.
Oh, no, I'm not saying when I say that woke is fake, I'm not talking about the original meaning of it. Right. I thought I was clear about that, right? This meant something to Black people, right? And in fact, it's older than people realize. You can find Leadbelly songs that sort of, use this type of language, right? But yeah, this was revolutionary language from Black people BLM is something that kind of, erupted multiple times, right? There's multiple sort of instances of BLM, and yes, that word, that language, meaning what it actually means, which is aware of the overarching, systemic racism in this country, that was a real thing. But what happened was right-wingers took it, they bastardized it. What right-wingers mean when they say woke is not what black people meant when they coined the phrase, and it's certainly not what the revolutionary language kind of associated with the the BLM movement, which eventually sort of poured into the the uprising around George Floyd. It's not what it's not the same definition, right? So what it is a real thing that got appropriated by chuds, bastardized and turned into something that it never was. And then white leftists take a look at what conservatives are saying, and they're like, yeah, I guess that shit was pretty cringe. I guess they were right. I guess, right?
Have some explicit.
So it ends up attacking the people that created it, right? Do you see what I'm saying? This is the problem. This is the problem with that, the way that it's used, right? Because I don't think the original meaning is really used anymore. I mean, imagine, God, I'm trying to, how do I explain this? Like, imagine if you had a word that you used with people in your community, all right? And it meant something. It had a use. It described something that was important to you. And then, somehow it broke containment. A bunch of people who didn't understand it heard the word, started repeating the word, started redefining the word into something that it never was, and then throwing it back at you like, hey, you're woke, fuck you, wokey, right? What do you do? You're literally this tiny, group in the sea of misunderstanding. You can't, it's just hard as fuck to reappropriate something like that. And I don't see an attempt to, which is understandable, right? Because it's kind of it's very much a Sisyphean boulder to Sisyphean task is in chat, right? When I'm mentioning Sisyphus. So in 5 to 10 years, they are going to be saying how radical and crazy abolish ICE and being anti. Well, I mean, they're already kind of there, Sisyphean. If you've watched the news and what a lot of DSA candidates get hit with when they go on to interview, right? It's they ask you to distance yourself from any kind of language of abolition, of defunding. Maybe eventually they'll try to do that. Like, well, you really think that what Israel did was a genocide? Don't you understand they were attacked on October 7th? Yeah. If we let shit keep sliding, it will keep sliding. Chad is absolutely right about that. AOC was doing what all liberals do. She's throwing black people overboard so that the right likes her, and then she'll get mad if black people don't vote for her. Yeah, so it was Chiose who I think AOC is referring to. They'll show that clip in a second, right? That's and Chiose is kind of known. He's associated, or at least was associated, with Zoran Mamdani, and he's known as maybe being a little, on the left flank of Mamdani and his, crew. So yeah, so let me read what Several Wolves has to say here. Chai Ose meant woke 1.0 as in how woke language and shibboleths had been co-opted. Oh yeah, there's God. Actually, Several Wolves, that's so important what you just said. God damn it. I want to put it on screen and I'm having technical difficulties. Let me see if I can get around these technical difficulties, because I think Several Wolves just said something really important. Okay. So you're saying that the Ose was talking about how language and shibboleths had been co-opted by corporations and the establishment. There is that as well, right? When corporations went woke, and again, I'm using the bastardized version of the word, right? Because what they were doing is just appropriating the very superficial parts, the slogans, the flags, right? That's all rainbow capitalism or you know, woke capitalism, if you want to say it that way. That's all that was about, right? Capitalists, you know, corporations don't have a soul. They don't give a fuck about people. They certainly don't. All they want to do is be perceived as on the right side of history. And in doing that, they kind of stain the movements that they're appropriating, right? And this is a thing that capitalism always has done and always will do. There's a name for it. It's recuperation, right? Capitalism recuperates that which is revolutionary and spits it back at you years later as in a counter-revolutionary way. Look at the way that Martin Luther King has been appropriated, right? They turn something that's meaningful, they turn something that's powerful into something that is just a fucking, you know, corporate, a corporate slogan.
Discussions around race and within leftist movements in this country. And it's like, I mean, class is really the thing we should be worried about. And it's like, race is a class. And so it's this exact same conversation. And these
They're inextricable. Yeah.
They're inextricable. And these are conversations we're going to be doomed to have for a while. And I've kind of maybe cynically just kind of stopped caring about, like, I am so, like, while you're disappointed, I'm so unfazed. I'm not even interested in the victory lap. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even gonna change Mamdani, the thumbnail on the Mamdani video again. Because, like, it's fine. You know, he'll do something cool next week and everybody will be like, yay, you know, and nobody will clock the duplicity in the woke.0 stuff is worse really to me for AOC, who rode in on woke.0. At least Mamdani, if I'm fair to him, has been relatively honest about his duplicitous nature. Like, he hasn't.
Okay, let's walk it through. Let's walk it through, because I got a timeline for us here.
Okay, well,
finish your point though. Yeah, sorry.
From the time Mamdani won, as soon as he puts in or keeps, what's the police chief's name?
Tish. Yeah.
As soon as, so even before that, as soon as he apologizes to the police officers while on the campaign trail, as soon as he takes Obama's phone call and talks, you know, generously about the experience, I'm like, all right, there he is. Cool. Get you know what? Get those grocery stores though. Get that free child care. Let's buses, make it happen. Yeah. Free buses. You know, but I knew beforehand not to see it as a revolutionary gesture.
So you're right about that. But my trajectory with Mamdani is a little bit longer. I was recently reminded that he was on the first episode of Bad Faith podcast.
Holy shit.
I have forgotten. He has been on 3 or 4 times since then. He came on when he was doing the taxi cab hunger strike for the taxi cab drivers in New York. He came on during an episode with C. Weaver and I think Ross Barkan to discuss AOC's Met Gala dress and housing reform in New York, you know, a bunch of times. And frankly, as skeptical as I am about electoral politics and specifically running as a Democrat, given his long history of actual advocacy in New York, the number of things that he had said on the record that it felt to me would be impossible to disclaim with any credibility. The fact of who his father was, all of these things gave me, I have to confess, somewhat more hope than with your average bear. And so you're right to identify those early failures, and I clocked them as well. But they were more disappointing to me, I have to acknowledge emotionally, than they were for some of the other.
Yeah. And this is why you need to die inside more, Briahna. This is why you need to develop a cold, hard, inner working, inner humanity, so that this has never happened to you again. Because none of that shit matters. And none of that shit matters. In here, I don't know if this is actually me. I don't know if I actually see this as a negative thing per se, but once you make it up in your mind to pursue power within the framework as it exists, you are already compromising the politics in their most radical, uncompromising form. And
yeah,
I think what I said in that first video about Mamdani that I was trying to make this point about is that we can be fine with that we can be fine with that as long as we're doing our job. Our job is to be on top of his head as soon as he says some shit like he just said this week. Our job is to be on his ass and call him out when he keeps the Zionist police chief, and to call him out when he both sides the synagogue protest and everything. Like, that is his job is to hopefully do the progressive platform that we supported him getting into position to do. But people think that they were supporting a revolution in supporting Mamdani. And when I recognize that, is why I made that video over a year ago, because I was like, wait, I did this in 2007, 2008. This exactly the same. And I need y'all to understand, you are going to be disappointed if you don't emotionally disengage from the politics from the political game that is being played here. And I don't even begrudge Mamdani and AOC and all of them for the way they're behaving, because that is what they're meant to do in the positions they're in. And we are meant to get them at every turn. And then when they come back to us for our vote and support again, we're going to have an evaluation. And we're going to say,
Fallen Gemini, why do some people hate FD Signifier? I think he's based. It depends on who you're talking about, right? Destiny, I mean, you know the reason Destiny hates FD Signifier, right? The same reason that he said that he wanted to see these white rednecks start to mow down BLM protesters, right? Destiny, it's pretty clear the reason that Inward Andy Destiny hates FD Signifier, right? Bad Empanada, it's a little bit more complicated. I think we covered that a while ago. God, it's how would I describe where Bad Empanada started to? I think it's a target of opportunity for Bad Empanada, right? The more creators that he can say that are somewhat signaling radical, right? But he can call them out and be like, he's not really radical, he's not really, this person's a liberal, right? That's Bad Empanada's target of opportunity. And I don't think he really cares whether that net is catching people that are actually sheepdogging or whatever, or people that aren't. I also don't think Bad Empanada's got a great radar on, what is or is not a fake radical. But yeah, it would depend on the group. I mean, he's got a lot of haters with President Sunday, right? Oh my God, chat! I almost forgot President Sunday and his community, the Cathedral, apparently hate this guy too.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
But no, that's it. We're going to have an evaluation, and depending on that evaluation is whether or not they'll get support to go back.
I want to come back to this question. I'm so interested in kind of being in this space and having these lowered expectations for people who work within the system to get in these positions that Zoran and AOC have done. And I want to come back to asking you about where we go from here, we being sort of this broader movement of people who did think they were joining DSA to be socialists and actually substantively change the country, not just sort of do reformism, Democratic Party reformism on the margins, free buses, grocery stores, etc. We are coming back to that. But I do have to walk us through, because we've been alluding a lot to all the terrible things that have happened in this last week. And I have a little bit of a timeline prepared for us.
All right, here we go.
This August is known as Black August for Black American revolutionary reasons, but it's also Black August because it's the August that hope died. And it's basically when all of this stuff started happening, basically at the very end of July/August. So as I remember this, Platner was the foreshadowing of it all. Mm. Okay. Megan Romer, who's
Ferdinand.
Yes, the shot that started the war. Megan Romer, who's a DSA co-chair, did an interview on Fox News that went viral. They went down the DSA platform list, asked her if she agreed with some of these line items. She said, yes, of course, I'm a DSA co-chair. And that's when the rats started to flee the ship. And by rats, I mean unscrupulous leftists. Sorry, I gotta just say. Because suddenly, in the context of these upcoming primaries, with all these DSA candidates, after this first slate of winners with the Clara Valdez and Darlisa Chevalier, there was concern that the DSA becoming so prominent and the platform being so out there would hurt folks in the upcoming round of primaries. So that's when you had people start to say, oh no, the DSA shouldn't be support abolished. The DSA, these are crazy things. Okay. On July 31st, Francesca Hong herself, who a lot of people fled because she said, frankly, some true things about Thanksgiving and genocide, abandons defund in a Fox News interview when she's questioned on it. Also on July 31st, Kamala Harris has an appearance where she starts talking in a slightly edgier, more adversarial way about the Democratic Party. And I noticed several leftists who are real leftists who I like saying, hey, this is refreshing to hear from Kamala. How great that she's seeming to change her tune on these things.
I have a theory on Kamala I'm going to save for later.
Do you know the clip I'm talking about? We have the clip if you want to.
I would like to see it, but
let's play the Kamala.
I want to see if it plays into my theory that I've been peddling in the background with other people.
And we must allow for a real conversation about revisiting certain things. For example, and I know this is going to be controversial.
Didn't Jill Stein just get arrested for assault? Yeah, but I think it was do you remember the clip of her? God, where was she? She was at a protest and she was getting pushed around by cops with bikes. You know how the cops do kettling? Has anybody ever experienced this? You go to a protest, the bike cops show up, or cops show, I don't know if they're bike cops, but cops show up on bikes and then they sort of use their bikes to push people around. She took a pretty heavy shot from one of those bikes, right? And I think that's the incident that she was charged with assault for, right? It's not I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing to say too. You're talking about how old is she? 60, 70-year-old woman, assaulted somebody. Yeah, that's it's a kettling technique.
Coming from me in particular, we need to.
She got knocked down, so I don't know. I mean, I think she's okay now, but it seemed, she took quite a bump. If it's an assault on a cop, it's just, well, a lot of times they'll charge you for an assault for getting, you didn't do anything and you just got hit by a cop, right? In order to, I think the idea there is to try to, if the protester were to try to say I got hit by a cop, the cop would be like, oh, you're assaulting an officer. This happens. She's 76. Damn. So yeah, I don't think she's she's a physical danger to a lot of people, but yeah, she did get pushed pretty hard in that protest.
Revisit the Electoral College. We need to revisit the point of expanding the court to 13 justices like we have 13 district courts. We need to revisit, if they so want, statehood for Puerto Rico and D.C.
Yes.
If we regain control of the Senate, I served on this committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, when I was in the Senate.
Okay, this is the new radical Kamala Harris. Does this conform to your theory at all?
Oh yeah. She did something a couple of months ago that first planted this seed in my head. But the end result is Kamala is coming for AOC's spot. Kamala wants to be the progressive candidate for presidency in 2028. That is her angle right now. Because
what's crazy is it feels like in some ways it feels like AOC is gunning for Kamala's spot and Kamala's gunning for AOC's spot. Let me show you the clip in question. Right now, I'm reading somewhere that the charge or the accusation was that she kicked a cop in the nuts. Which I gotta say, anyway, I can't say, I'm not allowed to say, but you know what I'm thinking, right, chat? So she's right under that bike. See her? See the white hair? That's her. Right past the handkerchief. This was 2024. Okay, so Washington State University. Wait, was this in Seattle or the? It always confuses me, chat, because there's a Washington State. No, it's not in Seattle, but it is in Washington State, obviously. Pullman, Washington. Is that where that is? It's a college campus outside of well outside of Seattle. But yeah, this is a Gaza protest. She is right up there at the front. So they're saying she kicked a cop in the nuts. I don't know if we're seeing anything like that here, but yeah, this is this was the protest that I think this stems from, a 2024 protest at Washington State University.
Kamala, for reasons that are complex, but I think incredibly flawed, still has a lot of loyalty among black voters, mostly black bourgeois. Oh yes. Are you on Threads at all?
Okay, but let's interrogate that from the numbers perspective. Yeah, sure, she's got her K-hive. They are very loud. Mm-hmm. But Kamala lost in part because she got a lower share of the black vote than than Joe Biden did, and basically any Democrat in recent history. And don't forget that that's part of why she had to drop out of the primary in 2020. She couldn't consolidate any support behind her.
You don't have to tell me this. I completely know that this is probably not going to work. But I think that is her plan. Kamala really wants to be president. She's not going. She's already failed at being a moderate Republican, right? Mm-hmm. She's already failed at that. She's not going to out Gavin Newsom, mm-hmm. right? But she has something that AOC doesn't have. Well, she has a few things. One of which is winning South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, beating her in essentially the entirety of the South.
Okay, we gotta interrogate that.
I don't think this is a good thing, by the way. I really think
if the lineup, because it's not just going to be the two of them either. So if we're heading into South Carolina, is South Carolina officially the first state, or are they still figuring that out? Okay,
I think that was official. Well, I don't know. I believe that is official. I know that was.
Oh shit! I think I've already gotten myself outside of at least some of the timestamps. All right, so we're gonna go to 57. We're just skipping a few minutes here.
The DSA and sincerely joined the real left, not like liberals, but the real left, to direct our energy.
Okay, actually, we got to see what Brianna was talking about there.
Through sort of with these two people proves that. But to me, that's a call to a different kind of action, not a relinquishment of my desire to participate in any of this. And it's to say, can we redirect people who sincerely joined the DSA and sincerely joined the real left, not like liberals, but the real left, to direct our energy, including electoral energy, but also organizing energy, in toward different parties, different efforts, different kinds of projects. So I want to come to that, but I do want to get through.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we completely derailed.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Like, I have time, you have time. But okay, so here we are. So Kamala says that stuff, which, by the way, is the same pablum that Joe Biden offered. Oh yeah, we're going to do filibuster reform. We're going to do a Supreme Court review struggle session to see if we're going to reform the Supreme Court. All of this stuff that just became meetings and conferences about ideas that were obviously never going to come to fruition. Okay, Kamala is offering all of that sort of stuff up. Around that time, we get the AOC softball interview on Majority Report. And on August 3rd, there's so much pushback from their own audience that Emma is asked to respond to why she didn't.
Wait, did that come off as a FD signifier as like supporting Kamala 2028? Is that what people are taking from what we just saw? Remember, I am sort of shortening and truncating this 4-hour. Wait, let me check. Is it a 4-hour conversation? Is it a 3-hour conversation? It is a long conversation. I am 3-hour conversation, and I am sort of trying to give you the highlights, but I'm not sure. I don't think FD is a Kamala 2028 kind of person.
Ask her about the tirelessly.
I think they do get into like their political prescriptions, right? What they are, what they have, this is all sort of like what they've learned, what they've observed, and I think it's going to get into a, sort of, where they're at now in a second.
Fighting for a ceasefire comment. And Emma says something along the lines of, she was trying to get Democrats elected. We've played this clip before on the show. I'll play it again for you now if you'd like.
Sure, because I haven't seen it.
Okay, let's play this.
Kevin from Madison, AOC spoke at the Democratic Convention, said they were tirelessly working to end the violence and genocide. What the Democrats were doing in 2024 was not the meaning of tirelessly. More on Gaza should have been in that interview. I hear you. I think she's... Yeah,
he said she wants to be AOC, and they both suck more or less. Yeah, I don't think he's a fan of either candidacies necessarily.
Pretty great on this issue, on the substance.
In fact, if you when we get into the rest of this discussion, I think they're checked out on a lot of non-radical strategies, right? They've kind of been pushed to adopt a more
like there are probably 3 or 4 Democrats that maybe have a better record on Palestine than her, but her record on Palestine also was very, very good prior to October 7th too. She was trying to get Democrats elected, and I'm sure that quote is not gonna, it's gonna be difficult for her to distance herself from it, but I think her record overall is the more important thing. Ryan from Santa Monica, of course, PBD found what podcast would be best for kids to watch, the PBD podcast.
So why couldn't she have said this?
Right. So say more FD.
Like,
why
Emma could have asked that question to, so it's not, it's pretty obvious on its face why she said that. She was trying to get Democrats elected. What people need is the sincerity of that cynicism to be spelled, to be aired out for us, right? But what people need is to be brought into the kayfabe, because by her not asking the question, and when we already know what the answer is, she's treating us like marks. And except for the marks, nobody likes to be treated like that. It's like, we know why you did it. We know why you said it. We knew it wasn't true then. We definitely know it's not true now. Speak to the reality of what that meant, and then circle back to your record. Because I do think that's probably correct that she has a better record than most of her peers.
Sure.
So that would have been a great layup. And this is when you get to the lack of political talent. Like if I'm AOC, God, it makes me wonder what's really going on behind the scenes. But if I'm AOC, I'm ready for that question on a regular, because we're not, maybe not me, probably not you and a lot of people, but in general, this community, this greater nebulous leftist space, it's not super hard to please. If we like you already, if we want your politics to be the politics, and you're willing to keep it a buck, she would not have satisfied folks that will never be satisfied with her. Me.
but to that end, I've said this on the show, to your point, I am not a mark. I know why she said it, and frankly, I don't know that I can ever trust her, given the choice that she made to betray the Palestine movement in that moment. To me, it's over. That being said, I know other people don't feel that way, and if I were them, if I were someone like Emma Vigeland and I wanted AOC to be president, then I would think, and I've said this on the show before, but get the bad information out on direct, where you have control over the messaging. Right. Don't wait for it to come out on cross, right?
Right.
And this was an opportunity for AOC to explain it in a way that was the most sympathetic, in front of the most sympathetic audience possible. And the hubris is, I don't owe anybody anything. I'm going to keep treating you as a mark. And it's insane. It's disrespectful. And this is the other argument, it's genius, because she knows that because corporate media is Zionist and is never going to ask her this question because they don't care. They like that she said Kamala Harris is tirelessly fighting for a ceasefire, that she actually will never be held accountable to this. And we basically don't matter. Nothing matters.
That's the ugly truth that I think we also have to be more we have to frontline more. Is that, as many views as a video will get when you interview X persons, or, when I make a video essay or a debate between such and other such and such, in the grand scheme of things, we still don't represent a critical mass that can easily force these politics into discussions that materially change what the broad discussion is. That is why, and I want to be clear, while you're kind of doomer, a little getting close to doomer, because I've been doomered already, I see everything that's happened this year as net positive. You know what I'm saying? Because we've
Davy, I'm kind of worried that an AOC presidency might be a poisoned apple to the left. Right. So you're saying you're worried that a AOC candidacy that is mysteriously not receiving the same kind of opposition from the establishment as like a Bernie candidacy, of years past, right, is going to be because they feel like. Sorry, let me just ask you what you mean about that, right? Poisoned apple to the left. As in, it's something that they give the left to sort of mollify them? Is that what you mean?
Smacked a couple of people, the DSA smacked a couple of people upside the head. They've normalized.
Normal B, super chatted $17. Ooh girl, baby girl.
And look at where I paused it. This is, I think that goes together. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not even. Rocco's life. AOC should not be president. That's not good for anyone. I don't think AOC will be president. All right. And, if you saw me cover her interview, again, sometimes she's better or worse at speaking. But what I saw her trying to do was to soften her image, right? As in, she's gotten some feedback that people perceive her as a know-it-all feminist. And if she comes across more like, I don't know, an aunt or a mom, that she's gonna I feel there was more than just what she said on that interview that bothered me. It was her tone, right? It was the way that she was trying to, the way that her way of being with that fucking Beltway ghoul that she was talking to, right? And I understand why it is. I understand the shit that she gets. I understand how people are threatened by and respond to a confident woman in politics, let alone a woman of color that speaks with confidence and does not show that sort of deferential demeanor, right? And that's what worries me. If she is second guessing her fucking personality, it doesn't seem good. You know who's going to get elected as president? Somebody who feels authentic. Actually, let's just go one step further. Somebody that has authenticity, right? That's what the Democrats have lost. They're so concentrated on who do I have to be to get elected that they've become convinced that their own personality is somehow an impediment. Their own authenticity, their own truth is something that they have to hide. And I don't think that a politician, and this is so early that she's sort of flipped on that. Like I actually feel kind of bad for her, and I feel bad for women that are running for political office. I feel bad for like the kind of eggshells that you're expected to walk on, right? And this is coming from somebody that also has some trepidation about what where exactly AOC is at. That being said, there's not a lot of there's not a lot of real progressive contenders, right? That people are talking about now. Maybe somebody could emerge, kind of out of nowhere in the intermittent in the time, in the meantime. But yeah, I'm really worried about 2028. All right. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. And that brings us up to 50 out of 100. Again, if we get to 100, I'll add another hour. I'll go into more depth on this. I've also got for you, Olayemi, Irene has done a video on this subject, as has Elliot Sang. Any Elliot Sang fans in chat? Anybody, any Elliot Sang enjoyers? Yeah, so we're halfway towards adding an extra hour to the timer. And let me check on the poll again. Yeah, it looks like We Are Charlie Kirk has taken a decent sized lead now. 87 votes. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. Remember, the poll is over on YouTube chat. You'll have to go to youtube.com/nocommentchick. You'll have to click on the live stream and then click on the chat. And then once you click on the chat at the bottom, you're going to see the poll. You'll be able to click on that and you'll be able to vote. And while you're voting, please like the stream, because the more that you just kind of, do that stuff by yourself, the less that I have to talk about it, which is, a little bit of an interruption. Not the greatest. It would be awesome if I could just telepathically tell you to like the stream. But unfortunately, I'm still working on those skills. So until I develop telepathic powers, yeah, that's the right phrase for it. Until I've got my telepathic powers come along a little bit or better. It's just better for everyone if you like the stream. And it does help me out a lot, and I do truly appreciate that, right? It helps the stream out. It helps us bring in new people and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. Hassan, I didn't really explain this, I feel, sufficiently, but you know how he's obsessed with the Splaxma AI slop song, We Are Charlie Kirk. This came out, right after Charlie Kirk was killed, and it's just it's sick. Even if you're a Charlie Kirk fan, you should hate Splexma, because they did this fucking AI slop of Erica Kirk and JD Vance and Donald Trump. They get up on the stage and they're sing from the heart, We Are Charlie Kirk, right? It's the song is up its own ass, and in so many ways it's hard to, it may be a, it may be an example of the infinite recursion, right? That's how up its ass, about the veneration of Charlie Kirk the lyrics are. So this took, this was popular with right wingers, but then it got popular with left wingers because it's so just ridiculous, and it's the perfect way to make fun of the false veneration of a guy like Charlie Kirk. So people started, singing it. Hassan has become obsessed with it. There's different versions. I think he even has for his goals, when the chat hits a, level 10 on the hype train, I think he does let's do the reggae version. Let's do the, there's different versions that people have done of We Are Charlie Kirk. But anyway, he sang it on the Fear and tour. They're on tour right now, which I think he wasn't streaming today. I noticed that it didn't seem like he was, or at least he had stopped streaming by the time that I woke up, if he was streaming today. But yeah, the clip has kind of broken containment and gone all over Twitter. I don't know. It's not trending still. It was trending yesterday for me. But it's not trending at the moment, so maybe it wasn't that big of a splash. But what it is they just put it out there and with no context of yeah, he's making fun of Charlie Kirk. He's making fun of this dead guy. He was supposed to debate this guy. He says that he didn't want Charlie Kirk killed, but here he is making fun of him. I mean, this is I think it's got to be boomers or something, because I feel like everybody younger than 35 views the We Are Charlie Kirk song as a joke about the, in the same vein as the jokes about JD Vance, a joke about the silliness of the, the veneration of Charlie Kirk, turning this guy into a hero and a martyr and a saint. This shit was shoved down our throats. They wanted to use Charlie Kirk to really, really go after the left in a violent way. And thanks to our clandestine operators out there, it didn't happen. So, I didn't show you the Nick Fuentes clip of her. He got mad at Candace Owens. I guess there's a Nick Candace beef now, but he's really upset at Candace Owens for accepting Hassan's false praise of her. It's a strange situation. I'll see if I can find that at some point. But yeah, that's where we're at now. 50% of the way there towards adding an extra hour. If we add an extra hour, I'll do bonus content for you. If we add an extra 2 hours, I'll add two. If we get to 200, I'll add 2 hours. and I'll do even more bonus content and deeper, deeper dive into this stuff. And so Charlie Kirk, Hassan singing "We Are Charlie Kirk," that's in first place. Luke Beasley being brought into a drama that he's not trying to participate in by none other than our friend Hutch over, a statement, kind of offhand statement he made about Hassan. That's in second place. Then we got Wick dogpiling the soy pill on anti-Semitism. And in last place, we got the Stephen Azark video. It sounds like people are a little tired of the Ethan Klein stuff. I'm tired too. I wish he would drop the lawsuit on iDubbbz, but nonetheless, he's not dropping the lawsuit on iDubbbz. He's now also suing Anissa for implying that maybe the guy's he kind of looks like he's on drugs, right? That's all Anissa said. But yeah, make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already, and know that when you support the stream like Narwhal just did, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you most. I will be happy, more than happy actually, to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation to the topic of your choice, and that gets added when I decide which topic am I going to do first if we get to 100, which topic am I going to do second if we get to 200, etc., etc. You can put your thumb on the scale. That's the thing I forgot to tell you today. You can also put your thumb off the scale by saying Vox Populi. What does that mean? It's the voice of the people. Is populi genitive, Vox nominative. I still know a little bit of Latin, apparently, a little bit of parsing. So the voice of the people is what Vox Populi means. And what you're saying there is like, look, I don't care what we get as long as it's what the chat is voting for. So you're actually emphasizing the voting of the chat and de-emphasizing the donos. Although right now donos are not playing much of a role at all. So, the other thing you can say is video games. If you're a video game frog and you enjoy my video game streams that I'm going to be doing tonight, I do every Saturday night. Is that right? Yeah. At the end of the stream, we play some video games. Right now, playing through a 90s JRPG called Persona 2. You might have heard of the series Persona. It's pretty popular, but yeah, it's got an origin point back in the 90s. So I wasn't brave enough to do Persona 1. That's a very old game. I'm trying to get through Persona 2 because it's a weird story and it kind of fascinates me. And we're getting into that end game content. So we'll be fighting some Nazis tonight. If you like to see me kill some Nazis in a video game, stick around tonight for that. And if you want to see more video games, you can also, channel your donation towards video games. That's an option too. Anyway, I think I've said all the things that I need to say now. The part of the call to action I didn't do in the beginning when I was supposed to. There it is. So now you know.
Certain talking points within at least certain realms.
I heard Charlie turned into a blueberry at the chocolate factory. This is the thing. There's a certain kind of boomer conservative that like that kind of joke is just not okay. It's like, hey, he died. Don't you have any reverence at all? And like the thing is, most people do have reverence for the dead, even if they're people that we disagree with, pretty significantly. Most people will say, well, I don't want so-and-so to die. But after having the veneration for Charlie Kirk shoved down our throat by the Trump administration, I'm sorry, fuck around and find out, right? This is, I guess, payback for that shit. And again, there's a big age split in who's bitching about this, who's failing to understand this. Of like, why would you make fun of Charlie Kirk? Democrats, you've got to disavow this guy now. You've got to disavow this guy. How could you possibly campaign with a guy that makes the political assassination into a fucking joke? And they don't understand the joke is not about Charlie Kirk, leaving, shuffling off of the mortal coil. The joke is about the false veneration, the bloody shirt, the attempt to use him as an excuse for full-scale fascism, right? We narrowly avoided that. And I think the humor around the Charlie Kirk song, it's like it's a sigh of relief, right? Temporary though it may be, because that Trump will, any bloody shirt they can hang, they'll be doing it. Anytime they can go after leftists, anytime they can make political points of view a crime, they will be going for that shit again. So yeah, I wish I could say that it's all ogre now, but we're still Shrek'd, chat. We're still kind of Shrek'd.
We're starting to walk that shit back now, which is a problem.
Like what? Exactly. I
I call this. I asked the question damn near a year ago. Are these DSA wins going to be good for the left? Actually, if what it takes to win is to completely water down what it means to be a socialist, even a democratic socialist. When Emma says she was trying to get Democrats to win, is being basically pro-genocide, is running cover for a genocide worth it to get Democrats to win? Is abandoning Black Lives Matter, abandoning as police departments militarize, and I can't walk down the street without passing a National Guard unit, and there's tanks in the middle of parks here in DC talking about, well, the police are good, actually, we shouldn't defund them. As flock cameras are being put up all over the country, is it good to have a Democratic socialist, the most popular politician in America, say, actually, police make more police funding makes us more safe? And we're gonna get to that, because I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. But that's the problem. And to your point that you just made about like the limited ability for us to have impact, yes and no. Because part of my frustration, here's where we are in the timeline. This is around when Kshama Sawant, a socialist independent candidate running against a Zionist warmonger Adam Smith in Seattle, loses her race, and much of the Plattner left celebrates this fact. And while there was an acknowledgement that the support of Hassan Piker was instrumental in spiking interest in Abdul al-Sayed's campaign, I think that is accurate and right. I think that the efforts of conservatives and liberal Democrats to attack Hassan Piker drew positive attention to Abdul that really helped his race and sort of what do you call it? Streisand affected Abdul into prominence. Yeah, I think that he's genuinely impactful. And the aggregate of the Bread 2 media environment can be genuinely impactful, and it certainly can drive quite a few donations to a candidate. And you can't have it both ways. Either it's impactful and you have an obligation to use that to support people, or at least not ding them and hurt them and attack them when they share your politics, or you're not. Right. And you can't blame someone like, you can't sit and say, I did so much to help support Abdul, but it's not my fault and I have no responsibility, when someone like Kshama got blacklisted by left media. And then there was a celebration of the fact that Adam Smith was returning to Congress.
Tell me more about that, because I didn't, again, I'm disengaged with a lot of the electoral politics stuff.
And I gotta admit, this is my district chat. And since I've, I've heard a lot of different points of view about the primary against Adam Smith, who I would love to replace with a I feel like Adam Smith is a particularly toxic Zionist, right? But I've heard a lot of things from back in Seattle, people saying that there was a need to consolidate. Kshama Sawant would have been, I think she was the third place vote getter. So she would, had she gotten into second, it would have been Adam Smith versus her instead of Adam Smith versus this Republican. They kind of got this district back into a blue, no matter who sort of situation, where it's him running against a Republican instead of him running against Kshama. But there was there was, I believe, at least 2, if not 3, socialist identifying candidates, including I think one that was backed by the DSA in that race. And so people say that maybe was an issue of not being able to kind of consolidate the vote more.
I guess I want to also respond to what you said. That's kind of why the duplicitousness of it still makes sense to me. So there's going to be situations where Hassan Piker or a broader bread tube energy is going to be able to move the needle. And there's going to be situations where they do the calculus. They are doing the calculus on these things in the background. They're sometimes doing it poorly, but they have some reason to believe that we can still be ignored and lied to and treated like marks.
Who's the they?
This is, in this case, AOC, right? There's enough money involved and enough calculation involved with these folks where there was a reason. There was surely a pre-meeting to that interview where certain questions were taken off the table and certain questions.
I believe that's probably true. Yeah.
Right.
But the sun is different, right? Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, my point is that I kind of got myself mixed up here. My point is that in some situations, what we represent is going to be impactful, and in some situations, what we represent is going to be meaningless at scale, or they would move differently. And I think the fact that AOC is not moving differently, is not addressing that criticism, is a testament to the fact that we are not on her head enough in her mind.
I agree. But look, I want to be so clear. I'm not out to get anybody. I'm not trying to tarnish anybody. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm recognizing that some of my peers in this space have a lot bigger platforms than I do and have a lot more access than I have. But part of why I don't have access is because I have used it to challenge people in real ways that make them less likely to come back and speak to me. And as long as they can go to—
Yeah, that's the other thing, Sisyphean. There's a lot of mixed feelings about her from the social. There are a lot of socialists in Seattle and in that district. And the district is way out of tune with Adam Smith and his he's actually been pushed by his own district on issues of Israel pretty pretty substantially, right? He's faced some major heat in the city of Seattle. But yeah, people, because of her Trotsky background, that's one of the reasons. She tends to pick a lot of fights, even with people nominally on her side. I'm not really sure who to blame here, though.
Just someone else, they don't get dinged for basically avoiding the media, right? They get to blacklist me because someone else will open the door. Whereas if journalists all acted together and all asked the same question, like what's beautiful is when you have like a White House briefing and one journalist asks a question, they get cut off, and the next journalist asks the question again until they get an answer, right? That's the dynamic that should be happening in left media. Not, oh, Brianna's such a meanie because she asked you to use your legislative power to.
Anybody can identify this fruit. All right, so this fruit has been, let me try to get the one that's fully intact here. Well, almost. This fruit has been, it's been peeled, right? The peel has been cut off. Oh, God, the thing is when I put it up close, where you could see it, the light makes it almost imperceptible. Has anybody ever seen this before? Because this is a fruit that I never encountered till I came to Thailand. It's called a santal. It doesn't have a lot of taste to it. People will often sprinkle chili salt or on this, or dip it in some kind of a spicy, salty, sugary sauce. But I'm just eating it plain, and it's refreshing, right? You know how a cucumber doesn't have much taste to it, but it's refreshing. Santal is kind of like that as well. A lot of times it's pickled. A lot of times you find this pickled in Thailand, but yeah, they shave it, they shave the skin off of it, and then they cut it into little like slices like this. Haven't seen one before last month, but I couldn't figure out. Oh wait, oh, you saw one but you couldn't figure out. Yeah, it's a little there's some fibers in here that are really like they'll maybe hurt your mouth, so you kind of gotta try to chew around them, because those fibers are no joke. The fibers are all close to the pit. It's got like a pit, right? Which is why I kind of like it better when it's pickled. It's a little easier to handle.
Force a vote.
Yeah.
Right. And so, and now I'm going to be the nice one who then does a softball interview with AOC because I want to get her elected. And I take advantage of the fact that Briahna is using her political capital to try to get answers to questions that are actually material to the working class that this movement is supposed to represent, right? Like, I would like us all to be working in tandem. So when I say yes, I agree with Crystal Ball when she says that Hassan had a material impact on Abdullah Saeed's campaign. I celebrate that. I'm glad that Abdullah Saeed won. But there are questions then about why it took basically a week-long bullying campaign to get break.
All I see is a nasty old lime. I mean, it did, when I first got these, I thought that maybe some fruit places, if you order fruit, they'll give you a little extra. They'll give you something that you didn't order, right? As a way of saying thank you. And I thought, oh my God, they gave me limes. Right, which I was actually a little excited about, because lime dipped in like chili sugar salt is delicious. I know it's people, you'll literally like have like a little skewer, put it through the lime, and then dip it into the, get it all covered in sugar, chilies and salt, and it's actually really good. But no, it's santal. That's what I thought too. It looked like a kind of like a lime. But yeah, it's just a really refreshing sort of taste.
Breaking points to interview Shamla Sawant. So this is what happened. I'll make this very brief because the audience very much knows this. But basically, Shama was the only elected city councilwoman who's an out-and-out socialist since like Eugene Debs was alive. And she had like 3 or 4 terms on the Seattle City Council, and eventually she survived a recall campaign that was driven by Jeff Bezos, attacked by billionaires, because she's the one that first secured a $15 minimum wage anywhere in the country in Seattle, and really started the national campaign for the Fight for 15 that came from Shama in Seattle, Washington. So she made real accomplishments, and she has a much more adversarial approach. She was the only non-Democrat in this blue town, and she basically unapologetically bullied everybody into getting a $15 minimum wage. And her opposition, to be clear, wasn't Republicans, it was these other Democrats, as often the case, right? And she has a very different sort of, a much more...
Oh no, Sifian, you got food poisoning from Trump's, deregulate. I don't even know what the fuck have they done, right? Why everything is covered in diarrhea germs in the U.S. now.
Adversarial approach to politics that has frankly been successful. This is not supposed to be just a random dig at AOC, but I challenge anybody to tell me what AOC has accomplished over her 8 years in Congress that's as consequential as winning a $15 minimum. It's higher now in Seattle, but putting the $15 minimum wage on the map the way that Shama did nationally and securing it in her district, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. That being said, like I have, Shama has made criticisms of some of the behavior.
But look, Shama's kind of ostracization by the by progressives and by Democrats, right? A lot of that has come for the same reason that people were, people cooled down on Hong, right? Is that there's some stuff like Shama, if she supports something, if she believes something, she's not going to downplay it. She's not going to keep it quiet. She's not going to keep it to herself, right? She's going to say it. And she's bitten a lot of those bullets that other people don't want to go near, even if they agree with her. And I think it's something like that. I think that's the real reason that she's, because if she could have gotten the attention that other candidates have, that Syed had, that Larkin had, right? If she could have gotten some of that attention, I think she would have had a better chance, at least, of getting into the runoff with Adam Smith and giving the people of that. Because I'm telling you, chat, this district is not a natural win for Adam Smith. In some ways, the district has outgrown Adam Smith, right? He's been there for 30 years or something. He's a big time incumbent. I've been there since I can remember. She would have had a good chance, but I think that, people just like, they don't want to say, same thing with Hassan. Like we got to talk. Trots. Yeah. I mean, there are real issues with her, but she has moved the needle when it comes to minimum wage. And she's like the only one who's done, you know what I mean? The Democrats in Congress, they're not even close to, passing a national minimum wage. And, but yeah, like, I mean, there's stuff that leftists don't like about her. I will say that it seems like she doesn't play nice with others. In addition to telling you what she feels on certain issues, she'll also tell you what she feels on certain people, and even people that she might have a certain amount of agreement with, she'll still make criticisms at. So yeah, she didn't get that kind of support. And as a result, it's Republican versus Democrat once again in the district.
The squad members over the years, including AOC's choice to vote to break the railroad workers strike back in, I think, 2022 or 2023. And at that time,
people in Wisconsin got duped by Hong's the electability argument against Hong. There may have been some of that with Savant as well. Yeah, Adam Smith, though, it's like, whatever you think about her, it would have been nice to retire another incumbent, let's just say.
She and Ryan Graham. And
this is the guy that signed my paperwork, chat, for expediting my passport, right? It was Adam Smith's office, and his staff were really nice, very helpful. I sometimes call in still from time to time to try to push him on issues, and they'll sit there and talk to me for however long I want to yap at them. But yeah, I don't feel like a lot is I don't know how much is there's some impact, right, of the fact that his district is not feeling him at this moment.
Disagreed on this. Ryan Graham came on and made his case for why he thinks it was appropriate to vote to break a strike. And Shama's perspective was that is fundamentally completely antithetical to what you do. Your number one goal is to defend the workers' right to strike. That that is leftism 101, that is socialism 101, and there's just no two bones about it. And the interview got kind of heated, and I think, well, I won't speak for what Ryan's impressions were, but I will say that the audience and the broader public, I think, did not look favorably on Ryan's behavior and the fallout of that interview. Additionally, okay, I won't go back too much in time. So then she makes the decision to run for Congress against Adam Smith, who is the head of the, when Democrats retake the House, will fall out of that.
Wait, she was talking about the, so they kind of bullied, she and Sawant and a lot of the supporters sort of bullied Breaking Points into, they brought on Adam Smith at Adam Smith's request. And then Shama was like, hey, if we're going to bring on the shitty Zionist, why not bring on, his top opponent? And they did. I just want to rehear what Brianna had to say about that.
Completely antithetical to what you do. Your number one goal is to defend the workers' right to strike. That is leftism 101, that is socialism 101, and there's just no two bones about it. And the interview got kind of heated, and I think, well, I won't speak for what Ryan's impressions were, but I will say that the audience and the broader public, I think, did not look favorably on Ryan's behavior.
Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders. Good to have you with us tonight, Red Cyber Dragon and chat. You come to us on a special night. Yeah, we've been talking about a bunch of slop tubers this week. Now we're sort of pivoting to the woke 1.0 discourse. I've been meaning to talk about this for a while, but it's actually taken a little bit of legwork to give you. There's actually so much discourse about this that I wanted to make sure I could kind of zero in on the best part of Briahna and FD's conversation, the best part of Olayemi Olaren's discussion of this, and we're also going to bring you some Elliot saying, some of the Elliot saying video talking about this. Any Elliot saying fans out there? One in chat if you like Elliot saying. But anyway, welcome in. Good to have you with us tonight. We are right in the middle of things and kind of discussing Shama Sawant, candidate for Congress in Washington State, who was the opponent. I don't know if you saw, but Breaking Points brought on Adam Smith, who was the incumbent she was running against, and she fell short of being able to get into the general election. Washington State has kind of a jungle primary, meaning that the top two survive and do a runoff after that. And she fell short of making that. Breaking Points brought on Adam Smith. Obviously, kind of Crystal Ball did a good job of pushing back on him. But then, they kind of had to be pushed. They kind of had to be bullied to bring on his opponent. And I'm sort of explaining some of the unique nature of her candidacy and the feelings that people have about her in her district and in the, greater left flank at large.
And the fallout of that interview.
Yeah, the BP interview definitely did hurt Smith. And they did bring on Shama Sawant, and I believe she snarked a few people. I need to watch that interview, actually. Good interview from Crystal. Are you talking about the on Adam Smith? Yeah, she did a good job holding his feet to the fire, and he's somebody that needs to be retired, right? Adam Smith is not a good fit for his district. I'm from that district, right? And people massively disagree on his especially foreign policy takes, and then just in general, he's just kind of he got bit by, I guess, the anti-woke bug and the abundance bug a little bit after the 2024 election. So he's actually kind of gotten, at least the way that he thinks, has gotten worse than normal. That being said, his district is pushing him, and he's actually changed his votes on a few things based on the pushback from his district. So again, did not quite get her in the, which sucks, because now he's running against a Republican, and the Democrats are just going to blue no matter who, even though his district is kind of dissatisfied with Adam Smith. It's going to be him or a Republican. Obviously, people are going to vote for him.
Additionally,
yeah, she's a certified snarker. I mean, that's her secret weapon. That's her stand power. But yeah, welcome in. Good to have you with us tonight, RCD and crew. Can we get a shout out?
Okay, I won't go back too much in time. So then she makes the decision to run for Congress against Adam Smith, who is the head of the, when Democrats retake the House, will lead the at the House Armed Services Committee, right? So this is not only is he a rabid Zionist, but he is in an important committee position if you're talking about getting rid of anti-imperialism and defunding the military and any of these kind of left objectives. So it should be important for all of us to get him out of the race, right? Plus, it was a Dungle primary. So the top two.
Will the Nations guy? What the fuck? How is he running as a Democrat? Actually, the funny thing is Adam Smith would have a problem with American capitalism, you know, despite being one of the forefathers, I guess, of like the intellectual veneer of capitalism, the kind that, you know, he was famously against rent seeking.
Go on to the general election. So all Sharma had to do was defeat this other Democrat who was running, was another, I think, South Asian lady. Sometimes Democrats do this. They try to confuse the public by running someone. They did this to AOC once. They ran like a Republican Latina with 3 names. They did this to Abdul Al-Said in 2018 when he was running for governor with Sharif Bandiar, who was running against him. They do this, okay? So she had to defeat this other Democrat, a Republican, and then to get in the top 2 with Adam Smith. She was not successful. She came in 3rd. And when that happened, many Plattner leftists, they didn't just go like, oh, well, indifferent, not to pay attention. They did victory laps about it.
And so
celebrating
what? Like, why was this the case?
I didn't see these victory laps. And that's a crazy thing for somebody that, you know, you'd think at least the Plattnerites would consider themselves to be the, you know, left flank of on the left flank of the Democratic Party. It's a crazy thing for a left flank person to say.
Because they hate her. They don't like her.
What
they
did
don't
she
like
do?
her because she criticizes the squad when they do bad.
Oh, she's not on the team. Like, she's not a good enough fan.
Exactly.
Okay, I got you.
Exactly. I mean, like, I don't think that's unfair. If you ask them why they don't like her, they will say she criticizes the DSA. She doesn't like the DSA.
Yeah, you're right, Rocco. That sounded a little weird. She went through that kind of quick, but I think what they were trying to say is like, who exactly is she saying put these people in? Because again, the way that a candidate gets into a race, I mean, yeah, it could be that they're pushed by somebody in the party. Like, it could be like that somebody's like, God, it'd be really nice if this left flank candidate had an opponent, right? Or it could just be them being like, I think I would represent the left flank better than this other person. So, I think that when she mentioned Southeast Asian opponents for Sharma, it was South Asian opponents for Sharma. It was, the idea was that they wanted people to be confused, right? People that like knew there was a candidate that they could vote for, that, you know, the idea being, you know, maybe they don't remember her name or they get confused or something like that. I think that was the idea. Essentially, you know, in terms of ideology and in terms of identity, she's saying that they're promoting people to run against her that she's going to lose votes to.
She's a member of the DSA,
but the DSA isn't the left, and that's why I think this. So I think we agree on so many things. Maybe it's just the disposition around what we're really talking about. The DSA exists in this moment to be a recuperation tool for the Democratic Party.
100%.
That is what it is. And my opinion is, if we can get some cute stuff out of it, if we can get some nice programs out of it in the process. All right, great, and then we'll reset and start fighting niggas again because that's what's gonna happen anyway. And the fight, the
Plattnerites, Plattner leftists and Plattnerites is such a lame term. I mean, be glad you're not being called a rape supporter.
Conflict is I'm a Bears fan. I'm a Chicago Bears fan. We have sucked for most of my life, right? So we were good last year, and I was insufferable. And if we're good this year, I am going to be the most obnoxious person anybody in contact with me has met that day. But it's football. And so what's happening right now, the DSA has been around for however long. It's been kind of building to this arc. It's been a training arc for the last, we'll say 4 or 5 years, right? It's been in a training arc. Mm-hmm. And now the DSA for the last, 18 months has been outside showing off all its new moves it learned in the hyperbaric chamber, and it's smacking the shit out of people.
I'm sorry.
And I think that's great. But
so he's talking about the DSA left, or generally like left flank candidates running in the Democratic Party. That's crazy. Does everybody know the reference? Everybody understand the DBZ of it all? Yeah, God. How do I fucking explain this, right? I'm guessing there's some people out there that don't watch, that have not seen Dragon Ball Z. There's a chamber that you can go into. Imagine this, right? And in this chamber, like, you know, if you spend 5 minutes in this chamber, 5 minutes expires in the outside world, like a year. You get a year in this chamber, right? So if you go in there and you train, then you're doing a year's training in like I don't know what the conversion rate is, right? But you're doing a year's training in 5 minutes. What FD is saying is that the DSA have been, I guess, a little bit backgrounded for a while. And while they've been doing that, they've been, you know, getting stronger. And then coming out, and in this race, they've kind of surprised everyone. Like people were thinking of them as a non-factor, and they're very much a factor in these races. The chamber. Okay, there we go. A chamber that has time dilation. That's a good way to hyperbolic time chamber. Is that what it's called? It's not hyperbaric, right? It's hyperbolic, right? Or is it hyperbolic? Is that what it's called? I don't remember this chat. This is like very. I don't know when I would have seen. In fact, I don't even know. I feel like I haven't seen that much of Dragon Ball Z. I just kind of know the story because it's all a pop culture. Oh, she's the one who brought up Dragon Ball Z. No, sorry, me. I brought up Dragon Ball Z and everybody got quiet. Saw 5 episodes of Dragon Ball Z. It was the same. Yeah, that's the problem. It's hard to watch, right? In fact, if you watch Dragon Ball Z during the wrong series of episodes, you might be forgiven for thinking that it's a slice of life type show, right? There's filler. Back then they used to do filler, and the filler was that they're making the anime, and at first they're you know, the manga's already written, the comic book is already written, right? They're making the anime, and the anime, you know, goes through episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, episode 4, episode 5. Whoops, there's no more manga, right? We had 5 chapters of manga, because manga gets written like once a week or once every 2 weeks or sometimes even once a month, right? A new chapter of sometimes they even go on hiatus for a while, right? Manga is kind of slow to create. So when the show is like, you know, on, and there's no manga to make a new episode of, like, you know, what happens next to Goku, what like, right? Then you get filler. You get like, oh, well, Goku went and he ate a bunch of bowls of rice. You know, he went to a fancy restaurant and he ate all of their rice because he's such a hungry guy. Look at that. Look at that crazy guy Goku eating all that rice. Wow, that's amazing. Oh, look at that. Trunks has got a new hat. Doesn't Trunks look weird in his new hat? I never expected a guy from the future would wear a hat like that. That's, you know, it's just like, it's filler. It's just like they're killing time until the next chapter comes out and they can give you the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. So that's. But I think I've explained way too. I don't think this warranted that much of an explanation, chat. OG Dragon Ball actually amazing besides the 80s. Besides the 80s bad stuff. Wait, is it yikes stuff, Davi? Dragon Ball Z is hanging 90% of the time in the air, bragging. But yeah, the fights do take forever. So yeah, I totally understand that. I think the new one, they made it kind of different, right? There's new episodes. Goku and Piccolo get driver's licenses. Yo.
I think that's great. Understanding fundamentally that if it's trying to seek, you know, revolutionary change through electoral politics in America, then it will ultimately either be co-opted or destroyed by the Democratic Party. And
that's
okay. One more. I'm going to read one more chat on this. Orange Stick says there are guides online that skip filler, at least for One Piece. Nice. Okay, so 1 day outside. Oh, okay. So it's like 300. Like the time you get 365 times more time inside the time chamber. Like when you're the whole. This is what anyway. It's just to explain a metaphor that FD is throwing out there, right? He's saying, I guess the specifics of the chamber of time and space, or what else is hyperbolic chamber is wow, some people have some very specific maths for this. Interesting, because the hyperbolic function. Oh, okay, fx is 1 of x, so not quite like that. Hyperbaric is the sealed chamber. Yeah, that's the one that Michael Jackson had, right? Is that the one that he kept the monkey in, or is that the one that was for the everything with Roshi? God damn it. Yeah, it's pretty yikes. Unfortunately, that's that Master Roshi has the exact same personality as my Tai Chi teacher.
I actually don't think the trinkets, like the cool things, are frankly worth the loss. So this is the question, and reasonable minds can disagree about this. Are the potholes getting filled? Are the 5 free grocery stores? Are the fast free buses worth the things that are about to come up on this timeline that I'm getting through? Okay, so on primary day on August 5th, Will Lawrence, who's another Michigan congressional candidate, wins. He immediately distances himself from the DSA. Did you see this?
No.
Let's play the Will Lawrence clip. This is a DSA guy, okay? A DSA candidate, a DSA member. I believe he had a DSA endorsement. I'll double check that while we're watching the clip. Let's roll the clip.
So, as I mentioned, this is a swing district. Democrats desperately want to flip the House. But last night, you won the primary with less than 45% of the vote, meaning most Democrats voted actually for someone else. Isn't that a position of weakness heading into the general election?
Thanks for having me on, Manu. We're feeling very strong. We actually built a coalition across every county in the 7th District, and we performed very well here in the Lansing area, but we also won Livingston County, where a lot of people said we would struggle. We won Eaton County, and we really put up impressive margins throughout the district. So I'm confident about our ability to move into the general election and take on Tom Barrett, who has done nothing but raise the cost of health care for Michigan families while voting for these disastrous wars that are hiking the cost of gas and groceries.
But Mr. Lawrence, you've called to abolish ICE at one point, and at one point, although you've walked it back, you called for defunding police, and you ran an organization that essentially helped develop the Green New Deal. I'm wondering about these very progressive positions, and if you're concerned that they could turn off some swing voters in a district that Trump carried in 2024.
No, we're building this campaign on face-to-face conversations with voters across the district who are sick of corporate-funded candidates, and they're looking for someone who is real and is going to fight for the working class against these billionaires in Silicon Valley and Wall Street. So we're finding tons of common ground on issues like stopping AI data centers, stopping these stupid wars around the world, and investing in housing and healthcare that we can actually afford and count on. And those are issues that are bringing together Democrats, Republicans, and independents in every corner of this district.
So you have the support of Bernie Sanders, but you're not running as a Democratic Socialist. But you were once a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. When did you leave that organization, and what drove you away?
I let my membership lapse because I just want to make very clear that I'm here to represent the people of this district and focus on the issues that are bringing people together. And we just want to stay laser focused on these issues that we're hearing concern about all across the 7th District: the cost of housing, the cost of healthcare and gasoline and groceries, and the fact that we have criminals, frankly, in government who are getting rich on the public expense, and there's no accountability. So we're here to unite the 7th District by beating Barrett in November.
So when did you leave the Democratic Socialists of America?
It was within the last month. I let my membership lapse. I've got a lot of respect for DSA and the work that they're doing around the country. But I felt the need to make it very clear that the platform we're running on here is the one that has come up based on the conversations we're having across the 7th District.
So did you let that membership expire because of the general election?
No, it's just because I want to make clear to my constituents that I'm here to represent them. And my one and only job is to represent the people of the district by stopping these AI data centers, stopping these stupid wars around the world, investing in a life we can actually afford.
But where do you differ from the Democratic Socialists of America?
You know, I don't want to comment on any. I'm happy to comment on any particular policy if you're of interest. But the point is that no, I'm an organizer and coalition builder, and we are laser focused here on reaching all the voters across this district with an agenda which is really being built on the priorities we hear coming up locally.
So, Mr. Lawrence, this was a pretty contentious primary. The Congressional Black Caucus's political arm came out against you in 2020 because of comments that you made in 2024 saying that older black leadership is a pillar for, quote, establishment, capitalist, imperialist American power, and those black leaders, quote, defang the white left. Now, I know you said that you regret your word choice and the way that it's been portrayed has been taken out of...
I mean, if that's what he said, that's a pretty fucked up way to... Yeah, like, I don't like these black leaders that defang the white left. Like, God, like, is he quoting him? Like, there's no way that he said it like that. There's no way.
Context, but isn't that going to be harder to unify, to get the Congressional Black Caucus, to get the party behind you with comments like that?
As I've said, I regret those comments, and I look forward to having conversations very soon with members of the CBC.
Well, I mean, he's not objecting. He's not saying that's not what I said. So maybe, yeah.
To unite so that we.
That's just so God. I mean, he's fallen for the bait. I mean, this is a wedge issue, right? You cannot fall for this debate. This have problems with Hakeem Jeffries. Have problems with, different elements of Democratic leadership, but you don't need to make it like, you know, the fucking white left. Like they're getting in the way of the white left, man. We got to do something about all these black. That's fucking crazy. There's no way God, this blows my mind.
Beat Tom Barrett in November.
All right, you can stop it here.
Davy Cliff, I could 100,000%. I'm sorry, that's a 1,000,000% believe that is something that someone would say that. Yeah, well, I mean, Vosh would say that. Good point, Narwhal. Yes, this is like a Vosh thing. This is the kind of bait. This is the kind of statement. This is you know, this is what's wrong with that whole part of the edgy boy. I gotta say, with Vosh and Zetterhall, it's the edgy white boy messiah complex over there.
Damn. God damn.
The full context is very different. Yeah, I hope so. God. Well, like, I guess he just didn't. Did he just not want to push back? Did he just not want to fight? And he wants to just be like, oh yeah, I don't believe that anymore.
Fucking shit.
I couldn't believe my ears. Like.
Also, let's remember, it's not just the Congressional Black Caucus that's, you know, holding the left flank back, right? It's a whole ass institution that's doing it. But again, like you know, singling out the CBC and like the part that really gets me is he, like, you know, he's like the white leftists, like, you know, that's who I'm the white leftists have got a great program that all America needs to embrace. He's just like, the rest of these people need to get out of our way. I mean, that's the part that is
this is literally the day after the night.
Can we find that? Maybe did he say this like on TV or something? Where did he say this? Maybe it's just a quote from an article. Tell me the white left has achieved alone, right? Good point.
That he won the election. Like, this is the day after election night, the morning after election night. I let my membership lapse a month ago.
Just for this moment. I knew you was gonna ask me that. Just in case you did, I let that shit lapse a month ago. I haven't played my socialism bill in like 3 months.
It's so craven.
Not gonna get me.
So craven. I was like, damn. And frankly, I saw, you know, some people were mad, but honestly, I didn't see that much irritation. I saw most of the Plattner left just happy he won.
Because the team won. So Chicago Bears were 12-5 last year, and like 7 of our games were won by 1 point at the last second. I don't care. We fucking won. What are you gonna do? You losers? You didn't win the division. We did. And that's kind of the thing, because it's so that's also like, none of this, while that's hard to watch, none of this is surprising to me. None of this is new to me. None of this is new, period. We both just held up the same goddamn.
Okay, but FD, come on.
You know what else is not going to be new to you, chat? The fact that I got to pee. All right. I will be right back. I'm going to leave you in the hands of Irene while I'm gone. Let me check one more time and take a look at our poll. Oh, it's gotten closer, chat. 96 votes. We're closing in on 100 votes. I hope we're closing in on 100 likes too, because again, that helps me out a lot. I really do appreciate it when people like the stream. And we got Hassan's We Are Charlie Kirk moment on the Fear and tour. That's in first place. Right behind it, though, we got Luke Beasley versus Hassan featuring Hutch. This is Hutch basically trying to start a fight between Hassan and Luke Beasley, who, you know, obviously disagree on a lot of stuff, but kind of nose to the grindstone on Luke Beasley's side as well. And obviously Hutch wants to, you know, start a fight here. So that's in second place, close second. Close third is Wig dogpiles the soy pill on anti-Emitism. Yeah, he brings in the soy pill to get berated by the likes of Kraut. Remember Kraut, chat? He was at that LibCon event. Kraut was there. You might know him as Kraut and T, back when he was a Sargon of Akkad orbiter. Is that correct? But anyway, some interesting stuff there. Always fun to see Wick and his incompetent asshole, you know, panelists try to make a point. So that's in a very close third place, and then in fourth place we got the Ethan Idobs lawsuit. Yes, Ethan is still suing Idobs. Steve Azark's got the story for us. Spoiler, he's also suing Anissa. So I am gonna pee. I'm gonna put Irene up. Hopefully the most important part of the stream. You know how this works, chat. You know the deal. I go to the bathroom, and that's when the important part of the stream happens, and I like rush back to say something. Oh my gosh, thank you, Burple, for continuing your gift sub that you got from Megastar. That I think that counts as a point. I think you just gave me a point. So I'll try to explain. There's all these weird little things with Twitch that determine like how much you get paid, but a point is good. A point is good. So thank you. And we're up to 56. So yeah. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to mention is that if we can get this number that's now, I'm going to change it to 56. Here, let me just get out from under Irene for just a second. If we can get this number up to 100, I'm going to add an hour to the timer, right? So, and how does the, whoa. Hype train. Okay, I'm going to add 12 points. We're at 62. So we're 38 points from adding an extra hour. And if I can just find where it goes right here, we're at 62. We get to 100, not only am I going to do some bonus content with you, also there's a hype train on Twitch. So if you want to get a special engineer badge or what is it called? The conductor badge. And then you can get some exclusive emotes. You can support me anytime you want on Twitch, but if you do it now, you get a little something extra for your trouble. And thank you, Joel and Burple, for getting that hype train started. But yeah, we're at 62. If we get 38 points farther, I'll add an extra hour. We'll do some bonus content. If we get 138 points further, I'll add an extra 2 hours, you know, and on and on and on, because this is Saturday and this stream could theoretically go for as long as it wants to. I have not been tired out by chat yet, although I got to admit it could happen. It could. So one of these days, chat, you're gonna put too many points on the board, and I'm gonna fall asleep on stream. You're gonna have to, I don't know, like, you know, scoop me out of here with a shovel or something. But anyway, until then, chat, I'm going to leave you with Irene and make sure to get your votes in if you have not already. Where is Irene? Though, right there. Okay. Oh.
This level of cynicism, I'm sorry, I don't care how jaded you are and how much you expect people to, this level of flagrant flip-flopping without any, like, just complete indifference to whether or not your purported base, this is a guy who was a co-founder of the Sunrise Movement, just complete indifference to whether or not your base is going to look at you sideways. This is a level of flagrancy, a level of cynicism that I think, even if you expect it to happen, it shocks the conscience. I'm sorry. This to me is an escalation of fuck you to the public.
To quote the great Cat Williams, you seem to have an unnatural allegiance to losers, and that doesn't seem very like you.
Wait, where's that Cat Williams quote from?
That is from his infamous conversation with Shannon Sharp from a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, it's like sure. it's and so for me, this is me. I'm in organization A, organization B. Organization A does this, organization B does that. I'm donating to issue here, issue there. I am preparing my own, household and my peers for hopefully things that will never happen. And I'm letting y'all do that because, like, and this is why I'm not bothered. Materially, what is the difference, right? Like, aside from people false claiming politics that we hold dear, aside from having to have a conversation that we were going to have anyway with the same people we've been having it with for the last 5 years, aside from things that fundamentally were here regardless of which. Is he for taking weapons from Israel? Did he backtrack on that?
Well, for now, but here's what's going to happen. This is like
I was about to say that a win is a win, but
honestly,
damn.
I wish I had the patience to be a video essayist because I have like what's that meme from like Always Sunny in Pennsylvania where he's got the lines in the charts like
run that shit. I'll do it. I'll make you a co-writer.
Here's the material. Please, FD, do this because I can't even get a radar out, much less a whole video essay. But here's the problem. Back in the beginning of this year, AOC came out and said that she had the New York DSA had pulled her in and said, your Iron Dome votes are a problem. There was some discussion about kicking her out of the organization. She says, okay, I'm going to agree. I'm never going to vote for the Iron Dome again. And Ryan Grimm came out and characterized this. He wasn't the only one, but they came out and characterized this as, AOC taking this incredible stand. Wow, she's a vanguard of the left. Other observers, Kate Willett, a wonderful comedian and leftist, chief among them, pointed out that there was a video from a couple of months earlier, which I believe featured Marco Rubio. If it's not Marco Rubio, we'll clip in whoever it was.
I want to taper off military aid within the next 10 years.
That would be a very dramatic shift.
We kept, as you say, American military support to the tune of $3.8 billion a year. Much appreciated. So now in my visit with President Trump, I said, we very deeply appreciate the military aid that America has given us over the years, but here too we've come of age and we've developed incredible capacities. And our economy, which will soon reach, certainly within a decade, it'll reach about $1 trillion. It's not a huge economy, but it's not a small economy. So I want to taper off the military aid within the next 10 years. That's not saying that I don't want to fight for the allegiance and support of the American people. I do. You have to be crazy not to. And it's something deep. It's not.
You want to taper it off to zero within 10 years?
Yes.
That would be a very dramatic shift.
Well, it's in the works.
My view on this whole thing is the Senate shouldn't be in the business of picking which weapons. No more U.S. military as a financial assistance by the taxpayers for Israel. You're a country like all other allies of ours, Japan, South Korea, the Brits, the Germans. You're going to pay full price. You can buy what you want, but you have to abide by the laws. That should be it. I don't think the Senate should be in the place of playing Solomon, that weapon, not that weapon. No more U.S. taxpayer support. It's not where Israel was 20 years ago, not where. And I was in the room when President Obama, largest assistance was under President Obama. We did the funding for the Iron Dome. But here, the days of taxpayers subsidizing Israel militarily, that's over. No more financial aid.
Basically saying the same thing, that they had figured out a different way to fund the Iron Dome that didn't require Congress to keep taking these unpopular votes on this issue. So it was basically a moot point. And all of these conservatives had said it before AOC had said it, right? So I think what you're going to see, in the same way that AIPAC is now using DMFI and other PACs, they're funding Emily's List, they're funding other organizations to get around the stigma of AIPAC. Everyone's figuring out how to get around it and get around the status quo. And I give pro-Palestine advocacy 6 to 12 weeks before it's dead among these progressives, because midterms, they're gonna use it to get through midterms, because there's genuine pro-Palestine, anti-Zionist sentiment in the United States of America, and then it's going to no longer become useful electorally, and we're going to head into 2028, and you know for damn sure no president of the United States is going to take a pro-Palestine position. We're going to get more of this. Well, I'm for a ceasefire.
Two-state solution. Ceasefire.
Two-step. Exactly.
But that still brings me back to, for us, what does that change?
Okay, but we're getting to that. We're getting to that.
Okay.
And I know why you're like, okay, but so what? Who cares? So what? Who cares?
It's not so what who cares. It's more so like, we were never approaching victory in my mind. We were not there yet.
Okay, but what I need, my goal, I like you with your green screen back there, because my goal is to get people who sincerely care about Palestine advocacy and can sincerely care about, Medicare for all, which is also about to get, there's some evidence that even Abdul Al-Sayed, who was a real Medicare for all champion, is leaning into some of this Medicare for all who want it language. I hope that's not true, but there is some indication of that already. Okay, people who really care about these issues can't stop fighting for them, because we're in a existential place as a society. We have an obligation with our position in the imperial core to do what we can to stop this ongoing genocide and any number of other genocides and horrors that are happening in Sudan and other places around the world. And this is failure and lack of confidence in the Democratic Party and democratic entryism is not the end of our political project. And I would like people who still believe to finally get it through their domes that we got to support other third parties. And as long a shot as that is, and as hard it is to build those things, we needed to start building them yesterday, and the next second best time to start is now. So that's where I'm going with this. But you can push back against that and have
I don't disagree with that at all. So I think that's actually a useful thing for me to hear personally, because I have just, I got supported Butch Ware, right? But I don't live in California, and I am not, because I've disengaged with politics on so many on a meaningful level publicly. I'm probably not as useful as I could be to actual genuine third parties, not DSA.
Well, you know who didn't support Butch Ware? Do you know who, in fact, recommended that folks vote for billionaire pro-data center Tom Steyer? The California DSA.
Oh, yeah, I know. I saw that. But again, it's like, yeah, of course. Water's wet, bears win. So I guess but bringing it back to, our job as the talking heads, as the arbiters of takes in this space, is to do exactly what we're doing, and to do it continuously, to stay on people's heads, to illustrate to whoever will listen the folly, the problem, the solution. And when we get to this point where we're frustrated with people not listening, remind them why, this is going to sound cynical, but I am cynical. This, like, cynically speaking, having the
Okay, what just happened? How's the hype train still going? Damn. Hype train just now coming in for a landing. Also, Butch Ware chat. I haven't. This is a name that I haven't mentioned in a while. Thank you, Joel, for the 5 community subs and for the resub to get us you and Burple to get us started there. So yeah, we are well on our way to adding another hour. Let me get out from behind Irene here. So Butch Ware, if you don't know, was the vice presidential candidate for Butch Ware for the Green Party in 2024, and was actually a real big albatross around that campaign. Right when some of the stuff that he had said about trans people came up, and I never got a. I don't know if he. I don't know, apologized, changed his mind, clarified. I don't know, with people who bring up Butch Ware sometimes as, like a candidate. Was he running as a Democrat? Was Butch Ware in the primary? I'm a little confused here because when I last left Butch Ware, he was a Green Party candidate. So, and the Greens do not, they don't, run in Democratic primaries, right? They've got ballot access some places, and they run there. Anti-Steyer motherfuckers never name an alternative. That's what sucks about California, Chunky, is there was not a lot of good there were not a lot of good alternatives there. There was a bunch of very, very compromised candidates running for governor of California. He was polling insanely low numbers, but did he run as a Democrat? Is that why FD? Because like that's the thing that confuses me, is like, why are we talking about a Green Party candidate unless he was, running as a Democrat this time? And also, what the fuck happened? What was that shit that he said about trans people, right? I'm sorry, some people may be able to ignore that. Some people may be able to let that go. I'm not.
Abject failure of Grand Platinum. The incredibly...
unless I get some kind of explanation, right? FD endorsed Butch Ware. Wait, she's similar to Savant? That they're not Briahna, that they're not offering constructive criticism and they're spending all their time undermining. I mean, this is like the rap against her, right? This is what a lot you're voicing what you're not the only one that feels that way about Briahna. I do think she's an important. He did not run green. He he was either independent or running Democrat, huh?
Of course, there's not going to be a truth and reconciliation amongst content creators, right? But like,
why can't there be though? Like, I don't want to be fighting with people. I don't want to be calling people platin or leftists for the rest of my life.
No, by nature, it's not criticism. It's information for the rest of us. Yeah, I think she. Whatever you think about her, I think she's an important voice.
I'd rather they just be like, "Yeah, my bad."
Yeah, but
we can all move on.
You don't have to. All you gotta do is win. All you got to do just keep making dope shit. Your only funky is your next cut is a classic Outcast lyric. And so like, I don't, and this, when I was in the middle of some nonsense a couple of months ago, I never said anybody's name after a certain point.
Robinson couldn't get any attention either.
I never referred to individuals. I still haven't referred to them to this day.
But yeah, it does suck that the guy with the furthest left platform that was in the running, for the nomination, is this billionaire, not just a billionaire, but a guy that I believe made his money off of private prisons. But, his story is that he, I guess, had an Ebenezer Scrooge moment at some point and completely changed his tune on so it's that or Becerra, right? Was kind of, I don't know, who else was in the running? Nobody good. Right, as far as Ware said, biological males shouldn't play in girls' sports. Damn.
Because I didn't have to. Because the ball was in my court and I was winning, and like literally that is what we need to continue to do. So it's not so much.
I appreciate your perspective there, but as someone who was
Ash Bradford's got the info for me here. Now I remember Butch Ware was running as a write-in candidate because he didn't file correctly. Oh, okay. So you can support him as a right. That's what FD is saying. Supported him. So he was running in the Democrat, and that's I guess kind of a new move for Butch Ware, because to my knowledge before then he hadn't really participated in any kind of right. I don't think he ran as a Democrat before then.
Is fired from her platform for speaking out about Israel, who is so marginalized in the left media space that they're doing that to me, FD. Like they're doing the thing where they don't speak my name. So I'm not in a position, frankly, if I'm going to be really honest, part of me hopes that after us having this conversation to make this case, because you are not so ostracized and that you do have a good relationship with Hassan Piker, who was, I believe, also on the first episode. So we had two first episodes. There was like we did a first episode and then we did like a prequel episode that we had pre-recorded. And so Hassan was on like the real first episode. You know, I would love a world where we don't have to do weird like sniping and passive. We can have a conversation about our differences of opinion, whether it's about third parties or Shama Sawant, or whether or not anyone's going to do a real interview with AOC if someone like Hassan, who has access to her, does get access to her again. I would like to have those conversations. I can't. My hope is maybe you can.
I mean, I can try.
Okay, so here's what I will say for Butch Ware, because if I'm going to talk about somebody, I want to give his... if there's an explanation out there, I want to give it that he offered, right? So he said that his comments were taken out of context. His tweeted the remarks in question presented in a hostile interview were misrepresented through selective editing to suggest otherwise, which were presented in a hostile interview. In context, I was engaging in what I thought was a discussion of a nuanced policy on Olympic inclusion based on information shared by the IOC, not making a statement against trans inclusion. So am I understanding this right? That he's trying to say, oh, what I said was not bad, because I was talking about for like competing and stuff, right? I'm not saying you can't play sports if you're trans. Go ahead, play sports. We're the we're the best fitness wear out there that you could find. Look hot as fuck, but you can't play in the Olympics. Like I don't know. Is that the funny thing about this is that the Olympics before trans was an issue. It's weird to say, actually. Trans was an issue. Before trans was an issue, the Olympic Games, the committee had, they set their sports psychologists to come up with an answer of should trans women be included in women's sports in the Olympics? Should trans people be included? Right. And their conclusion was yes. Right. The people that know, people that understand this, people that are, is trained in a particular discipline of medicine, of a kind of sports medicine. Right. So yeah, the trans inclusion in sports debate, it's an example of a debate that the level of knowledge to really meaningfully answer this question is beyond what the vast majority of people have, right? We're asking about physiology. We're asking about endocrinology, right? That's one of the hardest fields in what most complicated fields. The series of like feedback loops involved in our hormones are very hard to understand, right? But instead it became a political issue. Oh, does it feel right? What are the vibes? Oh, I don't think so, actually. Right? So again, this never should have been an issue for anybody besides sports scientists to discuss. And they made their conclusion, and it was uniformly like, yes, trans women should, with certain stipulations, right? This wasn't like, that some NBA guy can say, I'm a woman now, I guess I'm going to be on the U.S. women's Olympic team. Can't like in the event tomorrow, right? That's not ever happening. That's not a thing. and any of these NBA guys that are fucking, LARPing about joining the WNBA would have to be on hormones for a substantial amount of time, up until the point where they do not have a advantage in terms of, in fact, might even find themselves at a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of their hormone levels versus cis women. But yeah, so again, there's some kind of an attempt to, I don't know if dial this back or put this in context or suggest that, there's more to the story than what people got. But it does sound like he's saying, like his clarification, nuanced policy on Olympics. So he's saying in Olympics, I don't think that trans women who, and maybe it is the confrontational part. The fact that the reporter is maybe the one who introduced the term biological males, asked the question, in that way, instead of saying, trans women. I guess there is some possibility that he did not understand. There would be some people who might not understand that language. But yeah, I guess that's problematic too for a left-wing candidate to be, not recognize right-wing talking points when they see them. I don't know what to do with Butch Ware. I don't know if I could ever get behind that.
Guess so. You make a good point in that I'm maybe speaking from a place of relative privilege in that I have divested from the space in this regard in a lot of ways, and I have the privilege to do so because of what my platform does for me. So I get that, and I guess I need to hold that.
Can we not do a little nuance? Yeah, right, Aaron Patton. Can we not do a little nuance when it comes to human rights?
The only thing I'll say, well, number one, it also might be time for a pivot. It might be time.
Oh, wait.
In a divestment in a similar sense.
Sorry, this should say 92, right? I'm so sorry, chat. I got so focused, hyper-focused, one might say, into the Butch Ware conversation that I totally forgot that, yeah, Joel just put up some numbers. And by numbers, I mean jellyfish. And by jellyfish, I mean Bitta Bastard, you just got jellyfished. Gino Kami, you just got jellyfished. Olette, you just got jellyfished. Attack the Block, you just got jellyfished. Small Fat Cat, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing.
It's from you as you kind of have hit the wall where your desire to speak truth to power is no longer going to be tolerated by many of the peers that you've been surrounded by. You might need to hit up then. You know what I'm saying? Like we, you might need to hit up Deontay Kyle. You might need to hit up Vic Mensa. You might need to. I'm just saying.
You might have noticed that I've been doing a little bit of a black pivot because I will say, like, I have had. I mean, I don't want to say.
Sorry, let me bring them back to the start of this conversation. Like, I think this. Wait, I'm trying to.
Or pivot and a divestment in a similar sense from you. And I guess I need to hold that. Vested from. I mean.
So he's talking about divesting in a certain way. We're not. This is not a BDS conversation. This is not. He's not talking about BDS.
I can try, but I guess so. You make a good point in that I'm maybe speaking from a place of relative privilege in that I have divested from the space in this regard in a lot of ways, and I have the privilege to do so because of what my platform does for me. So I get that, and I guess I need to hold that. The only thing I'll say, well, number one, it also might be time for a pivot. It might be time for a pivot and a divestment in a similar sense from you as you kind of have hit the wall where your desire to speak truth to power is no longer going to be tolerated by many of the peers that you've been surrounded by. You might need to hit up then.
Okay, actually, wow. Okay, so yeah, I see some still confusing to some people. I think he's talking about pivoting from a white audience to if I'm not mixing up different parts of the interview.
abject failure of Graham Plattner, the incredibly, of course, there's not going to be truth and reconciliation amongst content creators, right? But like,
why can't there be though? Like, I don't want to be fighting with people. I don't want to be calling people Plattner leftists for the rest of my life. I'd rather they just be like, yeah, my bad.
Is this really like a pain point? I got a little bit of that from chat, and I don't know, Is it I'm trying to understand what people are reacting to, right? In getting called Plattner leftist. Is it that they're like, hey, listen, I know what that guy did, and after knowing about that, I don't support the guy. So please don't call me a Plattner leftist, right? Is that the idea? Or is it just that, like, hey, I don't know. Do people feel like they're being held to a position that they no longer hold? Wait, did I say that in a discernible way? Do they feel like they're being like held to like that their support of Plattner at that time should not kind of mark them at this point? And then there is a real desire on the part of some people to just take note of who was super supportive of Plattner, who was explaining away all the red flags, and sort of just remembering that.
Yeah, but
we can all move on.
You don't have to. All you gotta do is win. All you gotta do just keep making dope shit. Your only funky is your next cut is a classic Outcast lyric. And so like I don't. And this, when I was in the middle of some nonsense a couple of months ago, I never said anybody's name after a certain point. I never referred to individuals. I still haven't referred to them to this day because
he's talking about Bad Empanada. I'm pretty sure.
I have to, because the ball was in my court and I was winning, and like literally that is what we need to continue to do. So it's not so much.
I appreciate your perspective there, but as someone who
I'm trying to remember, Chad, I think I remember the pivot being. Because this is the danger of what we have to do, which is to cut out some of the video in order to watch the best parts of all the videos. But the pivot, I think I remember being a pivot away from like a pivot away from a white audience, like, right, that or at least divesting, like he was saying, his concern for a part of the audience that wasn't getting it, and to instead sort of make videos but yeah, I came back in the middle of this, and I'm just trying to maybe somebody out there has the context already after
was fired from her platform for speaking out about Israel, who is so marginalized in the left media space that they're doing that to me, FD. Like, they're doing the thing where they don't speak my name. So I'm not in a position, frankly, if I'm going to be really honest, part of me hopes.
So he's talking about not speaking Bad Empanada's name, and she's like, look, I'm the Bad Empanada of all these supposed leftists, right? I'm the bad Empanada. I'm the one that, she took it too far. She did, either
hopes that
is it mostly force the vote that people kind of, what is it? Like they kind of avoid her. Some people like sort of seem to avoid her because of
after us having this conversation, it makes this case because you are not so ostracized, and that you do ethically
ostracized. There we go.
Piker, who was, I believe, also on the first episode. So we had two first episodes. There was like we did a first episode and then we did like a prequel episode that we had pre-recorded. And so
she does seem to have been somewhat blacklisted now. I wonder like how much of that, like when you're talking about like mainstream media, do they still remember her debate about Israel? Is that what they're on about? Because they did make a moral panic of this, right? Brianna's clip of what she said debating against a Zionist made tracks, and there was like, condemnation. People were like, oh, I can't believe that somebody would say this. So she's not lying when she says she's been ostracized, right? That is 100% real. But I don't know, at times she seems to be talking about, the larger mainstream ostracization, and at times she seems to be talking about like the ostracization from the left that maybe would have more to do with force the vote, and other times that she was seen as, I don't know, a wrecker in some ways. Ostrich-sized.
Hassan was on like the real first episode.
Okay, there we go. The Narwhal told me this earlier.
I would love a world where we don't have to do weird like
They did an episode with Hassan and with Zoran before the Noam Chomsky.
Sniping and passive. We can have a conversation about our differences of opinion, whether it's about third parties or Shama Sawant, or whether or not anyone's going to do a real interview with AOC if someone like Hassan, who has access to her, does get access to her again. I would like to have those conversations. I can't. My hope is maybe you can.
I mean, I can try, but I guess, so you make a good point in that I'm maybe speaking from a place of relative privilege in that I have divested from the space in this regard in a lot of ways, and I have the privilege to do so because of what my platform does for me. So I get that, and I guess I need to hold that. The only thing I'll say, well, number one, it also might be time for a pivot. It might be time for.
See, there we go. JRock 71 says it seems like she bashes the left, and that could be why. I've definitely disagreed with her at times, but I also do see it seems like she's unfairly ostracized. Like, as somebody who is maybe the target of some of that bashing, right? I feel like sometimes when she does what you're saying, she's criticizing a point of view that I myself hold, and yet I feel like maybe it's because it's like the dual hit of having that mainstream ostracization. God damn it! I'm gonna turn. People are gonna think I'm talking about. She's talking about Ostrich Nation or something. I don't know. Irene is on one today, but no. Ostracization, is that a word? Maybe I'm just making that up, but you know what I mean. Her being ostracized is coming from two different directions, like I said. From force the vote, well, and maybe to also what JRock said. You're not the only one who feels that way, right? That's a common perception of Brianna Joy Grey, and it's at times like when she is one of the people that sometimes I feel like will echo right-wing caricatures of the left, and almost feels to be, I mean, this is ironic though, because we're talking about woke 1.0, and FD and Briahna are, they're not on the side of AOC of just like, let's just cast this woke 1.0, say that we were young and naive and everything was a little crazy, but now we're mature and we've grown and we've learned and we're going to do the pragmatic thing. Don't you worry about us, right? We're not going to be burning down any police stations this time. I mean, seriously though, it does go to 2020 as in the protests, right? As in the movement, right? That is ultimately what they're not. I'm giving you a little spoiler here. I probably shouldn't do this. Remember, I have this problem of wanting to, give you that foreshadowing. But yeah, they're going, just to foreshadow a little bit, they're going to blame this pivot, right? That's represented with something AOC said, something Zoran said. And I think there's another quote that they've got in there, or obviously Chai as well. But they're going to see this pivot as a betrayal of all that, of anything that the movement ever stood for, ever desired, ever wanted, that this feels like the way to just kind of retire the, not just the abolish, but which has been retired, but the defund language as well.
In a divestment in a similar sense from you, as you kind of have hit the wall where your desire to speak truth to power is no longer going to be tolerated by many of the peers that you've been surrounded by. You might need to hit up then. You know what I'm saying? Like we, you might need to hit up Deontay Kyle. You might need to hit up Vic Mensa. You might need to. I'm just saying.
You might have noticed that I've been doing a little bit of a black pivot, because I will say, like, I have.
Philip, I appreciate the feedback, And yeah, if this is your first live stream, some insightful things there. But just a warning, 9 out of 10 live streams, if you worded things that way, you'd be banned. I'm not going to do that, though. I don't feel like banning you.
I don't want to like say prematurely some of the people that I've reached out to who have agreed.
I feel like you're entitled to your opinion.
Come on. But I have had more success in getting very high profile Black liberals who very much disagree with me politically on the show.
I see you had old girl on there a little while ago. I didn't even watch that one.
Wait, which what? Who?
I don't even want to say a name. Just know she's one of my least.
No, but I mean, like, for example, like I'm in conversations. I'll just say one of them. Oh gosh. Cut around. Could you please cut around this? I'm sorry, because I just forgot. I blocked your name. Sorry. I'm in conversation of like Donna Brazile has been open to coming on, right? So why do we live in a world? Right. Why do we live in a world where Donna Brazile is more likely to want to talk to me than Emma Vigeland?
And you can
like that makes no sense.
But
wait, clean it up like that. Did she just do a cut? Clean it up like that. Like she went on and went on a rant, and then later felt maybe like she was like, you know what, this is the important part. Let's cut that out. God, I wish I had the time. I wish I had the time to go through and edit things and give you edited videos. I actually love editing videos. I just do, streaming as much as I do not have time for it currently.
Here's the thing.
But you're welcome if you want to leave timestamps, right? If you notate the times when certain subjects change or certain topics come up or whatever, the end of the music in the beginning, and you leave the timestamps in the comments, it actually provides kind of a roadmap for everyone. And some chatters do that, at least to a certain extent.
There is no American left without Black people anyway, so fuck these people.
Well, that's kind of how I'm feeling.
That's how you need to. Like, that's just how I feel. Like for real. And the truth is, like, I still have love for a lot of those folks. I don't really have any smoke for anyone.
Wait, was it FD criticizing her previous guests?
That I have or have not mentioned.
Hey, that's a possibility too. Do you know this, Nathan?
I disagree. I had a moment where I reacted to a Kyle Kalinske video. Mm-hmm. And I just corrected something on the record that I thought he got wrong, and it was really all love. I don't know a lot about Kyle Kalinske, and for the most part, he had a respectful response.
I think they do refer to a guest that she had recently that FD really does not like,
and it was cool. But like, I am not even like, I am looking at these things and like taking notes and responding when I think it's useful. But I am so invested in engaging with the nascent sleeping giant that is the Black left.
Yeah.
That it doesn't make sense to me to be swinging at white leftists on a regular basis.
Yeah, I definitely feel
especially
that.
After 5 years. I made Break Bread in 2021. I made Break Bread 2 in 2023. And here I am again, still kind of saying some of the same things. And moreover, the things that I said will continue to happen if things don't change have continued to happen because things have not changed. So why wouldn't I be like, let me go talk to Deontay Kyle or Vic Mensa or Van Lathan, who are some of the more prominent, like they're probably to my right overall, but they're further left than a lot of the white folks that are in this space.
Absolutely. Van did a 101 on socialism in the last episode.
Right.
Higher learning.
Yo, so and I think, we already know, like, aside from the K-Hive and like, there's some people, I'm not gonna name names, that are clearly like manufactured NPCs being put to here to stop the popularity of like a Chris Robb or how you saying that, Daria Eliza?
I think
Darliza, like, to stop that. Like, despite Mamdani's compromised nature, he is incredibly popular amongst Black people in and outside of New York. That is something to build upon, and we already and we don't have to go through the fan shit, because that's not a very typical disposition unless it's Kamala Harris.
Here's the problem. We got to get to the meat and potatoes. We were been here almost 2 hours. We got to get to this meat and potatoes. So here we are. Speaking of the King of New York, the King of Mamdanistan, I have us up to. We're still in August, the first week of August 7th. Bernie Sanders gives an interview where he is asked about whether or not he supports the DSA platform, specifically to fund the police. Did you see this one?
No.
All right, got to play this one.
Roll the clip.
Your brand of progressive politics has always been focused on the material needs of working class people. And I would say that to the extent that you've broken from Democratic Party policy, it's usually around economic issues, healthcare, et cetera. There are some DSA candidates today, including some who've won their primaries this cycle, who've also talked about abolishing prisons, defunding or even abolishing the police, abolishing borders. You've never been for any of that. Are you worried that taking those positions, which are unpopular with most voters and even most Democrats, sort of hurt the movement that you've worked really hard to build?
Well, look, people have different views, and what you know as well as I do, that the right wing, that's their job, right? They will take what one person said and put, $80 billion of TV ads on it and make it claim every Democrat supports that. No serious person that I know who is running for office believes in, quote unquote, defunding the police. I was a mayor for 8 years. I worked very closely with cops. They have a very difficult job. Do we need police reform? Do we need to get rid of racism within police departments? Absolutely. Are there jobs that other people can be doing in terms of mental health, drug addiction, and outfalls on a cop's shoulders? Yeah, I think we should look at that. But nobody I know, believes in defunding the police in terms of doing away with prisons. I hope the day comes. I hope the day comes when we don't leave the world.
And look, not to belabor the point, because like chatters are saying, this has been his perspective for a long time, forever, really. But this gets Bernie out of and he, I don't know that he gives a fuck at this point, like given his age. But it gets him out of the question, but by way of reinforcing the right-wing definition of defund, if you don't agree with defund, if you think that the police budget needs to continue to be raised year after year, then say that, right? But it gets him out of saying that too, which kind of sucks, right? But we end up, when you got even like Bernie being like, well, I don't want to take all the money away from the police. That's crazy. Who would want to do that? What would they do? How would they eat donuts? How would they get how would they afford the spinny things inside their, the lights inside the thing on top, whatever it's called, right? I don't know. Instead of just being like, because if you disagree with defund, what you're saying is that you want to, continue funding police at present levels, at military levels, right? If you say that you're against abolishing prisons, you're kind of saying you're not saying what you think you're saying, right? And there is like a bad faith version of this that has become public perception because so few people want to bite the bullet of saying, yeah, I support defund and here's what it is and here's how it can be done, right? Not in one fell swoop, but just starting by not increasing the levels of funding of the police year after year, which they've been, getting, that not allowing the, budget, the city budget to be eaten up so much by police resources, right? I wish that somebody would say that. Now, again, chat, like people are saying, Bernie's had this point of view forever and he's old as fuck. He doesn't get, this is his real opinion here. So the question is, does he know that he's kind of rat fucking, a movement really, or does he really think that when people are saying, the people saying defund are like, yes, strip it all to the bone. No more money for those cops. They don't get their salaries anymore. No one is going to protect anyone. Crime is legal, right? I really hope that Bernie's not thinking that like, I hope he at least understands that. But yeah, frustrating, but again, not rare.
World and the number of people who are incarcerated. That speaks very poorly of our society. Yeah. But does that mean that there should not be?
She pivoted to abolish all private prisons. See, I'm okay with that.
Dangerous people who should be.
I get that none of this, none of the far off stuff, right? Like a prison abolition, right, is going to be. It's not something that anybody even wants to actualize immediately, right? It's eliminating the need for prisons first and foremost, right? Which comes from, yes, defunding, or at least refusing to raise the funding of year after year the police in order to have the kind of money to put into programs which might result in a lower need, right? Lower need, less prisons, right? Definitely start with private prisons. Get the fuck rid of them. I mean, this is just practical shit. I don't feel like a radical, like, you know, on the street corner with a megaphone, you know, at my mouth. I feel like this is advice I could give to a you know, left flank Democratic candidate. I feel like this should be part of the conversation. I don't think I'm saying anything crazy here, but we're being gaslit, chat. Anyway, they're gonna make a similar point coming up here, so I don't want to.
Behind bars, of course, everybody agrees with that. Open borders, no. Most of us believe in comprehensive immigration reform, not opening up all the borders. But a lot of this stuff, as you well know, is what the right wing plays on and multiplies on Fox, you know, 10 times a day and through their ads. But most of the serious candidates that I know and support do not support those things.
All right.
It's the exact same damn answer.
Yep.
And it's interesting. This must have been a memo. Real talk. Because
I don't think they meant for this to happen, chat, but check this out. Check out this transition. When you're editing video and you got the video of Bernie, you got the video of FD talking to Briahna, and you're like cutting back and forth, you always have to have a transition, right? There's different ways that you can get from scene B of Bernie to scene A of FD and Briahna. Well, look at what happens here. And I don't think this is on purpose. I think this is just like
support those things.
All right.
Wait, is this an accident?
Right.
That looks cool as fuck. Did they do this on purpose? That's insane. Look at that. It's like two different times of Bernie in each of the windows where they're going to appear in. It looks like it could have just been a mistake. Anyway, Chad, I don't want to talking about
the same damn answer.
Talking about editing now.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. This must
think that was on purpose because it actually works. That's a really cool transition. That's a really cool in an editorial sense, in that it almost comments on you know, the kind of jawboning that Bernie's doing there.
Must have been a memo. Real talk. Because everybody's getting asked the same question, completely different scenario. So we've now had AOC, Bernie, whoever the other white guy was, and Mamdani ask the same question. Fuck, I might need to hit up Canada. They coming.
Also, I didn't play the clip, but there was also a Francesca Hong version of this that I alluded to, and then we can splice in after the fact.
Even yesterday, it looks like you will be the nominee, as another one of your closest competitors, who was even far behind you, has dropped out of the race. Is there anything in that list of what you told Hassan Piker that you disavow now?
No.
Okay. Is there anything in the DSA platform that you disagree with?
Yes.
Okay. What would that be?
Abolishing the Senate. I believe it's nonsensical and non-practical at this time.
Okay. Would you abolish the Supreme Court?
No. I believe in checks and balances.
Okay. So you consider yourself a democratic socialist, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you defund the Department of War?
Define it?
Well, I think it's take away the money from the Defense Department?
No, I think it's troubling how many times they've failed an audit, and they're one of the highest funded agency. And I think that stewardship of taxpayer dollars is incredibly important, that where there may be fraud, waste, or abuse, that we make sure to vet the agency.
Okay. Would you advocate for public ownership of America's largest corporations, or those in Wisconsin?
I have to say, first of all, we are incredibly proud of our Green Bay Packers, a publicly owned NFL team. But I believe there are some manufacturing and corporation that is irresponsible to have full public control.
Like what?
No, I think it depends really on the type of mega corporation. We know that here in Wisconsin, we'd like to bring more middle manufacturing, that when jobs were sent overseas, when there was more desire for profit over the people of Wisconsin, that we can be selective and put working class people first when it comes to jobs and mega corporations.
Do you think you would be able to recruit corporations to come to Wisconsin to then be taken over by the state government?
No. I don't think that it would be responsible for the state to bring in a mega corporation that would potentially be run by the state. I think that we want to create good jobs with good benefits and ensure that people have the freedom to pursue the type of life they would like. And I think when I talk to voters all across the state,
Oh my God, chat. I have not seen this interview, but I gotta say it's kind of the worst of both worlds in terms that she's walking back stuff that I don't think she needs to walk back, and that she's coming off as dishonest, right? That's, you know, it's just like this didn't help her. And it sucks, right? Because it's one thing to go down swinging, standing on business, and it's another thing to kind of go down with a whimper. God damn. This was a bad interview for her. And again, it's a difficult skill. I'm not trying to attack her character. I do feel like she was unfairly treated by the press. But yeah, I just don't know what to say. I didn't know that she was like walking back shit last minute. This kind of, yeah.
It is so much about being able to take care of.
It's a trap. Absolutely, Kaylala. Absolutely.
Themselves and their loved ones. There is deep concern about people.
And if you're an honest person and you convince yourself to, you know, to kind of voice an opinion that you don't 100% back, it's going to come through. It's going to be more visible than if fucking Lion Ted Cruz is you know, telling, you know, more fibs, right? He's used to it. He lives by the lie. When you're an honest person, like I feel like, you know, she's been, yeah, you're not going to be able to sell, oh, I had changed my mind and I really love the Senate. We got to have balance of power. We got to have the, you know, the Supreme Court. No, that's super, you know, it's yeah.
Who get to age with dignity in our state. I care a lot about our seniors and making sure that.
Yeah, not sure who got to her, or let me put this up. This is not sure who got to her or if she panicked, but it was so bad to do this turn. Yeah, I've seen some of her interviews. And, you know, I would agree that she didn't come off well, that she just her presence on air is just not really selling it. But, you know, at least she was kind of 10 toes down, maybe even to a fault on some stuff. You know, you could have done a little bit of deflection, but she was just like, you know, taking it straight on. And then to see this, I don't know. I guess I never watched the Fox News interview. But yeah, Nico, this is yeah, this is like I said, the worst of both worlds.
We're one of the states where there's a great opportunity for great public education.
Okay, so you say people want to take care of themselves, and I agree. But the socialist program is for the government to take care of people. And I know that you've bristled a little bit about anyone pointing out previous things that you have said, but I just want to show everybody on the board.
Oh
here.
my God, the way she nodded, she was like, yeah, that's right. I'm an evil socialist.
Far left posts, I would say they're pretty far left, right? It's, for example, you say abolish the Senate.
Sorry.
You want ICE out of Wisconsin. I understand the abolishing ICE is something you probably still want, but you also.
Nixon and Rob did better when presented with the same question. Yeah, Nixon is handling. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's, you know, it's a skill and maybe, you know, a difficult skill.
You also said to defund the police 4 times. And you want to defund the police as a first step towards abolishing the police. Now, President Trump won Wisconsin twice. It is the ultimate purple state. I set my novel there for a reason. It is the place where you have to have the most appeal to both sides or to independent voters. Why shouldn't people take you at your word when you say that you want to defund the police and go towards abolishing it?
Dana, first of all, I have to say thank you so much for featuring my home state in your novel. And I believe that as a democratic socialist, what that means is that I would like to put working class people first over mega
corporations. How does defunding the police put working class people first? I mean, I think that you're about to enter into a general election, likely with Tom Tiffany, the Republican. That's not going to be an easy race. It's going to be very easy for people to put up a.
Wait, what happened? I'm a little surprised at how much of this there. No, it is still the same video. I'm like, did I change videos? I'm sorry. I'm surprised about how long this clip is.
On the board and say, you said abolish the Senate, defund the police, abolish the police. And why should they not believe
That was such an unsubtle plug, exactly justifying.
that you would want to do that you would try to do that if you became governor?
I believe that people can evolve. We meet Trump voters from previous elections who now would like to vote for me, who have a sign in their yard.
So who needs
I
to
believe
evolve,
that
the voter
the
or
governor
you?
cannot defund the police, and I won't defund the police.
So
but
you
I
have
will
evolved.
invest in the things we know prevent crime, like getting guns off of our street, making sure there is victims for justice, that there are places where our kids can go after school and thrive. We can't be tough on causes. We have to be tough on causes if we would like to be tough on crime.
You know what I think it might be? And I could be wrong about this, right? Because I haven't done like a lot of, I'm not media trained, right? But is there like a different way that you react to somebody on an interview than you do like to somebody? Because I've been told that she's actually, very approachable, very charismatic in person, right? She's not a candidate that has an awkward personality, and like, right, it's like the thing that you're seeing come across here, in other words, is not really what her supporters are seeing, right? So I'm just wondering, is she kind of like, sounds like a dumpster fire? Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time, but I'm just trying to figure out how this happened, because it almost seems like, if you look into the camera, or it's like sorry, not into the camera, but you've ostensibly you've got a screen of the person you're talking to, and if you're like sort of reacting to their, I don't know, like I'm just trying to figure out why she comes off awkward here.
And as governor, I cannot defund the police, and I've reminded folks that I won't defund the police.
Okay. Well, that will be certainly, it'll be something that your opponent brings up. Here's a poll from Marquette. Always a good poll. This is Tom Tiffany up at 43-40 if you put you two up together. He also has quite a fundraising advantage. But I would say that the DSA candidates have a lot of volunteerism. Do you welcome the DSA endorsement and or volunteers to help on your campaign?
Well, I did not pursue the national DSA endorsement. My home chapter in Madison, we were so proud to run the free school meals campaign to make sure that our kids didn't have lunch debt. And I think that when you look at the polling right now, it's really so much about making sure that we're talking about the issues. And I think that when it comes to my opponent, it's wonderful to see that we have more donors and individual donations that he does, that we already are up in those numbers, because donations from 72 out of 72 counties, every state in the country. And the fact that our ground game is a multiracial, multi-generational, multi-faith.
And I've read some pieces, big, long feature pieces where they've talked to, I just want to compliment you. I've read pieces where you've talked to Trump, where the reporters talk to Trump voters and say, she's very affable. They kind of like what you have to say. It's going to be an interesting race. We will cover it. I have one last question for you. Are you personally a dues-paying member to the DSA?
In my home chapter in Madison, I have been since 2020. And I believe that as a democratic socialist, I'm less defined by just one organization, but clearly our bipartisan coalition means that I'm more defined by being a good single mom, that I am a service industry worker, that I truly believe in legislation that helps everyone. And these are the things that people want to talk about in rural and urban parts of the state.
All right. Francesca, we are bumping up against a break. We appreciate you coming on.
Dana, thank you so much for having me.
Okay, take care.
Yeah.
Okay, so then Ilhan Omar was asked about Bernie's response to that question. And she clearly was struggling to try to say something sort of legitimate. She's obviously in Minneapolis. She's at the heart of the George Floyd uprising.
Right.
You tell me what you think of her response. Let's go ahead and play it.
I want you to listen to what he told Pod Save America.
No serious person that I know who is running for office believes in quote-unquote defunding the police. Do we need police reform? Do we need to get rid of racism within police departments? Absolutely. Are there jobs that other people can be doing in terms of mental health, drug addiction, that now falls on a cop's shoulders? Yeah, I think we should look at that. But nobody I know, believes in defunding the police.
Do you think that's true? Because there are some candidates that are running right now that have previously called for defunding the police.
I mean, in the Democratic Party and in Congress, we oftentimes talk about people voting their district. Obviously, there are some parts of the United States back in 2020 that had some reckoning to do.
Yeah, I was really sad that she lost to it's there was an unfair dogpile on her. I wish she could have somehow taken the attention and turned the issue to be, back to her strengths. Because again, in changing the issue to like, oh my gosh, does she believe in some wacky things that normies don't understand? Instead of, who is the candidate that's going to stand up against the data centers? And she's the only one, literally the only one at the time. Had she won, that would now be an advantage. However, whatever the polls said in the Fox News thing, after a week of her getting, the shit kicked out of her by the media, she would have the advantage of having, there would be no doubt, right? The problem with Crowley now is because he was on the wrong side of the issue to begin with. Even if he sort of changes and offers Wisconsin voters more in terms of opposing the data centers, it's going to be tough for them to believe him. And obviously you don't want an election denier like Tom Tiffany getting elected, but yeah, Crowley is turns out maybe actually the more problematic candidate, considering his stand on data centers. And like, isn't that crazy, chat? 1 week later, 1 week into the election, and the subject changes back to data centers.
In regards to what it looked like to have a public safety that centered actually safer communities. For us in Minneapolis, with the murder of George Floyd, we had to have a deeper conversation about what really it looked like for us to address public safety here. We had a police department that was essentially problematic. And when that conversation becomes nationalized, then you sort of get the kind of messaging that gets sort of lost in the void. Minneapolis has come a long way. We still have a long way to go. And I think that is sort of what Bernie was speaking to. People essentially do want safer communities. People want the issues that exist with certain police departments, like the Minneapolis Police Department, to be addressed, and people want to have trust in those that seek to serve and protect them.
You can stop.
I don't know. The only point I want to make, again, I don't want to join in the fucking dog pile on Francesca Hong. The only point I want to make there is that walking back is not the answer, right? You didn't do anything wrong. You did something right, but you were right too early, and you got to stick to your guns, right? I mean, you could make the strategic calculation on sort of future points, like what you want to highlight, but yeah, if you're do not back down on this shit. That's never going to be the answer, and that's never going to satisfy these assholes, right? Bernie maybe can throw defund under the bus because he's never supported defund, but if you've if you have, you're, stop being ashamed of how based you are, I guess, is what I would tell a Democratic politician in that situation.
Or is there worse stuff coming?
I think we should, because she didn't really answer the question, right?
She didn't.
She says,
redirect the questions to what people care about.
She says,
and she did try. She did attempt to do that, but yeah, she just got browbeaten.
that people have problems with police departments and are concerned about the behavior of police departments, which is not what Bernie said. And she says we have to figure out how to address that and maintain public safety, which is not what Bernie said.
Bernie wants to wipe off the racism, just wipe that shit off the front of the box.
Right, and racism. I'm sure that's a legitimate policy.
Easy shit.
But Caitlin Clark follows up and says, okay, but what do you think about the fact that there have been candidates who have advocated specifically to defund the police? And Ilhan says,
but do you think it's accurate that as he put it, he said, no serious person I know who's running for office believes in quote unquote defunding the police. Do you think that's true?
I mean, when he says that, I think he's talking about someone putting forth a piece of legislation. And to that regard, I would say that he is right. I haven't seen any pieces of legislation or ordinances come through in the United States since 2020.
This was like
so there's no legislation.
Yeah.
Sorry?
She's trying to feed two wolves at that point. So
and look, how good would it feel to get away with some shit like that? I shouldn't even say get away with it, right? Did Hassan get that tweet? Like, did he get it? Why do I think that tweet is like on Hassan's wall at his home? Am I remembering that right? I thought he put a maybe it wasn't that tweet, but feed all the wolves.
There was a memo. That's really interesting to me. Because the thing that nobody has done so far is explain what defund the police actually was meant to be, right? Like,
you can't fault politicians. Look, it's not me snarking them, okay? It's not me like, being like, ooh, angry at you. It is just me. It's the advice I would give. It's the advice I would give. I know that the natural reaction is to run away from positions that are unpopular, even if they're unpopular because they're being mischaracterized. I'm just telling you that, if you're not going to help yourself by giving in to them. It's never going to work out the way that you might think it would. You can't, if you gotta be a certain kind of person to be able to successfully throw a movement under the bus and not have they're not gonna, like, I don't know. It takes a certain kind of personality to get away with that. And most of the time when, you're going back on a principled point that you had, it's not going to look good and they're not going to be satisfied.
Like, nobody sold defund the police. And then she could have easily said, I haven't seen, yes, there are a lot of people that spoke to that. But one thing that's important is to clarify the defund the police didn't mean, the police become gardeners.
It's not abolish.
It's not abolish.
Right. Those are two different goals. And you can believe in both of them or one of them, but it's not abolish.
But it's not the thing you're actually asking me that people are speaking to. So they're really just reaffirming a right-wing framing of the concept and normalizing it within the discourse. And it's like, it's...
So this is why I'm asking the question. All of these interviews are happening, right? Mm-hmm. This is why I'm asking the question and have been asking the question. Is it worth it to get these DSA people elected? Is it worth getting free fast buses if it means they are actively de-radicalizing the population on an issue with as much salience and that once had more people in the street than any other movement in American or global history defund the police? Is it worth it to fill some...
So here we go. They said get down to the meat and potatoes earlier. I really think this is the meat and potatoes of this conversation, right? When we talk about what's being sold out here,
potholes for them to be actively persuading Americans to not support defunding the police at the same time that we're having historically large investments in militarizing our police and investing in the surveillance.
I'm not sure about the point, of connecting, like seeing the DSA as an agent of de-radicalization. But in terms of, what's being betrayed here, it's a movement that at one time the vast majority of Americans thought was important, thought was righteous. And that's just been given up on. No policy was, no substantial policy resulted from it. Some of the things that have been done as kind of, thrown to the movement as breadcrumbs, like the body cams, are actually being used to sort of perpetuate the police's point of view about any incident. It turns out body cams actually get the public on the police's side more. So, this is
the architecture of this country. That is my question.
So
there was a base for defund though, and it's been totally memory hold. Yeah.
The simple answer is no, right? But the thing that I'm stuck on is it also worth your energy, you, Brianna Joy Grey? When
Chunky Puff Lover says, I feel like defund has been given up a while ago. It's kind of like beating a dead horse. If what you mean by that is the slogan, okay, that's I can see why you feel that way, right? But if what you're saying is the goal of decreasing the overall expenditure of a city on police budget and increase expenditure of that which will make police less necessary, then I think you've given up on something pretty important.
The folks, the hands at the lever of this memo that came out, and the team sports leftists, I think we'll do that one. We won't do Graham Plattner. It's a soft spot. The team sports leftists, we're already kind of entrenched in this with this energy and in this space to begin with. Is it worth your sanity and energy to scrap with these folks about their entryism when the solution to it remains the same regardless, which
so
is
if anybody doesn't understand entryism, it is a strategy I think that was undertaken maybe by the British left, where they would integrate themselves into parties and try to sort of take over the targeted party from within, right? It was supposed to be kind of a stealth maneuver, right? If I've got this correct. So I've never understood the comparison of yes, the DSA is running candidates in the Democratic Party, but there's nothing like stealthy about being a DSA backed candidate, right? You got socialist right in the name of the organization you're attached to. I don't know if this is entryism. Again, it's not a term that I've really encountered a lot. Just that one instance is the one that comes to mind.
Building alternative frameworks of pretty much everything, especially
I guess I sort of get the comparison because you got a socialist organization backing candidates in a capitalist party, a capitalist party that up till very recently has been entirely neoliberal.
Third party.
Well, I do think it's important. Parties. Like the reason I want to lay this all out, as tedious as it might be, is because unfortunately, when I say, okay, when Force the Vote happened, part of why so many people,
oh my God,
down the middle of the left was, people didn't like that someone like Jimmy Dore was calling AOC and the rest of the electeds at the time the fraud squad, right? They felt like that was too premature, that it was rude, it was hostile, it was unnecessary and in bad faith to believe that just because AOC didn't agree with a particular strategy to leverage their position.
Jimmy Dore was trying to Nick Fuentes AOC, right? I get, was he a bit, I don't think he was even a big content creator back then. As to my recollection, chat, Jimmy Dore, he broke away from the Young Turks. He was ride or die for Bernie, and when everybody else had turned to, okay, we're gonna support Hillary. I mean, we don't like it, but Hillary, whatever. Jimmy Dore, was, I don't know if he was writing in Bernie or just not voting or what his deal was, but yeah, he was Bernie or bust. That's the right word for it. And then the Force the Vote thing. At some point, he turned on progressives, right? At some point, he turned to the right. And my understanding is that's when his channel got really big. So the Jimmy Dore, I believe, if I've got my media history correct, Jimmy Dore, at the time that he was trying to do Force the Vote, snark AOC to snark Nancy Pelosi, to get everybody on record as far as their stance on Medicare for all. I don't think he was a big content creator back then. So it's, it's exactly like Nick Fuentes coming up to Charlie Kirk. No, that's a silly comparison.
In the House to extract concessions from mainstream Democrats, that you would write.
Oh yeah, that's right, Nathan Drake. He fell off after people stopped caring about COVID denialism. That was a big plank in the Jimmy Dore platform.
All off and throw out the baby with the bathwater. Even I, at the time, despite agreeing with Jimmy Dore on that strategy point, declined from using that language because it felt like the public wasn't there yet. And I stood to lose more of my credibility and being perceived as unfairly hostile and acting in bad faith to AOC than she stood from me calling her that particular phrase. Over time, I believe...
Wait, so how did I miss what she called... So she didn't go as far as Jimmy Dore. She didn't call the squad the fraud squad.
Have been slowly chipping away at people's trust and faith in these individual members of Congress. But it's been slow going. And over time, lose more of my time, despite agreeing with Jimmy Dore on that strategy point, declined from using that language, concessions from mainstream Democrats, that you would write them all off and throw out the baby with the bathwater. Even I, at the time, despite agreeing with Jimmy Dore on that strategy point, declined from using that language because it felt like the public wasn't there yet. And I stood to lose more of my credibility and being perceived as unfairly hostile and acting in bad faith to AOC than she stood from me calling her that particular phrase. Over time, I believe I have been slowly chipping away at people's trust and faith.
Sorry, I missed what she called AOC
in these individual members of Congress. But it's been slow going. And I believe that if you don't go at the right pace, you end up losing your credibility in the critiques that you're making. And other people move at different speeds, and I respect Jimmy Dore for being loud and right early, frankly. But now we're at a tipping point where I feel a lot more people are receptive to.
So she still, she still thinks that force the vote was the right move to make. She doesn't agree with, I guess, how hostile Dore turned on AOC and the squad.
The idea that what I've been saying all along is right, that the entryism not only doesn't work, but it is causing a backslide and is de-radicalizing the public the same way that Joe Biden's run in 2020, where on the heels of the George Floyd movement, he said, gosh, guys, if you want me to beat Trump, you got to shut up with all of this Black Lives Matter stuff. And everybody agreed. Right? He killed Black Lives Matter.
But so I think the flaw in your logic there is even using the term de-radicalize. Because that insinuates that folks were radicalized in the first place.
Oh, but FD, over 50% of the country, not just support Black Lives Matter in the spring of 2020, they supported burning down a police station. It was like almost 60% of Americans supported burning down a police station. That's how radical they were after watching George Floyd get murdered on camera.
Yeah, we had them for a second, but
okay. And then why did we lose them? The narrative is that we lost them because, people just woke up. But no, they were actively persuaded by the Democratic Party led by Joe Biden to relinquish their ideological commitments because they had to trade them to defeat Trump. And we're doing the same kind of negotiation right now with the left, who's supposed to have these ideological commitments as core commitments in exchange to get DSA elected in the Democratic Party, where they are going to be silenced the same way that AOC has been silenced and corralled by Mama Bear into having absolutely no adversarial relationship and in fact positioning herself to be, frankly, the vice president pick in 2028, which is what I think is happening.
Mama Bear is Mama Bear Kamala or that's Kamala, right? Not is it Kamala or Pelosi? She kind of
happening right now.
Yeah, I think my other theory is probably Newsom AOC 2028 or some type of combination. But so I still like
Mama Bear as Nancy.
The running joke in like Black Twitter at the time was, them white folks dealt with racism for like 3 weeks, and they was like, hey, all right, this is hard. Y'all be doing this all the time? Shit, that is a lot. And so,
but I don't think that's right. I don't think that's what happened.
So I just disagree.
Jimmy Dore's doing videos about how Charlie Kirk was killed with a military drone now. That's the I guess he's got the right idea. He's trying to get on that Candace. If he can just kiss Candace's ass and, make more conspiracy videos.
I just disagree that I think what you're calling radicalized is reactionary.
It is a reaction to
I'm gonna grab a bowl of rice. I'll be right back.
A perceived reality that Black people had been perceiving for a very long time that had just become legible to white people because of body cams and then or cell phone videos and the nature of the internet and the way that sort of thing could disseminate. So no longer was this he said, she said crap or police suppressing body cam footage. We saw on camera the reality of a certain kind of experience between Black people and the police, and white Americans were horrified by it, and COVID, and there were other factors. And I'm not saying that it was 100% not influenced by the fact that people were home and irritated about other things, etc. But let me give you another example, if I just may. Mm-hmm. Also, during the summer of 2020, there was a 20-point swing in favor of fracking that happened over the course of that summer, over like a 2-month period. Now, why was that? Why did Democrats go from disfavoring fracking to having a 20-point swing in favor of fracking? It's because Joe Biden got up on the podium and said, if you want to beat Donald Trump, we have to win Pennsylvania. And if you want to win Pennsylvania, we have to support fracking. Now, was that true? No. There's 17,000 fracking jobs in Pennsylvania. If you wanted to win Pennsylvania, he could have tried, supporting raising the minimum wage, since it's one of the only blue states that still has a federal minimum wage. And there's over 50,000 Pennsylvanians who earn a minimum wage salary. Right? That's one way to go. But just because people were so afraid of Donald Trump, they were willing to say fracking is good now. And I would argue similarly, they were willing to say, we're going to say we need to fund the police harder, which was a very clear message that Joe Biden ran on. We need to fund the police harder. And in fact, we did.
They gave up.
And he increased federal grants for policing. He encouraged people to use their COVID funding on policing. And every major police department in the country has had increased funding year over year since 2020. which is why it's so rich that somehow all the problems in the world are because of defund, a policy that never went into effect.
So that's another thing that I know all these people know. All these motherfuckers you just showed me know that police budgets have went up since 2020.
Yes.
Fuck these niggas, like Brianna.
Okay, but let me close the loop. Let me close the loop because we're getting okay. Go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No. I can't remember what I was about to say. I had another zinger and I can't remember what it was, but maybe it'll come.
Okay, because now here we are. We're finally at woke point one. We're at woke point one. So on August 7th, Abdul wins. Harris endorses him, and he is very appreciative of this endorsement. He goes out of his way to say how amazing this endorsement is. Okay, and then on August 9th, we get the famous clip. Let's roll that famous. Well, let's set up a little bit.
I did see
clear.
Did you show this?
To be clear, Chiose. I'm just going to pretend that no one's ever heard of this before because I do think that some people are going to need the evidence. I have to make the case that I'm not being histrionic in bad faith, that I have come to my cynicism about these DSA leftists authentically. Okay. Chiose, who is a New York City DSA, or I think it was some involvement in city council. I'm not sure exactly what, but he had some position. He's not no one from nowhere. He was floating the idea of running against Hakeem Jeffries in this very primary process that we're in the middle of. Zoran Mamdani, having just won his primary, went to the New York DSA meeting and advocated.
Oh my God. Several wolves. Says a lot of dingbats spend all day watching body cam cop footage, binging on crime, and now, and they think, wait. Oh, they think it's because we defunded all the cops. That's crazy. And that whole, the plethora of body cam footage that exists, which does happen to be, very addictive content. I see it on, if you ever watch like a Twitter video on your phone, right? It scrolls down to the, another video and another video. And if you watch it for any length of time, you'll probably get like body cam footage. You'll get some kind of like true, either phone footage or body cam footage of some kind of police incident. And it's because of all the, the solution was body cams and not defunding.
Chiose, who was a supporter and campaigner for Zoran Mamdani and apparently a friend, to vote for the DSA to vote to not endorse Chi's run against.
I remember this.
Okay, and he is of course one of the biggest, loudest Zionists and biggest recipients of Israeli money in all of Congress. Okay, Hakeem Jeffries is, who said Israel today, Israel tomorrow, Israel always, like Bull Connor. Okay, great.
Jeez. Fuck. That is fucked up. I did not know that. Chud Logic watches a lot of body stuff, cam stuff. I bet it kills on Kick. Is he just on Kick? Does he just stream on Kick now and he uploads to YouTube?
Say a little while ago, tweets out this tweet about how woke 1.0 was crazy. The original woke was crazy. Now in this interview, AOC cites him and says, I have a friend, in response to a question specifically about defund. Now, a lot of leftists who have defended AOC in this moment want very badly for us to believe that she was talking about some woke excesses that we can all agree on.
Latinx.
Latinx, who AOC was the queen of Latinx. I can't even think of anybody in my life who I ever really saw say Latinx who wasn't named AOC. Okay? But we're all supposed to believe that AOC, who with her staged crying photos at the border camps and the Latinx, that's what she was disclaiming. Not defund. But let's just play the clip so the people can hear the question was clearly about defund and all of these DSA candidates and their previous support of defund.
It's possible to win the Senate. So I've been focused on those legislative races.
What do you make of those controversial statements? I'm sure you've seen. I mean, she's the Thanksgiving dust up. She says she doesn't, still believe that, but, the abolished prisons, abolished police, which is also positions that have been taken by a lot of the progressive candidates who have won. How do you get around that?
Yeah.
Those are not positions that are supported by.
Right. I mean, I think that a lot of these races, even right now, they'll have a tendency to be nationalized.
Yeah.
But these races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot
right,
of that.
She's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's interesting.
And I think that what's important is that we have to assess what
was it. I mean, did the movement go too far with some of those positions? I mean, you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Well, I think that during this time and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the overtime window. We were shut down. There was some of the highest unemployment rates that we have seen because of those shutdowns. Yeah. And I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. And I actually think that the discussions that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I think that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime down, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that we all share in the goals of having as low a crime rate as possible. I think that...
I'm sorry, that part right there.
About crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime down.
Is she saying we talked about? I'm trying to understand this. We talked. So like, I don't even know. I don't even know. I'm so confused by this.
Those shutdowns, and I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. And I actually think that the discussions that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I think that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime.
So because of the discussions that we had in 2020, we talk about crime in a different way, like a better. I'm not sure I believe that. I actually don't know where she's getting that. Anybody want to... Am I missing something? Maybe the way we talk about crime today is fundamentally different than the way we talked about crime then. Reducing crime is a good thing. She's talking about addressing crime at the root cause, not enforcement. I mean, so she's saying that we talk more about addressing it at the root cause, and because if we were, then it would be easier to talk about defund now than it was back then. Instead, the opposite is true. That I do feel like the discourse has moved on, but it's not in any kind of a good way. Excuse me, and that's what's so frustrating.
Down, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that we all share in the goals of having as low a crime rate as possible. I think that, you know, during...
Yeah, that's a platitude. We all want a low crime rate, but I mean, you know why she feels the need to say it? Because Democrats, right? Fucking compromised, bought off Democrats have been accused of supporting crime. Like that was Trump's campaign in 2024. They want crime. So yeah, you have to, I mean, I don't know. It just feels like a losing proposition. If you're defending, you're like, we don't like crime. We want less crime, not more crime. We're not for crime. Just to be clear, our policy, nobody's policy was ever Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. It sucks that she feels she has to say that. She shifted the convo from the police to the carceral state. To the more palatable crime.
Lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. And I'm grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present who they are to their electorate and what they're campaigning on in this moment.
So this again brings, so yeah, you can stop.
Okay.
This again brings you back to the fact that these people aren't dumb TM, right? Meaning that while this may be a foolish endeavor, this is not an accident. This is not without some calculus on their part. This is clearly coordinated if this all happened within the same week. You know, whatever was happening with Chiose in the background, I got wind immediately that this was a measure against political maneuvering for the future.
So what FD is saying is that this isn't a coincidence, that there has to have been some coordination, right? That there was some meeting of the minds, you know, between, I don't know, for lack of a better term, left flank candidates or left flank, you know, electeds in this case. And the memo went out of like, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to pivot.
So, you know, maybe there's some 7D chess that they're playing that's going to get us free. They're going to all.
No, I'm so tired of that. I'm so tired. I've been hearing that for my entire life.
No. I agree. Please don't make it seem like that's what I was actually saying. But like, you know, my point is that whatever they're doing.
And look, you kind of got to say that with Brianna, like, right? You know, please do not like edit the. No, I mean, she doesn't like edited anybody out of context, but I mean, she does like an argument.
They're doing it with intention and coordination and conviction, and we
all in 1 week, says Narwhal by Nature. Yeah,
have to kind of have the same.
It's a little too coincidental.
Keep that same energy with them.
Speaking of, why? What is AOC getting out of this? Let's roll this clip. It's from August 11th, from Nancy Pelosi. Mama Bear asked about what she thinks of AOC.
I think that she has been so operational and just wonderful. I know it's a joy to work with her, and I think most members think that, and certainly Hakeem.
And by the way, there's no higher praise in the Nancy Pelosi dictionary or in issues for that matter than operational. If you say operational, that is high praise from Nancy Pelosi, believe you me.
So, I mean, AOC was early on the controlled opposition candidate, like the figure out of the squad. Like, she kind of emerged as that almost immediately. So, you know, I guess I keep coming, and I hate that I can't be more engaging around it or even like.
Okay, so chat, we're down to the last 30 minutes of the video. We're down to the last 52 minutes of the stream. We are at 92% right now. So we're 8 points away of being able to add another hour, which would give me, the opportunity to do some bonus content as well, just to get into the Olayemi video and the Elliot saying video, right? If only I could get praised by Nancy Pelosi. I know, I'm sure she gives like, if she hugged me, I would be like, I love you, cold, unfeeling robot arm.
Share your outrage. But this to me is like, you know, I have 2 children. And this to me is like being mad at them for not knowing how to do things that children don't know how to do.
I respect your position, but I gotta say, FD, like, I'm not telling you how to live your life, and I know people have friendships, and I'm not trying to be annoying. But you have to know that many of your friends, many of the people that you are liaising with, very much not. I would love to hear you on stream tell Hassan Piker that you think AOC is control opposition. I suspect there's going to be some pushback.
First off, no new friends. It's the one time I quote break. Let's be clear about that. The friends I have in this industry know my real name. I have peers, collaborators, and acquaintances, and then motherfuckers I know.
Okay, I want you to talk to some of your collaborators
and people I fuck with. But I've said this privately to Hassan that, you know, he is playing a dangerous.
Wait, that's a Drake quote. That's a Drake quote. I don't think he's a Drake fan.
The trust and, you know, the credibility is built up to hopefully get something done with the DSA. I think from his perspective, it's worth it. I think if I give him one thing is that if and when it blows up, you can't say he didn't try. And I hope he comes out in a full, like, speaking full Arabic for like 3 streams straight, just to scare off all the people that he brought in with the suits.
So yeah, I think this is what FD's talking about divesting or pivoting. I think this is what he's talking about, is that, like, you know, a lot of the problematic aspects of content creation, at least in his experience, are kind of coming from, you know, targeting your content towards white people, and that he has experienced a replenishment, a break, you know, if you will, from sort of pivoting away from that, and thinks that Hassan could also, or is at least joking about Hassan also experiencing such a break from a certain kind of toxicity.
I am so cynical and pragmatic about this stuff. I just really am, because I was there for Obama 08. And I remember people passing out at Obama rallies like they were Michael Jackson concerts, right? And in retrospect, I've talked to, you know, my peers and elders who were radical figures in the moment that saw the reality of Obama coming, that realized they couldn't do anything about it, and then themselves said, you know, it's not like this actually changes anything. And actually, no, I actually have to pull that back. What it did change, specifically for Black people, right, shout out to the late Glenn Ford. He has there's a talk on Cam about the Black leadership class, and there's several articles he's written on the Black Agenda Report. Excuse me, that he talks about the fact that it was Obama who normalized American imperialism among Black people, among Black liberals and moderates, and that is just kind of the calculus that this game has for so many people. But that's also what the game is in perpetuity. And so as folks cash in chips and make, decisions about, their political moves and who they want to back and what team they want to root for, and we see, inspiring victories with a Chris Robb and some of the other people we talked about that, got wins early, and we see not so inspiring victories from this cavalcade of jesters that you just showed me. The end result is our role is to educate and critique and speak truth to power. And while these platforms dictate and so many other variables dictate whose voice gets amplified, whose voice gets marginalized, the game don't stop. To quote, oh God, I'm about to embarrass myself and fuck up his name. To quote the great, cut around that. Okay. To quote Nipsey Hussle, the marathon continues. So
we were born on the exact same day.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Same
day, same year.
So my thing to say to you, Brianna, is come through. It's lit. Like there is a limitation to the political project. It's to any political project.
FD, to be clear, what we're doing is trying to convince people who aren't where we are that there is this limit, that the DSA is a limit and not evidence of progress, and then offload that, like push them into a different kind of organization. Exactly. Or to do entryism and maybe change the DSA. I know that there are factions within the DSA who very much want it to behave differently, and I'm rooting for them.
So my understanding of the DSA is it is actually like, kind of a multi-factional beast, right? It's, from what I observed of the DSA early on, the kind of people that I saw getting involved in it, right? I feel like Sock Done Left is a great example of this. Sock Done Left is, not like a omni-liberal like Destiny, but is kind of a, somebody that definitely identifies as a SocDem or a democratic socialist, definitely involved in the DSA. But just the same kind of kind of politics you'd see from Bosch, right? It's necessarily kind of de-radical, right? That is the old DSA, and what I've seen mostly from the new DSA is that people so radical that the politicians don't want to. They want the support of the DSA, but they don't necessarily want the association, and they're afraid of the a party platform that is being voted on by members. So I really wonder, which DSA is real, and the answer is probably both. Probably that, like I said, it's a very large and disparate beast, the DSA. DSA has pretty vast difference in point of view. Yeah, exactly. The chapters.
Not all DSAers. But just to close the loop, this is the ultimate nail in the coffin. When our very own Zoran Mamdani, who once said, I don't have this clip on hand, but we can splice it in later, but who once said, when the NYPD boot was on your neck, it was laced up by the IDF.
The importance for me of international solidarity is that it takes me out of the American political landscape and reminds me just how tame some of the things are that I'm actually calling for. And it reminds me of the necessity of grounding ourselves in the struggles as opposed to the fights around the struggles. For anyone to care about these issues, we have to make them hyperlocal. We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF. We are in a country where those connections abound, especially in New York City. You have so many opportunities to make clear the ways in which that struggle over there is tied to capitalist interests over here.
And who in that clip specifically connected the leftist anti-imperialist project and fighting for liberation in Palestine to the imperial boomerang and the suppression of people here at home. got up on the stage this morning as we're recording this on August 12th and was asked a question, the same question, to your point, that seems to have gone out in this memo about whether or not he supports his past position on defund and the position that has been taken by these other candidates. Let's roll the clip.
Do you think Woke One was crazy?
Look, I think that each person has a responsibility to tell New Yorkers, to tell Americans when they're running for office what they believe. And sometimes what you believe can change, can develop, it can grow. And I know that there are some for whom they still believe in that. I've made very clear that I do not believe in defunding the police, that I will not be defunding the police. And that to me, delivering critical public safety also looks like working.
Now, my understanding is that Zoran has not been increasing the funding of police, like the yearly increase. I think he did not do, but that he also had to be pushed to even hold that back, right? That yeah, defund was not, or reduce the funding even a little bit was not on the table, but that elements within his orbit, convinced him at least to hold back the increase in funding.
With our police department alongside many other partners, and we've seen over the first 7 months of this administration what that can look like when we're talking about the fewest murders on record in New York City, the fewest shooting incidents on record in New York City, and that to me is how we measure a lot of our public safety.
Thank you.
You have to release this as a separate, like, you have to cut out all of our tangents, or most of our tangents, and release as a separate video reacting to the same talking points by your DSA faves, because it really, like, it's funny because I saw the AOC one and I saw that one. I didn't see any of these other ones, and it didn't connect with me that it was the same question and the same talking point until you showed them all in a row, which fucking bravo to catch that. I hope that people appreciate and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Just stay on their head, like Bree. Stay on their heads.
He agreed to increase the headcount in the budget negotiations, but then walked it back after pressure.
With exactly what you're doing. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not mad at it. I just made me smile. It's my brother calls me.
Yeah, stay on their heads about this, because that's our job. And that's what, again, when I go back to my mild critiques of insert, favorite team player here in the last year. So in fact, my first thing about Mamdani before, like in the middle of him running, as he was starting to pick up steam, was basically being like, I've seen this before, so I hope it works out for y'all. Like it was pretty light.
I said I was going to stop at 45 minutes and do this. I forgot to do this. We got 40 minutes left. I was going to meant to stop us at 45. Let me look at the poll. 110 votes. So people are voting out there. People do care about the bonus content. Unfortunately, you're still 8 points away from bonus content range, but we are within striking distance. So maybe something will happen in the next 40 minutes to give me another hour. I'm going to keep on rocking through this, and yeah, maybe I'll get a little bit of time for. I might have to just pull a little bit of the Elliot saying video. Anyway, we'll see, chat, because we are 8 points away from adding an hour to this. But 110 votes. Hassan and the Furiand tour singing "We Are Charlie Kirk" is in first place. Second place, very close in second place, is Luke Beasley versus Hassan, with Hutch giving his commentary, wish casting that Luke Beasley would be more anti-Hassan than he is. We got Wick dogpiling the soy pill on anti-Semitism in third place, and then Ethan Idub's lawsuit in fourth place. That's where it stands right now. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. The voting is going on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You can click on the live stream. You can click on the chat, and then you can click on the poll, and then you'll be able to choose from any of these 4 options. Also remember that if you have donated, or if you do donate, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see, which one of these topics. You can put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. You can add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice simply by letting me know in the chat what is your choice. What do you want to put that, what do you want your dono to go towards? Or you could say, hey, Vox Populi, I want my dono to go towards the people and make sure they got what they're voting for, right? That's an option too. You can also say video games if that's your...
And boy, They was on my head in the comment section for a second. And I didn't really pay too much attention to it. And then I made one,
Boneless Raid. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders. Good to see you here. Good to have you here tonight. We're in the middle of a bad faith interview. No, this is Brianna Joy Grey's podcast. She's had on FD Signifier this time, and we're just about at the end of a discussion about the woke 1.0 discourse. So that's what we got for today. We also have possibly some bonus content coming up. Like, I can't tell. We're very close to bonus content, but we have 37 minutes left in the stream. Go follow Bill Boneless if you're not already following. I think you may enjoy. No, I predict you will enjoy. Someday, Bill Boneless is going to be streaming. You're going to click on, and you're going to enjoy yourself over there watching some cool stuff with Bill. So yeah, thank you for the raid, and welcome in, Raiders. But yeah, we're kind of at a crossroads here. We're at 92 out of 100. If we get to 100 on this, we're going to be having another hour where I'll go into a little bit more depth. We also got a video from Olayemi and one from Elliot Sang. Any Elliot Sang fans in chat? Anyway, we got to get through this one first, right? But yeah, we're kind of going over a lot of the discourse around AOC's comment on a Sunday show on Woke 1.0. Brianna Joy Grey has found like similar, comments from other left flank politicians, and it almost seems like, wait, is there something going on here? What are we doing? That's the question that we're asking here. But yeah, good to have you with us tonight, Raiders. Make sure to follow if you want to see more of me.
That on my real side channel, Signifier B-Sides, that really got a lot of people upset, including, and it wasn't until black folks in New York hit me up and said, I really don't appreciate the way this came off. You should really rethink this. Then I said, okay, once I have people that again know my real name that said, maybe rethink this one. And so
which direction? They thought you were being too hard on him or too easy?
That I was being too hard on him. And specifically the critique I had was, there's actually a lot of really good people, really solid people doing this work. And so while you maybe aren't wrong to critique Mamdani, you should show more respect and graciousness to the young people specifically, where, yeah, maybe this looks just like Barack Obama, but like you have to, the thing I caught from it was, I'm old. You know what I'm saying? I'm jaded. I have died inside. I shouldn't be encouraging that in the youth. I should let them die a natural death, right? And so I took it upon myself to soften, be more explicit and clear, and I literally basically redid the video, except I went at your boy in the second one at Bernie Sanders, because to me it's kind of the same. It's kind of the same problem and framework.
Yeah, 100%.
And so, but I did that not because I needed another Nebula read check, or because it was another piece of content to put out. Is because I understand my role. I've been blessed with algorithmic juice for a while. I've been blessed with people taking me seriously and caring about what I think about most things. It's sometimes is a curse, but I have certain beliefs that are not overly popular in the space I occupy. They're not popular enough in the black spaces I occupy, but at least in the black spaces, it's a much more comfortable struggle. It's a struggle that doesn't have the same pitfalls and the same raw points that I just don't like dealing with. But the bottom line is, the job I have is saying the unpopular thing as loud as I possibly can to the people that need to hear it the most. And so as this is a perfect time to, I don't know who's popping in the Green Party, but I don't know who's popping in any other parties, but this is a perfect time to, get those balls rolling, to bring them on the show, to interview them about the difference between what is happening with the DSA and what you want to happen.
Yeah, and I have and I will. I've got some good. I met a lot of amazing Greens. I went to the Green Party conference in Chicago a couple of weekends ago, and have some stuff lined up to talk to people who are launching campaigns, who have been running campaigns, people who were there when the Green Party was founded that can tell me some lore. The inter-party debates that have been going on. Like, people need to become familiar with what's going on there, the good, bad, and the ugly. The same way that there is a certain legibility about the DSA now that so many folks are involved. Yeah. And it makes national news when DSA does X, Y, and Z. I see as part of my project cultivating that.
If I could just jump in real quick, that's kind of why I'm not so frustrated by this because I would love to have the DSA as my ops, as like the big bad in the room. That sounds great. If I, you know, like I would love to make it.
The problem is that they're not. The problem is if they were like actual ops and openly antagonistic, which by the way, it's a little bit mask off. I think the Shama stuff and the like the maniacal laughter and joy that these people have taken in watching a social.
I still want to know what she's talking about with this. Like the people were actually people on the left in the DSA were happy about Shama Sawant losing. I haven't seen this. That doesn't mean it wasn't real. She's obviously talking about something.
Lose to a Zionist warmonger, I think has been masked off for some folks. But generally speaking, they are antagonistic. And in fact,
then we antagonize, then swing on them.
Well, that's the problem. It's been a very delicate balance. And so far, my marginalization is largely a consequence of my trying to, even as gently as I've been doing it, call out the failures of these DSAers. And it's only like literally 6 years into this. I just did my 600th episode. I started in the fall of 2020.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But, you know, Force the Vote was in the fall of 2020. The vote that didn't happen was going to be in January.
Long and storied career of BJG.
January of 2021. Like, it is only now that we're finally starting to break through. And there's still people who are like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited that Kamala Harris looks like she's turning it around. I mean, like, a woman that I really like and respect.
I mean, I hate to think that, LG Dog the God, I haven't seen it either, but you can't underestimate our specific internet algorithms. Yeah, I just hate to think that there's anybody out there excited about Adam fucking Smith, running against a goddamn Republican. Like that's essentially the election. So for people who don't understand, that's my district in Washington State, right? Adam Smith was running against Shama Sawant. There were several other socialist or socialist coded candidates also running, and she just didn't solidify enough of the vote to get herself into second place. Washington State has a jungle primary, meaning that the top two move on, and if those top two are a Democrat and an independent socialist like Shama Sawant was running, then that's going to be the election, right? That's an election that I'd like to see. You minimize the downside. Obviously, I don't think a Republican's going to get elected, but there'd be zero chance of a Republican winning in that one, and you get a good chance of a long-term, really terrible incumbent. And I have a complicated relationship chat with this. With this congressman, Adam Smith, right? His office, got when I was moving out of the United States, his office actually helped me expedite my passport, right? They were really nice, really helpful in terms of that. The staff at least seemed to honestly care. I can't really say about Adam Smith. He's been bad, and he's sort of gotten worse. He's gotten a little like anti-woke pilled since the 2024 election, and maybe a little abundance pilled as well. And it's time for a change. Like the district that I live in, like being represented by a Zionist like him is kind of crazy. But yeah, if there were people and I hate to imagine like people on the left that were like, yeah, fucking get him, but fucking get, like let's have a blue no matter who election, right? Where the best we can do is a very, 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 very bad candidate who needs to be replaced and could be replaced. He is unpopular in his own fucking district, but because the vote didn't really consolidate. And her campaign didn't get the attention. Now, like, I don't know, Shama Sawant also has a reputation of being hard to get along with, not playing nicely with others. But at the same time, she was largely responsible for Washington State's or City of Seattle's $15 minimum wage. She's the first openly socialist city council member for I don't know how many. Maybe 100, probably not 100 years, but decades and decades and decades, right? And yeah, so
I saw this tweet. I was like,
yeah, he has an invisible hand. That's right.
What on earth? And so it's an uphill battle. But I will say this: one last clip. Did you see the end of that DSA interview where AOC herself disavows the DSA?
Are you still a member of Democratic Socialists of America?
Of the New York City chapter.
The New York City chapter, not the national.
Now, my friend, that face is appropriate because that is not a thing. That's like saying, "Hey, FD, are you an American?" And you're like, "No, I'm from Atlanta." You're in Atlanta, right? No, I'm from Atlanta.
Question from chat. Who are Adam Smith and Shama Sawant? They're candidates. They were candidates for the primary, which is not a Democratic or a Republican primary. It's a jungle primary for Washington's 9th district, which is where I lived before moving. So yeah, Dave Smith is an incumbent who's been there for 30 some years. Very pro-Israel, pro-Zionist kind of candidate. You know, very bad on all the issues that progressives would care about. The district itself is very progressive, right? So it's kind of a shame that such a progressive district is run by such a, you know, is represented by such a centrist, you know, candidate, right? So
A Georgian, sorry. I'm a Georgian.
yeah, I lived in the jungle. That's why we did the jungle primary there. You have to go and swing on a vine to place your vote. It's kind of crazy. If you don't, you gotta, the voting box is up in the trees, right? You gotta swing a vine through a vine and then, you know, drop your ballot in the box. And if you miss, your vote doesn't count. And you can also get eaten by tigers.
Well, better yet, are you from Georgia? Like, no, I'm in Atlanta, which is actually kind of makes sense. Low key, that's a bad example. I get your overall point.
But you don't even like, you know, are you
Okay, down to the last 30 minutes of the stream here, potentially.
human being? No, I'm a man.
You're right.
I mean, okay. Like, it's not a thing just to be a member of your local chapter and not the national organization. Okay.
Yeah.
But this is the desperation of the rats fleeing the ship.
But it's her trying to distance herself again from the platform of the DSA organization.
Of principles. Because as much as I'm frustrated by the DSA's behavior at times, their principles, their charter, their beliefs that were democratically voted on, I agree with.
Mm-hmm.
And I defended recently on Piers Morgan without equivocation. Because it's not hard. And I tried to make the case for defund as I was being talked down and talked over by a hostile panel. But that's, I feel like, the role that we should have as people who are avowed socialists in the public space, especially someone like myself who's not running for anything. All the people who've come on my show over the years and tried to pick a fight about defund.
She talked about Jimmy Dore earlier. She put a little bit of distance between herself and Dore, at least on his toxicity. But she still stands with the force the vote thing.
They're not even running for office. I'm like, you could have been opening your mouth to make the case for why people should believe in this. But this is another thing that I have observed, is that part of the PSYOP is getting people to engage in this fallacy that defund is a bad slogan. And the same way that you saw the pattern emerge of everyone asking the same question and giving the same answer over all these clips, over the last 5-6 years since 2020, another PSYOP has been getting people to debate the idea that defund is a bad slogan. Well, they're never asked to opine on whether or not they believe in the underlying premise and whether or not they will take any time or energy to explain what it means. Because while you might argue something about abolish being obscure, defund could not be more literal. It is not a bad slogan, in fact.
Even more easy to prove.
The only thing that gets, you know, the biggest misrepresentation is I think that, you know, people's imaginations run away with them when they hear defund. They think it is a overnight, just cut the police budget to zero, no more donuts for the cops, right? Just nothing, right? Crime is legal now. It's weird though. It's just people's kind of first reaction to, or at least something that can be sold as a narrative that, oh yeah, defund means you completely, when in reality, some of the proposals are calling for fairly modest cuts. And the idea is to take money out of this bloated area of the city budget, the police, and put it into places that might require less law, that might cause there to be required less law enforcement, right? And it's all sort of in the, it's all in the implementation. Bummer about Shama. I'm unfortunately in the 7th district. Hey, me too, up until recently.
Like even like the data on police budgets and what they've been the whole time, but especially since defund was a slogan. It is an easy.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said 7th district.
It is literally one of the easiest things to prove and support.
Yes, and as Alec Karakatsanis has been pointing out, author of Propaganda, the what defund is actually very popular in polls. Mm-hmm. And so in order to convince people not to support defund, they have to disaggregate defund from what it actually means, which is why the PSYOP has been get people to debate defund. And people won't notice that people who, one is crazy. Like, think about it, AOC, Zoran is an exceptional political talent. We saw him make
Donald Trump rub his hand affectionately.
Right, but also we saw him make From the River to the Sea palatable.
Right.
We saw him make Israel doesn't have a right to defend itself palatable. right? He didn't back away from any of that stuff. We saw him use his rhetorical skills to move the Overton window on that. But whenever he's been asked about defund, there has never been even one fraction of a second where he tried to explain what it meant and why he previously believed it.
So what is that's interesting. So I got to put my Hotep hat on real quick.
And the real problem with this is when even though you might say that Zoran, and some people have made this argument for Zoran, that he's got a sort of backdoor plan to achieve some of the goals of defund, but he is merely shedding the skin, shedding a slogan that some people would find unworkable, would say is even though, you know, we know what it means, like it's been mischaracterized, and that mischaracterization isn't going anywhere. It is people's natural inclination to think that of defund in a way that's not representative of what the actual policy is. But what you end up doing, if you've ever embraced that before, if you've ever, and you sort of walk that back, it is you give the impression that you did something morally wrong, right? You are a bad person for doing that. You don't want the people to have the proper protection by the police. You want those people to get hurt by criminals. All this shit like accrues to you. And people think they can sort of wash it off by being like, oh yeah, no, you're right. Actually, the base take I had, the moral standpoint I have, that you're too dumb to understand. Actually, that was just me being a bad person, but it's okay. I found Jesus and I'm a better person now. Everything's good, right? It undermines people's, and I even fear that for a popular, politician such as Zoran Mamdani, possible like once in a generation talent.
Please.
What is the play there? Aside from, the core of anti-blackness at the whole of this 1.1 shit. Because you made a good point that I hadn't engaged with about the ability of these institutions to redirect funds to Israel without
having to vote. Because the votes are not popular on the right or the left.
Right. And so they can keep the slush fund going without sacrificing political power, which will work perfectly for a lot of Americans, because a lot of Americans, don't know and don't care much about what's happening internationally. And so there's that, right? So from the river to the sea thus becomes much less of a threat, much less of a danger. But clearly defund the police still is. And as I sit in the shadow of a cop city here in Atlanta, right? And I know there's one in Baltimore. They're trying to build one in Buffalo, New York, and I know there's several have been built elsewhere. I can't help but, get a little paranoid as to why this would be such a coordinated discourse from our furthest left figures. It's just
that's such an
but we did just update my children's passports.
Well, let's take just 1 or 2 minutes to explore that, because I do think it's a very important question. Now, let's put my tinfoil hat on, and I hope to have some guests on to explore this, but my off-the-cuff belief before vetting is that what we do know is that we have a surge of investment in AI data centers, in AI technology, an emerging of these tech companies like
Planeteer, but the people that Westmore left Planeteer for, I can't remember the names.
Palantir.
Okay, and also, Elon Musk being the #1 recipient of defense contracts. Our whole, I had a great interview with Anita Saychan about the explicit plans of these tech billionaires to reshape our world, where they no longer need humans to do most jobs. They have AI sentience, basically causing mass unemployment. That's where some of these.
What? Oh my God! Please, I don't think that Briahna. I don't know why she said it that way. Obviously LLMs aren't sentient.
Andrew Yang style.
And they're not going to be sentient.
Universal income plans come in not because of the generosity.
If humanity develops artificial intelligence, it's going to be from some different technology. That's not what LLMs do. It's just a fancy. It's a fancy speech, text completion.
Giving people universal income, but to stem the flow of outright rebellion and people dying in the street, right? In this new world we live in. And how do you keep people from rebelling on the street? If there is mass unemployment, as they say, and our whole sort of social contract comes crumbling around our ears because of this new technology and the embeddedness with our government, what do they need to do to keep us from burning it all down and coming for their heads?
Judge Dredd. Are you familiar?
Remind me what Judge Dredd was.
Judge Dredd is a post-apocalyptic dystopian comic series where Judge Dredd is a police officer. The police have been flattened into literally judge, jury, and executioner, where they catch a person in the act of a crime and will arrest, convict, and judge in the moment as to make more expedient the resources needed for police.
Yes.
And
or like Minority Report.
Yeah, Minority Report. Well, I feel like more like Minority Report's, I think, not nice enough. It's too nice for what they have planned for us. I really want you, if you could just splice a little Judge Dredd world, either
we'll see what we can do.
Not the Stallone one, the Carl Urban one. I think that one was a more true to the nature of the comic for me, but I may be wrong. Like the comic book nerds always get mad when you misrepresent some shit. But
so that's what we're doing. We're doing. There's a article about pre-crime I just saw in the last couple of days. The flock cameras are flocking. The cop cities are being built. They are ratcheting up criminal penalties for even property damage. They just use RICO charges. Yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say they just sent the folks, I believe that was in Texas, for moving books to like 50, 100 years sentences for fireworks that didn't hurt anybody.
Prairieland is the incident that we're talking about here.
And in this environment, Zohran Mamdani, to be clear in that clip, didn't just say, I disavow defund. He specifically at the end of that clip made a connection between public safety and low crime rates in New York and having not defunded the police, which is an outright lie. He made the case in that clip for a correlation between police funding and public safety, which again, I think is so dangerous and not just maintaining a status quo, but actively walking us back from our ideals as the left and the progress that had been made in 2020.
Yeah, so
in this environment, go ahead.
To me, it sounds like you and Hassan should just talk.
I would love to. And
I'm sure he'll see this.
him.
Well, I've always been able to reach Hassan whenever he gets around to it, and vice versa. But we don't have like me and Hassan are.
He is what? What's his deal? What is Hassan's deal right now? He's in he's like traveling. He's on the podcast tour, right? The Furian tour. Which is on our bonus content, which we're like, 8 points away from getting to.
Are cool and we're on speaking terms and I have respect for Hassan. Hassan, as I've been, I hate that this clip has been used so much, but like Hassan has been supportive of a variety of things that I've been connected with in the past. So like, hit that boy up and y'all hash it out. And
let's take a look real quick. 9 days ago, I don't know.
And I think
now he's not saying I'm gonna connect you. He's saying hit him up. So
the times I've seen Hassan engage with this stuff, he's not as far from you as it's you might think, or at least from what I perceive having this conversation with you, but he is deeply embedded in this wave that he's been trying to help push forward.
Yeah.
And I think he sincerely believes that he's doing something meaningful.
And God bless him. We might be in different places about that, but I'm not angry. I'm not frustrated. I don't have any quibbles.
So Vamp says Judge Dredd was conceived as a satire, but it's getting dangerously close to reality. 2000 AD, published it's supposed to be in 2000 AD, published in the late 70s.
With that, I also have candidates on Democrat.
You just saw him at San Francisco. Did he sing Charlie Kirk?
Oliver Larkin on recently. I think he's the best of the bunch. The current bunch. I would love to talk to Chris Robb. I would love to talk to some of the.
She's not like a universal hater. There is a lot of fire coming from Briahna as always, but she's not. She's stating some of the politicians that she thinks are
guard, squad members. Like Summer Lee is one of my favorites. I would obviously love to talk to Rashida Tlaib. I mean, like I'm kind of let many flowers bloom. I don't think that most of them are hurting anybody. I do think that's.
Oh, so you're a Maoist.
Statements like what Zohran just made and what AOC.
Do you support Hassan Piker's suit?
He just made. Now
you must condemn the Mao suit.
We're getting into active harm, but not all of them are doing active.
You must condemn the dog shocking
harm. Oliver Larkin has been defending defund, as has Chris Robb, as did Darliza, as did Claire Chevalier, and those people, by the way, also didn't preemptively say that they were going to endorse Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House. Mm-hmm. Some of these new guys, including that William guy, Will Lawrence, have said they were going to pre-endorse Hakeem Jeffries, and I think Citations Needed has done such an amazing job of being very clear about how incompatible a pro-Palestine message is with this weird
Endorsing
fidelity.
overt Zionists.
Exactly.
But
It's
what
just
is
fundamentally incompatible, which is why also I'm very concerned about the trajectory of pro-Palestine advocacy.
Did
midterms.
have AOC and Bamdadi endorsed Jeffries?
Yes, very much so. We can splice in those every time it comes up on the show. I want to splice it in.
Democrats win the midterms. Do you want to see Leader Jeffries become the Speaker of the House?
Yes.
Okay, that was a firm, quick answer.
For me, and we have a broad caucus, right? For me, I have made very clear that one of my priorities in determining and in a leader determination is securing public housing financing for New York City. And Leader Jeffries has made his prioritization for the residents of public housing very clear. And for that reason, I will be supporting Hakeem Jeffries for leader.
Because people need to know that I'm not being histrionic and unfair, that these people, Zoran Mamdani isn't even in Congress. He could have said, I'm not in Congress and it's none of my business. I'm the mayor of New York. I'm focused on New York. But he said
that so many times. It's crazy that.
Exactly. So what's afoot? What's afoot? Do you know what I mean? Why does he have to say, yes, I support Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House? A house I'm not in. That's not my house.
It's so funny.
I hope it doesn't come off as too conspiratorial to think that, for me to say that I don't get Jeffries' staying power either, right? It seems like a pretty obvious thing, even for a Democrat institutionalist. Like, imagining myself as being one of the, connected people in power, I would be thinking of like looking for a bus and to see if Jeffries fits under it, right? Because again, like that would be so. If you could switch out Jeffries for some other shitlib, you can kind of wipe your hands of this criticism that is undermining the party. I don't get why that staying power is so strong with Jeffries, but yeah, he's got something going for him. I don't know what it is. Hassan said, I'm relaying this here. Jeffries is too strong locally in his home district. But how does that, like, we're talking about the election of a Speaker of the House, right? Oh, no, you're talking. Okay, I get you. Yeah. Flashpoint South Africa. You're right. I see what you're talking about. You're talking about in terms of Chi Ose opposing Jeffries. Yes, you're right. And that's why Zoran did not endorse him. But we're talking about they're talking about voting for Speaker of the House, and both Zoran and AOC have said they're going to support Jeffries, despite all the things that Zoran has kind of cast off, his hand waved away by saying, I'm the mayor of New York. I'm not a member of Congress. I don't need, I mean, he's set a precedent where he can not give an answer, or he has not given an answer to, do you endorse X? Do you endorse Y based on that? And yet with Jeffries, he's like, yeah, no, I'm in for Jeffries. So that's the question. I don't have an answer. I don't want to wax conspiratorial because, again, I don't know. But it does also seem strange to me. Anyway, chat, we got 11 minutes left, okay? Possibly 1 hour and 11 minutes left, all right? That all depends on so this number only goes down. That number can go up, and it goes up every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or Patreon or on Twitch, right? Any of those means of support of the channel raises the number. If the number gets to 100, yes, I add a whole hour. Isn't that crazy? The difference between 92 and 100 is an entire hour, but unfortunately, that's how it works. That's how it works. And so, yeah, we got 11 minutes left. I could start to get into, we got Olayemi has a video on the same subject, as does Elliot saying. And I could start to get into at least the Elliot saying. Let me take a look at this here. And yeah, if in the meantime we hit 100, I will stick around for another hour. I will give you some bonus content. What bonus content will I give you? Well, right now, since nobody who supported the stream has spoken for their donation, has put it towards one of these topics that we've got going on in the poll, I'm just gonna have to go with the poll. And the poll says, Hassan, we are Charlie Kirk. Of course, we are still 8 points away from that. So whether we end up seeing that or not is another question. Yeah, let me try to. Oh, yeah, this is an important video. Oh no, oh no.
Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? Are you feeling what I'm feeling? Because it feels to me like a lot of people are trying to move as if Black Lives Matter is a thing of the past, a silly thing, something that never happened, something that we can walk back. As a matter of fact, you hardly hear phrases like Black Lives Matter in 2026. And I think that's for a variety of reasons. I think that a lot of folks are trying to hang on to the old world as much as possible. They're trying to hang on to something. And they think that it's not possible to strive for a free Palestine or strive for affordability measures or strive for any kind of change in the world and also fight anti-Blackness. Folks don't think it's possible. They want you to think it's not possible. But not only is it possible, it's the only way. Today we're going to talk about, from a political level, but also just at a social and cultural level, how folks have failed to remember what changed, to remember the movements that came before us and the way that we got here. And we are going to sit at the top of this current mountain of shit, and we're going to look out in the distance, and we're going to plan how we're going to move forward. And part of that plan means a lot of these folks are going to be left behind. A lot of you are not with it, and that's just how it's going to be. But for the folks that are feeling it right now, that are feeling the weight of how much institutional and social pressure is being exacted to silence anything conceived as radical politics, to normalize small measures in the direction of what we need, but not nearly enough. For folks who are feeling the weight of economic crises, social and political crises, global crises at the grocery store, at the gas pump, in your social media discourse, in your classrooms, in your workplace, for folks who are feeling it and who have decided it's over, I can't do that anymore, I need the next thing, I need the next world yesterday, we're going to have a chat. We're going to have a chit chat about how far we've come and what is so important in our next steps so as to make the eradication of fear an absolute necessity. So let's start with woke one. The word stakes gets manipulated a lot. It's a concept offered in every excuse, always weaponized, never understood.
And again, chat, this is a certain type of editing. If you're noticing the framiness, the, what do you call it? When
non-Black folks decided to condense the political movements and cultural change.
Omega Star with the gifted sub to Pezzy. Pezzy, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Yeah, there's a certain style of editing where you cut out like all the silence, all the ums and uhs, and it makes it jerky. It makes it kind of jerky. But at the same time, you know, you're getting through a lot of information a lot quicker. You can also, I think there's even a like automatic way to, like a quick way to edit it like that. Some of my videos like have a little bit of that. I try to minimize it, but if it bothers you, I apologize. I promise you this is good and important information. It's not quite a jump cut, but I see what you're saying there. Yeah, jump cut is like a purposeful, you know, I'm over here and now I'm over here in the next cut, or right. But you know, with him, it's like, you know, kind of frame by frame. I'll put that towards Beasley. Absolutely, Omega Star. We are at 98 out of 100 with 12 minutes to go. Magically 12 minutes to go. Luke Beasley. So we got the first time that donos have played a part in the stream. Luke Beasley getting a little extra oomph from Omega Star. You can do this too if you support the stream.
Changes of the late 2010s and early 2020s, punctuated by the Black Lives Matter
Tabernacle does this kind of editing
movement of 2020 into a singular regime of failed progressivism called Woke One. They did so winking tearily at an imagined naivety, with an air of nostalgia for times in which the stakes were, presumably, not so high. This is why words are not words, and ideas are not ideas. Because if each of us see in vastly different shapes and colors, what does it really mean for us to point at the same image? Woke One is a term that has been bandied about, joked about for about a year or two.
Hype train.
It's in several chapters of
Robin Banks
of the term woke. Now, that bastardization.
All right, so we are going to add an hour because we are at 101 thanks to Omega Star and Robin Banks there. Good timing. All right, so let me add the hour so I make sure that we don't run out of time. I want to finish this. I want to get into the Olayemi, and then I'm going to try to leave some time to make sure we get some bonus content because we are in bonus territory. We are in the bonus zone. The bonus zone. Why does that sound so weird? Okay, I got to come up with better names for things. Bonus zone. What the fuck is that? Anyway, thank you so much for getting us started on a hype train. What is a hype train? It's something that happens on Twitch from time to time. You can support me on Twitch anytime you want to, but if you do it during a hype train, you get a little extra something for your trouble. Usually that comes in the form of a, what is it, like a conductor badge? You jump on board the hype train, and then you can get exclusive emotes. What if we get it to level 2? We're at 62% of the way there already. So, yeah, this is time. I don't know if a Prime sub counts. Hell yeah, it counts. Hell yeah, it counts. I might have did I over? No, it should say, I overestimated this. It should say 101, but it's still over 100. 101 out of 200. That's good enough. That's close enough for Jazz. Let's add that extra. Wait a minute. The one time I can play a song for you and play We Are Charlie Kirk and not have it be Splexma. We Are Charlie Kirk, Hassan. Because that, well, I guess that one's bumped into second place now. The fuck? What? Okay, anyway, that's Hassan singing Charlie Kirk to a live audience. What just happened, chat? I'm trying to add time. Instead, I'm taking it away. We can't have that. We cannot have that. What just happened? Starting a subathon requires a published version that is open in OBS. You got to publish it? Okay, it should say 1 hour. Wait. Okay. It should say, come on. I have to reset timer? What do I have to do? I gotta hit published, right? Publish it. What the hell even happened? Now it says 3 hours. That's wrong too. Let's try -1 hour. Oh, come on. What is your problem? Reset timer? Come on. What is, oh my God. It's got to give me 1 hour. It says 1 hour. I want it to say 1 hour and 6 minutes. Can I get an extra minute? 2, 3. Okay, let's make it 10. 1 hour, because I'm fucking around with this and I'm wasting time. But it's not chat's fault. Oh my God, please chat, not please chat, please. Okay, what? One more? There we go. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. We honor his name. Damn. Okay, look at that. They love it. They love it, chat. I did such a good job at singing. I'm better than Hassan. I got the cheers. Those cheers are for me, chat.
Is a complex process in which some of us use this bastardized term, woke, which, as we'll review in a second, originally meant something very important as far as consciousness of world.
20 seconds left on the hype train if you want to jump on board.
Responded to that bastardization by satirizing it, by playing along with it, by using it as shorthand. And while there's no merit to that approach, we also have to be very careful, because when we say, oh, woke one was something else, remember woke one? Now we're—
I felt like I was struggling to change the time of the oven. It's just like technology is going all wonky on me. There's the hype train coming in at level 1, 63%.
Woke too. We may mean something very different from what other people mean by that. Case in point, let's talk about the center of today's discourse, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who will most likely be running for presidential office in the United States in 2 years. She recently did an interview on CNN. I'm going to show you the clip of New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani being asked about it, but just to show the AOC clip, just because I think this is a good way to show it.
Ask you about something AOC said over the weekend that you probably heard in an interview.
I have a local city councilman that has this saying woke one was crazy.
You briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Well, I think that during this time and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the Overton window. We were shut down. There was some of the highest unemployment rates that we have seen because of those shutdowns. Yeah. And I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place.
Do you think?
Thank you so much, Chinyere Samson, for the donation. I think people's true priorities eventually come up, especially continuing to use the word woke as a negative word, meaning fighting injustice at home was never a priority for these people because they are privileged. Excellently put. So what AOC is doing in this clip is essentially talking about why she walked back on her position that one should defund the police, that we should defund or abolish the police, that police institutions also are necessarily racist and necessarily
woke one.
Problematic.
Okay,
and this is something that a lot of people have given her pushback for. Folks in my chat currently are quite infuriated at her for saying that.
This is an interesting perspective. Don't know what any of this is about. AOC gave an interview and she referred to something Councilman Chiose had said. And she said, like, my friend says, woke point 1.0 was crazy. This I think that, did they play it? Wait, what am I missing here? Oh, this is from Twitter. Sorry, this is from Twitch. That's why I can't say it. Or why I can't click on it. Why I can't show you on the screen. Woke one is crazy is going to trash her campaign. I don't know. I feel like if her campaign fails, it's going to be again, like as compromised as she is the furthest left candidate that's likely to be in contention, and also I think what's really going to sink her or not is going to be her ability to think on her feet, her ability to, like her demeanor in interviews. And I don't think this interview was again, she's, she is charismatic. She is smart. She is a good politician, but at various times it hasn't come across like on television, right? And so the question is, can she get that to where like 75% of the time she comes across really well, or not? Because right now she's like, I don't know, batting, probably less than 50-50.
This understandably, because not only are you backing,
but that being said, yeah, she is the, as far as issues wise, she is the best candidate running. And, that speaks as much to the kind of shallowness of the bench for the Democrats, as the filter is still at work, deciding who is taken seriously as a candidate and who is not.
Down from a position. Not only are you
and the things that she's done to, make herself seem more serious as a candidate, to sort of ingratiate herself with the people that would, put her in that position, have also, had a deleterious effect on her relationship with her base. So that's the tightrope that she's walking right now. We'll see if she's able to emerge victorious in the primary.
Backing down from a fundamentally important position. But you're backing down from a position that has to do with literally the loss of Black life, with literally the most violent thing that we all were up in arms about just 6 years ago, and that we were supposed to have taken as this landmark moment when we acknowledged being up in arms about it, when we came together and discussed it, when the social fabric changed as a result. And instead, nakedly, we are seeing politicians, as well as many of their supporters, push against that and say, we're kind of past that. It was an innocent time. It was a bit of a silly time, perhaps. But these calls for defunding the police or prison abolition or systemic anti-blackness in policing in prison, that's something that we can't really talk about right now. You know, there was an opportunity for the Overton window to shift, she says. So we were pushing hard in a certain direction.
Just to put this in a little bit of a historical perspective, the only thing that I can compare to this, like, you know, Democrats running from the shadow of 2020 is the way that the Democrats of the 1970s ran from the shadow of FDR, right? In the 1970s, there was a phrase that started being used, right? You started to see the emergence of the neoliberal Democrats. And the Carter, in fact, you know, if you really want to trace it back to the first Democratic president that was a neoliberal, it would be Jimmy Carter, right? The people that were of this mindset would look at the people that were still supporting the new, at least the spirit of the New Deal, and call them Eleanors as a pejorative. You're an Eleanor. You're like Eleanor Roosevelt. What are you doing, you old-fashioned, you know, hag? Right? I don't know. Like, I mean, this was Democrats starting to be afraid of the, you know, sort of the reputation that they were saddled with. And this didn't used to be a saddle. This didn't used to be an albatross. Like, the New Deal made the Democratic majority that I think lasted from sometime in the 40s or 50s to all the way into the 80s, right? The Democrats held the majority in Congress, right? That is what we refer to largely as the New Deal coalition. And by the 70s, the Democrats had started to run from it. By the 80s, you can see all of the Democrats, well, not all of the Democrats running from it, but yeah, after a few losses to Reagan, you know, they kind of run for it, and they become a Democratic Party that is more amenable to the moneyed interests that were allowed in by some of the Supreme Court decisions in the 1970s that also ushered in the age of Reagan. So, yeah, it's not a good precedent, right? And to see the Democrats running from a sort of like high water mark of rhetoric, if not of policy, that they experienced in 2020 is a sad thing.
First thing that I want to say is this is funny to me. What's funny to me is that I don't know why some of you are so mad that she said this and so happy to make fun of her for saying this, because this is what many of you have been doing the whole time. Your unprincipled asses have been backing down on anti-blackness in policing and on defund or abolish the police rhetoric for a long time. It just so happens that AOC has a talent, a natural talent, for saying the thing out loud and for committing gaffes that bring people together and making fun of her for it. But in reality, I don't trust a lot of you who are sitting here critiquing or making fun of her for this thing that she said on CNN, because I see you embodying these same lack of principles in different ways. Between standing DSA politicians or other elected officials in other countries, United Kingdom, we see you. If you think Andy Burnham is going to do the thing, he's not. Or anybody who's supporting, you know, social democrat politicians around the world with the same fervor that they would support a football club, instead of holding them accountable the way that folks said that they would. Remember that? Or when it came to ignoring the violence and impoverishment of Black Americans again and pretending that they're the same class group as white Americans. You know, the people who are using terms like Black KKK-ans, literally fucking using terminology from
who the fuck is saying that?
Black radical movements and saying Black Americans are like that. Wild. Or the dismissal of any discussions of race.
Wait, I'm sorry. This one I have not encountered.
Since Trump's election as liberal identity politics, even down to jokes about being the too woke friend. Folks who are considering themselves open-minded, left-leaning, progressive, or liberal have been paving the way for—
Who on the left is standing Andy Burnham? I'm not British, so I can't really say, but yeah, I suspect it feels like it's the center that's like trying to uphold Burnham, that's trying to make, I don't know, some sort of make
for politicians to act this way the whole time. There is
Elliot is so sanctimonious sometimes. I have yet to meet an Elliot saying hater.
No habit more consistent in the history of Western politics than abandoning Black communities. And so the fact that a lot of people are—
Who is this guy? It's Elliot Sang, video essayist extraordinaire.
Jumping AOC for it.
No, I mean, I don't think he's like too huge, but
strikes me at first as a little bit odd, because she's not even the first politician to do this. Again, she's just the type of person that commits the kind of gaffes that make these conversations unavoidable. And so I actually appreciate her for it. I'm grateful for her because she has a way of perfectly summating the problem with how we approach progressivism. We treat politicians like celebrities to be stand. We treat progressive ideals like identities that we can sticker onto ourselves to make us look cool on Twitter. But when it comes down to it, between her support for the Iron Dome, her bizarrely performative pictures at an immigrant camp years ago, and now this, she is the kind of person who will bravely sacrifice her public perception. So that
I don't know if I want to go after her. Like, were these staged photographs, or was she just there and they photographed her, right? Because honestly, if you take a fucking still from any random video, you're gonna get a lot of different looks from people, right? That's how I get my thumbnails, right? Do I want a Destiny that has a certain frown on his face, right? Well, I just like click around until I find that face, right? It's you can get any sort of face from anyone. If she posed for pictures in front of a detention center, looking sad and glum, that's one thing. But I don't want to read too much into somebody snapped some pictures of her, visibly upset, but maybe in a way that the picture that they chose doesn't look good. I mean, that's more on the photographer and the
folks across the US focused left, meaning all the people who spend a lot of time talking about US politics for understandable reasons given the global implications, can come together and say, fuck this shit. So now what? Well, let's articulate straightforwardly what these people and what everyone else clinging to this rotten corpse of an empire are trying to do. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too. They're trying to coast off of years of black radical organizing and anti-capitalist consciousness work while folding to billionaire fascists in creative new ways. They're trying to move like Black Lives Matter doesn't matter anymore. Now, as I've said, AOC is not the only person to do this. Just last week, Francesca Hong, who was running for governor in Wisconsin, backtracked from her statements about abolishing ICE or defunding the police. She had a call to cancel Thanksgiving that she deleted. She also now says that Thanksgiving is her favorite holiday. This is the Fox News report.
For the record, I don't think she called to cancel Thanksgiving. If you mean like, it's no longer a holiday, let's get rid of Thanksgiving, I don't think she called for that, all right? I think she made a shit post on Twitter that kind of had a real point to it. As far as what Thanksgiving serves as, right? Now, there's two ways of looking at this. If you want to say that Americans don't have a lot of times that they can take off work, they can go home, they can hang out with a family, eat way too many calories, and like reconnect, right? Reconnect with family and friends, right? I don't think she's against that. And then what she said, the thing that she said seriously was that, like, while one of the first meals that I remember cooking as a professional cook was in fact Thanksgiving, I understand why for some people it is it has baggage that is uncomfortable, right? And so Elliot, somebody saying that she's walking it back. In other words, he agreed with that, and then I think she got taken out of context as far as the Thanksgiving thing, if I'm not mistaken, right? She was not like, fuck Thanksgiving. As soon as I get power, I'm going to cancel that shit. I'm going to ban your turkey. I'm going to take the mashed potatoes and gravy right off your table, smash them on the ground. Fuck that. She's not that person. I don't know. That person doesn't exist, obviously. But she did walk some stuff back. Let's be real. Right. And that's the sad part. That's the real tragedy of the Hong campaign. I mean, and aside from the media dogpile, aside from the mischaracterization, and aside from, the ways in which she, hurt herself in terms of her awkward presentation. Right. This attempt to throw a few things under the bus. Right. It just didn't come off as honest, and it's never going to. And they're never going to be satisfied. If you get in trouble for being too based, right, just understand that surrender, apology is not really an option. That's not gonna save you. And all you're doing is making it harder for anybody else trying to stand up, right? So yeah, she did like, and again, I feel horrible about the sort of campaign that went on against her, but yeah, there is a point in terms of her, backtracking on this stuff. I do think though that on some things she gets taken out of context, she gets words put in her mouth that she never actually said, and then even people that are supportive of her initial statements and critical of the walkbacks are sort of buying into that without realizing it. She did not walk back the abolish ICE. Good. Thanksgiving thing was during COVID. Yeah, I do think she got mischaracterized there, but by the centrist media. Defund wouldn't be a thing to talk about, without BLM.
Reporting on this. She flip-flops on abolish the police and says she's serious about public safety. She previously asserted that police exist to uphold white supremacy and said, I support defunding the police. What's so funny about this also is that this isn't working as a strategy. It's the Kamala strategy 2.0, right? Oh, let's concede a little bit to that right wing.
I didn't get a chance to, but I wanted to make this comparison the way that Kamala and Biden threw immigrants under the bus during the campaign, I think was actually helpful to Trump, not helpful to them. And obviously not helpful to the people, the 163 Haitians that have just been, had their TPO canceled and been deported.
Leaning, let's concede a bit to the centrists to try to make our messaging seem less radical and more palatable. And meanwhile, they're dog walking her for this, right? Look, this is a piece from CNN, one of several opinion pieces you'll see about this right now. Democrats like AOC are trying to shrug off their woke era. That's bad for our politics. They want to figure out how to explain away some of the far left things they said since circa 2019 and 2020. They're already moving to say this is just an example of how dangerous these Democrats are, these progressives. They literally don't even believe in what they say. They just try to push the envelope in a certain direction. Like, you guys just give them the game over and over again and then get confused as to why folks like me or others who are outraged by this betrayal of one's values keep infighting. All this talk about leftist infighting, little talk about what can each of us do to actually stand by these principles we're supposed to be for. Everything's about packaging, everything's about nuance, everything's about imagery. A lot of people on Twitter pushed back on this. I'll just show you two of the tweets that I like. This one from Dita Wida. Woke One was the closest the US polity came to acknowledging reality in a while, probably since the 60s. It's no wonder it's being denigrated now. Arnie Ness. If you're a Democrat looking to disown police abolitionists, the least you can do is have the decency to look them in the eye and tell them you now think they're overreacting to police killing black people. None of this cowardly woke one smokescreen. Okay, this is actually a writer.
It does function as a smokescreen. I got a pee, chat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna listen on my headphones and my Bluetooth headphones, and there's anything I need to respond to, I'll do so when I get back.
John Kendall, who recently published this piece about fossil capital, Arnie Ness. I've shared his work on my channel before, so I wanted to shout him out. Beyond that, I think it's really gendered. I think a lot of you actually just want to dunk on women because the fact is that other politicians have done this over and over again. Many of them are men, and you don't hold them to the same account. One of the classic examples being Zohran Mamdani, who also, several months ago, a year ago, walked back comments calling to defund the police department while he was running for mayor. And in fact has also, stupid New York Times, walked back even his moderation of police reform policy and continued to hire more officers and in fact back police officers in instances where they were in the wrong. Like when he praised police officers who shot Bangladeshi immigrant Jabez Chakraborty in Queens, who was experiencing a mental health crisis and was gunned down by NYPD officers. As the family was detained, interrogated, and denied access to their wounded son, Mamdani chose to express his gratitude to the first responders who put themselves on the line each day to keep our communities safe. This was followed by a crackdown on a peaceful anti-ICE protest in Manhattan, where the NYPD's Strategic Response Group, SRG, long denounced by civil rights groups, arrested multiple demonstrators. Mamdani had previously pledged to disband the SRG. Doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon. I know that this is kind of dispiriting for a lot of folks who enjoy a lot of what Mamdani has contributed. I'm not going to act like he has done nothing that New Yorkers might benefit from, whether it's reforms about, changing trash cans on the street, whether it's the moves that he's doing towards making buses faster. These things are nice. But this is what politicians do. They are not our friends. They are tools that we're supposed to use. Everything that a politician like Zohran Mamdani might accomplish, regardless of what kind of personality he might have, is a result of people organizing to push for policy change, organizing to push for marginalized communities to be represented better. That is what causes folks like Abdul El-Sayed to win the Democratic nomination for Senate in Michigan. That's what causes Zohran to win the mayorship. That's what causes other more progressive candidates around the United States to win office. It's not that they're this new brand of politicians with integrity. It really has very little to do with age, as a lot of people keep getting distracted by. It's about the fact that people are sick and tired of AIPAC, and that push, that organized push online and offline, has caused now politicians to take notice and say, how can I align with this more so I can get elected? That's how this works. It shouldn't be about how you feel about Zohran Mamdani as a person, whether you think he's the worst or think he's a snide, condescending prick, or whether you think he's a really nice guy trying his best. Same thing about AOC. Same thing about Francesca Hong. These are two women politicians who are frankly not particularly remarkable and are among the most progressive elected officials in terms of their voting records. Sad as that is to say. But they get dunked on because it's easier to dunk on women. Because it's easier to just jump on the fake criticism of what an asshole this person is, what a bad person, what a B-word this person is, instead of the actual criticism that we should be doing, which is of the system entirely and pushing for it more and more to acquiesce to our demands. All of this distraction work that people are doing is meant to make you think about individuals and their personality cults, is meant to make you think about how nice somebody is or how rude somebody is. Thank you, Chinyere, for the donation. I thought people didn't care about Hong's past social media excursions, but she did backtrack and still lost. Yes, important to point out, Chinyere, that Francesca Hong did all that shit to lose. Okay, did all that shit to not even get the Democratic primary nomination. And you have all these supposedly concerned folks who just want to get rid of Trump, but say things like this on TikTok. Defund the police was just really bad marketing. The logic was reallocate funds so less police is necessary. But people are so dense and stupid that they did not get that. Democrats need to market better. This kind of appealing to people's sentiments, appealing to people's ideas about whether or not something is palatable, whether or not something is popular, would have been the same kind of thing that got the civil rights movement derailed in the 60s. Look up the Gallup polls about what white Americans thought of the civil rights movement, what they thought about the demonstrators, some of them that are considered violent demonstrators, what they thought about, black people moving into their neighborhoods. And yet black organizers pushed and pushed and pushed until politicians were forced to acquiesce. And that gave us the Civil Rights Act in this country, which did not represent revolution. It did not represent immediate emancipation and the end of global anti-blackness, much less US anti-blackness. What it represented was people organizing against the establishment and pushing the establishment, forcing the establishment to acquiesce to its demands. And a lot of you do not have that sense of things. This is not just about politicians. Like I said, this is about how a lot of you move, whether you're content creators, whether you're regular people in your workplace, in your friend groups. A lot of you do not have the balls to cut off people who are like Trump supporters, but you want to sit over here and talk about AOC. You don't want to stand on the defund the police rhetoric because you think it's too conflictual, forgetting the fact that defund the police was a watered down version of abolish the police in the first place. And the purpose of such a slogan was not to get people elected. It was not to create a good policy platform for somebody to win office. Abolish the police is a slogan / a movement created by people organizing against the state. People who are refusing to be silent about the realities of how police operate, about the unpunished murders of black people that are common, that are part and parcel of everyday life in the United States and in other countries around the world, because police are police. Frankly, it's kind of absurd how much people like to think about whether or not something's a popular idea, whether or not something is easy to agree with. And meanwhile, like 80% of people are in agreement that trans people deserve rights. We have the statistics even as of this year, even as of the growth and popularity of a bizarre hate campaign, a grossly misinformed campaign against trans people in sports. Look up the science on that and then come back to me if you have problems with me saying that. but like people of all races and ethnic identities, gender identities, even Republicans who agree that transgender people should have the same ability as everyone else to get the healthcare that they need. 8 in 10 agreeing that transgender people should be protected from discrimination in hiring, they should be protected from discrimination and harassment in schools. This is just a brief overview of what a lot of people will confirm for you in real life, which is that folks don't give a fuck about whether or not a trans person's in their neighborhood. And yet that doesn't stop Republican legislators and Republican pundits, Republican media companies, Republican organizations, right-wing organizations in the United States, as well as in the global South, so to speak, many of whom are backed by fundamentalists from the United States, of pushing the anti-trans agenda, trans people, down people's throats as if they would give a fuck about such a thing.
Yeah, if you contrast the people's outlook on trans people to the legislation that's getting pushed by Republicans, right? You would say it's vastly out of whack, right? The American people might not understand trans people, might have some misgivings about trans people, but they have nowhere near the smoke that some of the Republican politicians that are writing this issue do. It's just that like the anti the block of people that are anti-trans are so vile, and so if that is a political reality under which they can push an agenda, let alone push policy, why is it that we need to strategically, and this ties into what FD and Brianna were saying of the way that de-radicalization was sold as a necessity to get Biden elected, to get Trump out of the White House, and and ultimately ends up kind of mollifying what was at the time a revolutionary moment, if you could say that ever, about modern America. Let me switch forward. Narwhal's got some timestamps here that I want to follow to 2023 or 223:45. Yeah, right there.
Black Lives Matter was not some blip or some unserious expression of a progressive movement in infancy, which is this type of thing that people joke about when they say woke one. Woke one is supposed to be a reference towards fucking Nancy Pelosi in a kente cloth. Woke one is supposed to be a reference to, I don't know, people wanting representation, Asian representation in media, stop Asian hate being dominated by police activists, people who actually want the police to get more involved with attacking Black people on Asian Americans' behalf. Woke one, when people were joking about it from a real radical perspective, was supposed to be this acceptance of a bastardized paradigm and joking about it in different stages, trying to challenge the bastardized terminology by joking about it. But very obviously, non-Black people can't get the fucking message. Non-Black people will always sell this shit out, and then they get surprised when their politicians sell them out. Non-Black people heard woke one and heard jokes about like liberal identity politics.
Yeah, if you put it like that, Nathan Drake, 80% of people would not say yay trans rights, right? But if you put it like, deserve the same medical care as everyone else, and some of the questions that were being posed there, yeah, trans rights would be, the right to just live as a human being, which when you're being banned from sports is not exactly where you're at. And even beyond the legal oppression that trans people face, a lot of the oppression is sort of covert social oppression. That's pretty hard to legislate. That's something that society is going to have to change to up to 90% support trans rights, down to 50%. When it comes to, that's still 50% is a higher number than you would normally see represented.
And heard jokes about Kamala.
When it comes to kids, when it comes to and
AOC at the camp,
gender affirming care for children, and sports equality
on the gate doing this, or the eat the rich dress, and they were like, wow, yeah, that was true, that's woke one, that's right, defund the police, how stupid. Remember when we were all out posting the black square? Well, damn, that was crazy times.
Yeah, that was pretty radical
politics. Now
that was some radical shit. You turn your avatar black for a week. That's a wow. You're really
We're doing real stuff like yelling about
woke 1.0 was crazy. I changed my avatar.
Zionists on social media, which please go at the Zionists, but don't do so while selling out other causes that are part and parcel tied, as Yahya Sinwar would have told you himself, with the Palestinian Liberation Movement, and then pretend that you're pushing against Zionism because you have principles.
We're at 101 out of 200, chat. I'm going to try to make sure to save some time for our bonus content, which right now, Luke Beasley, let me just do this math for you, okay? I think that Luke Beasley is slightly ahead, all things considered. 28 plus 6. So you see how this works, chat? When somebody does decide to weigh in with their donation on the poll, I add it to the results of the poll, and that puts Luke Beasley up to 34%. While wait, did I do that right? Yeah, Luke Beasley 28, 34%. Okay, and then Hassan sings We Are Charlie Kirk. Look at that, only at 31%. So it's still very close. Make sure to get your votes in. You still have some time before I transition over to bonus content. And so make sure to get your votes in. And yeah, we're at 101 out of 200. So we're 99 points away from adding another hour. Not sure if that will happen, but if it does, I'll do double the bonus content. We could do Hassan sings We Are Charlie Kirk and Luke Beasley, because those are right now the top 2 contenders. So put my subs towards video games. Yes. Yes, indeed. And thank you, Joel. Let's we are going to add 36 points to video games, I believe. Why did I say it with the vocal fry, though? I don't know. We're at 582, right? And this just represents like the amount of every time there's 100 points in the kitty, I play another round of video games, and that's on Saturdays. And guess what, chat? It's Saturdays. It's Saturdays. Historically, inclusion in sports was a harbinger for further inclusion, such as desegregation on sports being the first major area to desegregate in Jim Crow America. Thank you, Kairos Rev.
Principles, and not because it gets you likes on Twitter. Regardless, as important as it is that we shift our politics.
Well, the irony of this is that trans people did have the right to participate in sports within reasonable limits, right? Right now there are NBA players that are, trying to pretend that, trans inclusion in sports is that like somebody can all of a sudden decide, hey, I have just today decided I'm trans. I am going to participate in women's sports with all, the benefits of which there are some. Remember, estrogen and testosterone, both anabolic hormones. Testosterone is more anabolic, but I do feel like it's somewhat overrated. I do feel like it's somewhat overestimated. I think that there's like a mythology around this. That being said, we do have 2 different sports leagues that are loosely. Oh my God, chat! I don't want to. This is not the discussion. Is about BLM. Let me not sidetrack this. Okay. Anyway, yeah.
Anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist directions.
Sorry, I have the interest, chat, but I know that we have limited time here, and we want to do bonus content too.
I do think that society.
And also, thank you, Lisa Seckler, for the super chat. Hassan Tour, is this how you do it? You voted for Hassan Tour? Yeah, that's exactly how you do it. You got it, Lisa Seckler.
Is pushing farther towards socialism. Society is pushing farther against capitalism, pushing farther against imperialism. I think it's a slower process than it might look on social media.
Oh, it's so close.
I think that there are changes happening. Okay. And the ways people have shifted in their opinion of Israel is a testament to that. Regardless, as important as that is, such a shift is impossible without addressing the exploitations of Black peoples worldwide. It doesn't matter that some Black people make money. Okay, I don't know why white people keep pretending like they get tripped up about this. I don't know why white people are trying to bring reverse racism back. I don't know if you guys saw that one white guy on TikTok who was talking about, if you're a white guy dating black women, I'm gonna.
Oh, I saw that shit.
It might be controversial, but you need to hear it. You got to get a gun. You got to get a gun because black men are going to come at you. They're trying to do this reverse racism shit again. Oh, you got to get armed because the savage black man is going to attack you for dating black women. They're trying to do the reverse racism shit over and over again. They're trying to ignore anti-blackness. They're trying to make it look like the black people were so silly for focusing on their own problems when genocide is happening. And meanwhile, the folks who are being genocided are like, hey, we're in solidarity with black Americans. Even some of the largest black liberal voices, like Ta-Nehisi Coates, have been outspoken about the direct comparisons and the obvious moral failings of Democrat politicians, black Democrat politicians, for continuing genocide in Gaza. But this is what non-black people do. They sell out, they sell out, they sell out. Because they're not selling out. They're trying to build with people that are destroying them. That's not your karma. If you're not interested in building with the people that are going to sell you out, if you're not interested in getting swept up over and over again impulsively into whatever trendy, progressive-ish seeming thing is happening, if you're actually interested in sitting back and being a little bit patient and thinking about what to do and trying to focus on building real community and trying to focus on divesting more and more from the largest corporations, from the most damaging parts of this system on a scale more and more, if you're interested in doing that, then it's high time that we actually claim this power because it's so obviously there. Again, somebody like AOC or Mamdani or somebody like Francesca Hong would not have been here in this position, pushing for slightly farther left positions in Congress and in the Senate and in the mayorship and potentially in the presidency. They wouldn't have been here without black radical organizers. They wouldn't have been here without Black Lives Matter, without small groups of people who would have been seen as not capable of doing anything. Okay? Our power is here. Are we going to claim it or not? Or are we going to keep running away from it? Here's a cool example.
In the summer of 2020, there was nowhere in America.
He was just basically looking at a clip that got disseminated on social media as like, this is why woke one happened or whatever. This is a Can't Ever Die on Twitter's tweet. So I'm just going to show you this clip.
In the first place, just don't watch whenever they talked about literally anything from a Japanese game studio. What is
of Japanese history? Because who knows anything about Japanese history? There were some samurai. They periodically killed themselves. A rat learned judo, and they invented a religion that sanctifies small trees and fat guys wrestling. Then we nuked them. That's how they turned into a real country.
To see what the PS3 can do with a hack and slash is not.
So this type of stuff was so common and it's not anymore. And people are scared to do that type of shit anymore. And that's why non-black people are mad. Because they used to live in a world where they could go out and say wild stuff. Even 10 years ago. If you watch, I was watching some MTV reality TV show, and I had watched some of like the newer seasons and then gone back to the first season to be like, what did it look like then? And like 10, 20 minutes into the episode, yeah, people making casual jokes about black women,
Dark Sparkle,
casual jokes about black chicks, casual jokes.
Oh my God.
About rape. Like this type of shit was common. You watch old movies from the 2000s, not.
That is something that I think that's where Brianna and FD went with it, at least partially, although FD did throw a lot of like, in fact, they both kind of threw out a lot of possibilities, like of like, you know, hey, you know, the DSA is doing entryism and it's causing it to de-radicalize. What if radical people did entryism into the DSA? It seems like to me overall they sort of settled on like outside pressure, like that they feel like outside pressure is appropriate, even for the DSA after seeing, you know, several DSA associated acts, so to speak, you know, walk back some pretty important things. I don't know if that's where Elliot is going with this. I think his is more of a movement based call to action. If I oh God, we didn't even get to, God damn, I'm sorry. I'm remembering part of that FD and Olayemi conversation. Yeah. Believe it or not, it got more radical from there.
Old, like literally just from our childhood, those periods of time we keep getting tricked into being nostalgic for, it was horrible, bro. People were actively hateful in ways that were hard to get your head around looking back. Because so many people have done so much activism work, whether or not you fully agree with their ideological slants. People pushed so that folks could be less homophobic. People pushed.
Yeah, Nathan Drake, I literally don't know where you're getting that. What are you responding to?
so that companies would be
something Elliot said, something I said. What is this like? Who do you think was speaking for Black people?
scared to discriminate. People pushed so that society would be more cognizant of how it looks to be racist. And a lot of people gained opportunities from that. A lot of genuine community was built out of that. It wasn't just the fake shit. But what happens is the fake shit always shows up. There's always a period of time where things are blowing up, and then there's a period of time when the fake shit, the NPCs, catch on to shit and then co-opt it. This is how politics moves. This is how political and social and cultural change moves. You are always going to see co-optation. You are always going to see attempts to backtrack. You are always going to see attempts. Just the same way that Lenin talked about Marx in the early 20th century. There will always be attempts after a person.
So you think that something being anti-Black means that it, like what something, wow, Nathan, I would really examine that link that you just made, right? So if something is supported by the majority of a people, it is anti that people to be against it, right? So if certain actions in Gaza, you know, if somebody were to be able to find a poll of a group, you know, not being against that, right? Then you being against that, like, do you see how this could get used? In some ways, even though you are technically on the woke 2.0 side of this imaginary battleground that only exists in our heads, you are embodying, I guess, what were considered some of the excesses of woke 1.0, which is to say, damn. You just kind of like bass backwards into a kind of what some might call identity politics that never really characterized a lot of what was being called identity politics. And then there it is, right? If I can invoke an imaginary poll about, you know, Black people not being on board for defund, and I'm saying it's imaginary because you're not showing me, you know, the poll that, you know, I don't know what is or is the case. I'm not the one trying to speak for Black people here, but yeah, I wouldn't link the being against something that a group, you know, either support, you know, having a divergent viewpoint from a certain group makes you anti that group, and that's the same kind of logic that's being, you know, used in the support of, you know, in the support of Israel right now. Kind of crazy how that works out, but anyway.
Is dead by the system that person railed against, to say, what a great example, what a wonderful example of an outspoken critic. You might not have always agreed with him, but he truly did push for a better world. Meanwhile, while that person's alive, they're trying to kill him. Same shit that they did with Martin Luther King. So seeing this type of shit from AOC.
Oh my God, chat. We got to get to bonus content, don't we? I really wanted to show you some of this too. Let me just show you the very beginning of the Olayemi video. God damn it. I knew I was going to shortchange something. I was gonna, and because Elliot is the shorter video, this one's important too.
Where people weren't protesting the murder. In the summer of 2020, there was nowhere in America where people weren't protesting the murder of George Floyd.
And look, I'm glad I covered this today. Apparently this was necessary content. Apparently there are some, you know, reminders that need to happen about when it comes to 2020 and peak woke.
National conversation on policing seemed inescapable. People were calling to defund the police. People were running on defunding the police. The idea that the system isn't broken, it's working as intended, had entered the mainstream and finally seemingly exposed the uselessness of continuing to call for the usual police reform. But in 2026, whilst local and national organizers, activists, and advocates have continued doing the work, for everyday people, the fight against policing no longer seems to be part of the national conversation or their political non-negotiables. And what I want to get to the bottom bottom of is why. Why does it feel like policing has been kicked off the progressive agenda? What does the current criminal justice landscape look like as it pertains to policing? What's changed since 2020? Did we defund the police? Did defund the police hurt or help the movement? I had so many questions. And to help me get some answers to them, I spoke to author of End of Policing, professor and community safety advisor to New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani, Alex Vital. And I spoke to journalist, professor, and host of Empire City, Chenjerai Kumanyika. My name is Olayemi, and this is O Squared. As someone whose number one issue is always policing in the prison industrial complex, the years 2020 to maybe 2022 will always stand out to me because it's the only time I can remember where it felt like policing in the prison industrial complex was just as much a priority to everyone else as well. So it
All right, so yeah, go follow Olayemi. It
didn't go unnoticed when we went from people protesting.
I'm gonna put the link in
single day to barely a collective peep when police shot and killed a 1-year-old black baby just the other day. Even if you hadn't noticed any shift in how much collective attention is being paid to policing, I'm sure that now that it's being brought to your attention, the minimum we can probably agree on is that if the police killed a 1-year-old black baby in 2020, you'd have likely heard about it. Whereas, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the first many of you are hearing about Cohen Wiley's murder. But perception isn't always reality. So I wanted to talk to the experts and find out if they'd noticed how little political real estate policing was occupying these days.
Well, I think it's true in the sense of like local police for the most part.
So if it's true that we aren't hearing as much about policing anymore, the question then becomes, why?
You know, the media is an extension of policing in a lot of ways. The newspapers, the television stations at the local level are part of a growth politics for these cities that has relied on policing to enable gentrification, clearing out spaces, managing suspect populations. So it's not that the media just sort of like misunderstand policing, it's that they work with the police. These two things, they go together. Yeah. So they are inherent.
Jersey Texan with the 5-stream streak. Jellyfish, 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 jellyfish.
Inclined towards framing everything in a way that gives police the benefit of the doubt because they are fundamentally pro-police. And so that always frames why we're not hearing about things or why we don't hear about them in a way that makes clear what's really going on. So we've got to rely more on independent media and community organizing. But of course, a lot of attention is being paid to ICE right now. Yeah. And I think for a lot of people, they see the similarities, they see the analogies there, that Trump is basically, weaponizing this federal police capacity that is targeting suspected immigrants, whatever, but I think a lot of people understand that this could be weaponized in even more ways to go after political enemies, to suppress resistance to Trump's, illegal behavior, to potentially interfere.
Go follow Elliot Sang's second channel too.
In elections, etc. So I think that in a way, people are kind of learning a lesson about what the true nature of policing is.
Alex pointed out as well that ICE, there's a lot of a national conversation around ICE, and in a way that is still, part of the conversation of policing. But I think the issue is like yes and no. Like the ICE are police. That critique should be, whatever critiques about ICE, we should be tying it to policing and that this is a reflection of our police state expanding and how that police state functions and gets worse. But I don't see it being discussed that way. I see ICE being talked about in this uniquely evil way, like ICE is bad. The reason I know they're not connecting ICE to policing is based on how little pushback there is to abolish ICE as there is to defund the police or abolish the police in general. The minute you say you're an abolitionist,
and the irony being that if the rhetoric of abolish and defund had stuck a little more, if not the policy, right, then and we might not be dealing with this situation with ICE right now. Like, right, the defund movement looks a little bit prescient in relation to what law enforcement has become and the way in which it's expanded and the, control that it's under, literally, of the fascist occupying the White House right now. So anyway, we got to make sure that we save time for Luke Beasley and Hutch. God, I hate to give you for like, you know, just very limited, but go watch the video and go follow Olayemi Oloren. Let's get Hutch. I know, sorry, I would like to show you more of Olayemi's video, but no, instead we got to do the Hutch video because it's what you voted for. Wait, is it what you, no, wait, is it? Yes, it is by 1 point. Oh my God, chat, this is so close. I got to check again to see if it's still the same on the poll because yeah, it's that close. Hassan at 31, 31 plus 2 is indeed 33. Oh, Luke Beasley maybe dropped down. Oh my God, chat, it's a fucking tie. Okay, you got to help me out here. We got a tie, chat. It's tied. It's completely even. Steven Seagal, who is the dad of one of the characters in this video game that we're gonna play after we do this bonus content. But I do need your help now. Yeah, we're literally because this thing dropped down to 27, so this shit is tied. We're in a tie game. Do we have a tiebreaker? Let me make sure that I'm looking. Okay, somebody else voted. Oh, Luke Beasley back up to 28. Oh my God, chat. It could not be more close. It could not be more close right now. Wait, I think, Hassan is at 31, not 33. Did that change? Okay, it looks like that changed too. So I got to put this down to 31. Yeah, so yeah, apparently nobody loves Hassan. Luke Beasley, wait, I thought there was. Oh, I did it wrong. It is 33. God damn it, chat. Sorry, God damn it, chat. It sounds like I'm blaming you. Huh. Sorry, I'm not blaming you. No, there's supposed to be a 2 here. 2 plus 31 equals 33. It is 33. I was right in the first place. I just confused myself. But yeah, it's virtually tied. Technically, this is ahead by a hair. So I might, if I don't get a tiebreaker, not 38, but 34, there we go. It's 1 point away. If I don't get a tiebreaker, if somebody does not break the tie soon, I might just go into the Luke Beasley video to make sure that we have the most time for it that we possibly can. But anybody else who has donated or anybody else who does donate, do you have an opinion? Do you want to weigh in and break the tie? Because we are right at the tie. We are right at, well, actually, yeah, Luke Beasley's ahead. So Hassan's going to be in Portland later. So what's going on, though? I'm curious about that, too. But, I mean, is he streaming while I saw, like, it's at least one of the days, right? He streamed from his hotel room. Is he streaming from his hotel room? Look at that. Is that Hutch's, like, old Hutch MF? No, that's a different guy, right? Is there a bigger Hutch? Oh, but they had to call themselves Hutch MF. It does look like Luke Beasley is ahead by 1. So, yeah, if anybody has anything to say about it, speak now or forever hold your peace, uwu. And we'll move on to the bonus content, whatever that is. No stream yesterday? Yeah, what's he doing? Is he just not going to stream? We're going to jump into the Hutch Dome. Yes, we're going to jump into Hutch's head. We're going to feel like what it is like to be Hutch. Oh my God, chat. I would not wish that on my worst nightmare. Luke, oh, he's getting into the game. Look at this guy. Hey, I'm not bald. You know who's bald? That Hassan Piker dude. He's also super old too. Check him out. He's aged. Hassan looks like a 57-year-old, psychologist.
Where's the Luke Beasley video? Actually, speaking of,
where's the Luke Beasley video?
Hang on.
Oh, let's watch this really quickly.
Obviously, last night's big news was that progressive candidate Abdul El Sayed won against Haley Stevens in the Michigan Democratic primary. And this is a huge deal, a big national discussion and sparking even more discourse and debate. But it does represent in a moment of backlash.
Now, Luke is pretty pretty seriously big channel, you know. He gets pretty decent views, you know. He gets, you know, modest views, but when you put everything all together, you know, he's definitely...
I mean, compared to Hutch, right? When you're talking about like a sub to view ratio, yeah, Hutch's is pretty fucking low, right? He does have a lot of subs. Hutch is like 80% of the way or more to 1 million, right? Hutch's channel is actually big, but it just does not get the views because I think I would guess it's because it was built on video games.
One of the
and he's not really doing that anymore.
Bigger, I would say center left / progressive. I mean, he seems pretty progressive. Kind of a bit of variety on his channel. Like some of his videos get 17,000 views, and some of his videos are getting half a million views. You know, I got to figure out how to get some of that juice in the YouTube algorithm. Oh my goodness. Anyways, Luke is definitely one of the bigger kind of non-lefty / but still progressive / like young creators. So
against the status quo, and then about the status quo being somehow made worse by the MAGA figures in power. There's a...
How are you so bad at this, Hutch? Normalize your volume. Get
Democratic Party soul searching going on. And as I explained yesterday, there's really not going to be one answer to that soul searching or that identity seeking. Because people are saying, is the Democratic Party going to react to this current...
Demiurge, which channel did you put it in? React suggestions or requested links?
Moment. By going in a more progressive direction, or are they going to go...
Non-lefty progressive. So if anybody doesn't know this guy, this is Hutch. He's one of the hosts of Live and Learn. Live and Learn is this, I don't know, it's a cursed little thing that I have you watch from time to time. It's for liberals that get together to have a discussion about liberal stuff and see what they can learn. Now you got people like Pisco and Soypill who are at least a little bit open and are not actively trying to, I don't know, squash progressives and leftists before they can have an effect on these guys, Hutch and IRI. They're like openly hostile to anybody further left than, I don't know, probably Bernie. And but yeah, so that's Hutch's particular bugbear, is he hates Hassan and he hates leftists, and he's really mad that they have won seats and forced him to go back on his blue no matter who. This is the guy that, you know, when it was, you know, Kamala Harris running, when it was mostly centrist Democrats running, you know, he was emphasizing his whole blue no matter who ethic. And now, well, that you've got some DSA candidates, he's had to say, I don't know, maybe not, maybe no matter who, maybe I will not advocate blue no matter who to my audience anymore.
So, well, we're going to win over the people who are opposed to MAGA by going more centrist. What's the plan here? What's actually going to happen, I'll explain it to you, is that different things will happen in different races. And different states will yield different results. Different congressional districts will yield different results depending on the nature of the candidates and the particular places that they're running. But it's a big deal that in this primary, especially given how much money was spent.
Damn, look at that studio setup. That looked fancy.
And Haley Stevens, Mallory McMorrow, his two previous opponents, have both endorsed him. And there's an attempt to go ahead and unify now against Mike Rogers, who will be the Republican Senate candidate. Here is some of what Abdul had to say after it was declared that he was the
I'm going to scoot ahead,
representing the more progressive faction of the Democrats.
Just a little bit here.
And for our troubles, the corporations, the special interests, who would rather get to decide who our elected officials are than let us decide who our elected officials are.
He talks about Hassan pretty early on, actually.
An unprecedented amount of money to beat us. Attack ad after attack ad after attack ad after attack ad. Wall-to-wall ads. But it turns out that the commercials are the part of the television show most people don't want to watch.
We'll go right about
that. You
on Piker's presence, just given that it's the common mission. I said that Abdul did.
Tyler, $20. How do you feel about Hassan propping up Pisco? No way you don't think he won't be audience captured. He's already running cover for socialists without the people cheering him on. Do you think this will pose a problem? I need people to remember that we do have a friend of the pod policy on this stream. And I think Pisco has an internal bias towards the online left. I think that much is evident to me. But what I don't see is this like endless sweeping that you guys see. And as far as like Hassan goes, Pisco,
So yeah, it's
in
not
my experience during our exchanges, is like meaningfully critical of Hassan. And so if you're asking me if I think that Pisco is like farming that from Hassan, I would say I do not agree. I just don't agree. And if
so, yeah, his chat hates Hassan. I mean, he hates Hassan. Pisco again is this. He was a DGGer that's kind of got some viewpoints that are out of line. Used to stream with a communist named Straighteraid, and has really become a burr in the saddle of the Destiny universe. Has become targeted by the Destiny universe by several bad faith claims, and but Hutch is trying to retain the bridge, even though he's kind of Team Destiny. He wants to keep Pisco. You know, these two want to stay friends, despite the finding themselves on opposite sides at some point. Now, yeah, Pisco's not a Hassan fan. That much is true. Hassan did see something recently. What was it, Chad? Anybody remember? What was the last Pisco piece of was it Pisco on Live and Learn, maybe, that Hassan watched and was, you know, agreeing with Pisco? That's what Hutch is referring to. But yeah, Luke is about to give his criticism of Hassan.
half of his fans are Hassan fans. There's actually nothing wrong with that. Like, it's fine to have audience overlap. It's fine to have that kind of a bias, and we're going to have our disagreements, and it makes for good content, and it's fine. But just chill the fuck out on some of the analysis about Pisco. I just think it's so over the top and just like counterproductive, you know?
Did a really good job of staying laser focused on the issues and having a good message. I guess the one part that was confusing strategically was how much his campaign was constantly merged with Hassan Piker's presence, just given that I think you can honestly say Hassan Piker's going to bring some political baggage, including this take.
Careful, Luke. Careful, Luke.
Was going to win.
Well, I mean, not careful, but maybe just research enough to know that the reason that the beginning of Abdul El Sayed becoming the phenomenon that he is and going on to win the primary was his collaboration with Hassan Piker, right? And yes, the controversy from that. Ultimately, that was beneficial. They have tried to do everything they can to make Hassan radioactive and to just essentially disable what was for Sayed and what was for so many a very useful tool, right? Hassan was very useful to many people in these races, and the only way that they can kind of counteract that is to just try to put the stink on him.
Win, which was the opposite.
So the question is Luke trying to put the stink on Hassan here?
Of the now
they will brigade you, Luke,
that I just outlined for you. This to me is the opposite of what should be said after a victory within a Democratic primary.
Like everyone being like, Abdullah has a ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit.
He claims that he was speaking specifically about the consultant class, but I don't know what that means in the context of this sentence. He's saying everybody who's saying that Abdul has to mend fences, like that to me sounds like he's talking about the vote.
Okay, no, yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about here, because Pisco's just not, or sorry, Pisco, let's not mix them up, okay? Hutch is just not making sense here.
All unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit. Being like, Abdullah has a ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably
Who the fuck is saying Abdul has a ton of work to do mending bridges?
Islamophobic pieces of shit.
Is it voters?
He claims that he was speaking specifically about the consultant class, but I don't know what that means in the context of this sentence. He's saying everybody who's saying that Abdul has to mend fences.
Consultant class. What are you talking about? That's where that's coming from.
That to me sounds like he's
the voters. You can't really characterize because more voters than not voted for Syed.
Talking about the voters, like he's talking about
you're the one who said it, a megastar.
Broader coalition. You know what I mean? What is it? How does it make sense for him to say like, oh, he was specifically talking about like the consultant?
I think Hutch just had a synapse break.
Class. Why would Abdul need to mend fences with consultants? Yeah, I don't know. Like,
nobody's saying that, Hutch.
That doesn't make any sense to me. He's clearly talking about voters. Hassan, like...
No, what? He just changed the fucking meaning of... Did you catch that, chat? That's a pretty bad brain fart. What's going on here?
Class. Why would Abdul need to mend fences with consultants? Yeah. You know what I mean? What is it? How does it?
Why would Abdul need to mend fences? He's not talking about mending fences with the... He's talking about the people who said he needed to mend fences. What the fuck? Did you just forget what we were talking about, Hutch? Look, I'm somebody that has probably a functional impairment of the executive function and sometimes we do the weave, right? Sometimes we do the weave by accident. Sometimes I don't get back to what I was talking about before I got distracted and started talking about something else. But goddamn, what is that? What is wrong with this guy? He just forgot what he was talking about, didn't he? That's the only explanation I can come up with for this. He's just like literally just transferred it into why would he need to mend fences with the consultant class? That's not what he said. Oh my God, it took him what, all of 12 seconds to lose track of the conversation? What is going on, Hutch?
Doesn't make sense for him to say like, oh, he was specifically talking about like the consultant class. Why would Abdul need to mend fences?
We're getting down to the last 4 minutes of the stream here, chat.
Doesn't make any sense to me. He's clearly talking about voters. Hassan, I think this clip is very easily explained. If there's one quality that Hassan has above everything else, wow,
it only gets more incomprehensible from here.
I mean, it's probably like ego and narcissism, but hubris. I mean, this guy's whole philosophy is he thinks that if he fulfills Karl Marx's prophecy of elevating class consciousness, that it will lead to a kind of popular revolution among the proletariat. And
where are you getting this, Hutch? Karl Marx's prophecy, yeah.
So he genuinely thinks that his ideology is so good and it will benefit so many people if they only just were educated.
Hutch, I mean, you could use some of that education, I would say.
Just a little bit. That they would all back.
I mean, you could benefit. I'm just saying, right?
Back him and his preferred politicians, if only they got a taste of that sweet, sweet socialism.
So you could use some of that sweet, sweet free education, Hutch. I'm just saying, all right?
He's going around saying Wisconsin's never going to be a swing state again. If people are like Francesca Hong, who's just this uniquely bad candidate. He thinks...
Chat, this was a sleeper, all right? I'm not trying to cover a lot of Hutch in my streams. That's why this guy is only bonus content today and only for 2 more minutes, potentially, although we are 99 points away from adding another hour. That's a lot of points. But goddamn, did I ever sleep on this one, right? I saw it. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But I was like, nah, he's trying to clickbait. And I was right. Yeah, I mean, you heard, I mean, we haven't. We need to get to Luke's criticism. We just got to Hutch's stupidity, but there it is. Karl Marx, the prophet. That's what he's very narcissistic, and he thinks that he could be the Muad'Dib of Karl Marx, of communism. That's like the fulfillment of the prophecy of a uniquely bad candidate is a comical statement.
Don't come to mind, but
oh my God,
his goal is literally the destruction of the Republican Party.
You're going to get a little extra hutch because I need to get more water. What the fuck? How am I? I'm a thirsty. All right, I'll be right back.
He's saying, I never want the Republican Party to be competitive ever again. And he's saying that because he thinks that once you elect Democratic Socialists or his preferred candidates, they'll never go back. They'll never vote Republican ever again. And that party will just kind of like no longer exist after a while. And so this little rant that he does is perfectly consistent with that view. His preferred candidate wins by less than 1 point in a swing state, which I just want to reiterate, that is impressive. It is. Like, for an insurgent candidate to take on the establishment in that way, a candidate like Stevens who had a lot of institutional backing, that is impressive. That's an impressive feat. But it was less than 1 point. And now we're in the general. So you do need to mend fences. You do need to appeal to Stevens voters and maybe some more moderate liberals that are cagey about Abdul El-Sayed for reasons that have nothing to do with like his name, his practiced religion, his ethnicity, racism, bigotry. And yet here we are in this clip of him saying, you're all Islamophobic, you know?
Okay? You literally called the dude a fucking terrorist for months on end and like called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has like 2 degrees, and now you're gonna sit there and be like, well, you know, you really got to come to me now. Like, what are you talking about? Do you want to win or not? Lock the in, okay? Lock the
Chicken Burr Kaw with the $20. I really think you should watch Pisco's reaction to Conduit's most recent video on Hassan. I'd be interested if you draw.
So yeah, his chat.
Pisco's position there and that of a mask on Hassan sweeper. We watched that.
His chat is clearly trying to bait him to go after Pisco.
Entire video yesterday, so I don't want to double dip on that. I can ask him on the pod. What did you think of Conduit's video, and we can go from there.
So obviously horrible things were said about Abdul, unfair, dishonest, defamatory things, which is what he's referencing there. But generalizing the population of folks who didn't vote for him, who will need to then be won back over before the general, as all a part of the group that called Abdul unfair. Or
no, it's really clear, Chad. I mean, I don't have to tell you this, but he's talking about the consultants. He's talking about all the consultants that said, "Oh, it's time to mend fences." Now, after all the damage they did to the person that ended up being the candidate, if you support Democratic Senate, you need to support the candidate. And they went hard on Syed in a way that I don't think you would. I know that the establishment and the centrists would not appreciate, left-wing people, a left-wing candidate going hard on a centrist candidate that ends up winning. Anyway, let's. So we're out of time here.
Or bad or terrible.
Luke is still. Let's just listen to Luke's take on this, and I'll set up the next thing.
Or heinous things during this primary is not correct, and it's also not strategic. Just like how when a more centrist candidate wins, and progressives say, rightly, hey, y'all won the battle, but if you want us to join you in the war, you're going to have to convince us. Right? That's often the response. Bernie loses to Biden. It's like, hey, Biden, you got to make sure that, yes, you're going to go try to win over those swing voters in the center, but you got to make sure you're still appealing to the folks who supported Bernie. It applies also when progressives win, by the way, that then the progressive candidate needs to make sure that they make inroads to winning over the folks who didn't vote for them in the primary, because you're going to need every single vote to win in a swing state like Michigan. So then berating anyone, as it seemed like he was saying, if this wasn't his intention, this is the way that it came off, this is the way the clip's being circulated, as like, he doesn't need to mend bridges. All of you are just lunatics.
Oh, Jesus, what happened?
At the very least, is strategically whacked. So I guess.
Aren't you glad your streamer is good? Right? Yeah, Hutch sucks. The only thing I wanted to do there, so yeah, there's Luke's little bit of criticism. I don't think I agree. And again, like, I think the mistake that people are making, possibly in Nudge's case purposely, although I don't know, this guy's kind of dumb. So maybe not purposely, is not understanding clearly who the statement is directing to. Or I think it's purposely in a lot of cases. Either way, it's not a large disagreement that he has with Hassan, and the rest of what he says is very, you know, very pro party unity, even unity with the DSA. So yeah, he's kind of on a different tip. I don't love, I'm not a fan of Luke Beasley's content, but you know, Hutch trying to claim him as one of his own brain rotted neo McCarthyites, I think that's a stretch, Hutch. Anyway, speaking of stretches, chat, might be a good time for you to stretch right now, because you're about to hear a sound that may be familiar or may not be familiar. Wait, are you going to hear a sound? Let's see. Maybe now you're going to, no, maybe now you're going to hear a sound. Sometime. There. Because we have come to the time in the stream. That's right, when the gaming frogs take over. And chat, you're in for a treat. Because last stream, I beat a very difficult boss. A very high level boss, right? We gained 2 levels. And I guess I learned some strategy. I had to learn some strategy. Because the first time we fought this boss, it wiped the party in like 3 moves. It was not pretty. But after I got wise to the techniques that it used, I was able to defeat Shadow Maya. Yeah, we're getting some tea. Got another bottle of water, because apparently I'm just thirsty like that. Oh my god, I can't find a good place to put this. There we go. We'll put it right there. All right, I'm about to put it on screen. Really? There it is. I thought the video game was going to snark me, chat. I was really afraid of being snarked by a video game. It's happened before. But no, this game is not going to snark me. Although we are going to fight some Nazis maybe today. And the Nazis are quite snarky. Where do I think we're going to get to? Well, so first of all, chat, like I said, I beat a boss, right? So, and I went through a lot of leveling. I got a lot of tarot cards. We've got so many. Oh my god, we just got new personas too. Should we look at these? What is going on with our new personas? Personal data. Tatsune. All right. Oh, he voids what? 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 He voids fire strong. Wait. Voids fire strong against nuclear and weak against water. Okay, that actually meant, I was thinking that was like, wait, how is this that cool? Let's take a look at the persona. Oh, wait, where's the... Okay, yeah, Volcanus Custom. Has it already been activated? No, I don't want to activate it. P status, yeah. Oh, look at that, chat. It's like the same persona, but it's very much stronger, I think. And it also has a very... Okay, so it only has 1 spell, but it's a very strong spell. That's the strongest kind of fire spell. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to take a look in here and kind of see what is going on. I'm a little bit worried here. There's one person that does not have their custom persona, right? I think I might even know why. Make sure to feed everybody's thankless ass. Wait. With the duck ass? Yeah, this is Persona 2, Innocent Sin. I'm a little bit worried here. Okay, we gotta go see Igor. I might know why if she didn't get a custom persona. I just hope I didn't fuck something up. Because these old video games, sometimes they let you fuck something up for no reason. Oh yeah, they gotta eat. You're right. Yeah, before we go in battle, before we go into the factory, which I think is our next destination. Yeah, we gotta go into that factory and see what opens up for us. There's gonna be some new doors opening up. So yeah, she does not have, at least unless it is in storage, her custom persona. But I think that might end up being okay very soon. I know a little bit about this game. Okay, so everybody else has their custom persona. Okay, Hama is the only spell that she has. We're gonna have to change that. But yeah, more powerful version of Maya. And then Lisa. Okay, so a stronger earth spell. Stronger, yeah. Voids. Okay, so it looks like the void means like it does no damage. I don't know if I had that before. It looks like that's kind of like a new, that's a bonus for these, and they're custom, which means I actually don't know what that means that they're custom, but I bet it means something cool, right? He voids dark. He is weak to nothing. That's crazy. At least with the persona that he's got equipped right now. Let's go in here and take a look at Radmanthes. Whoop, I didn't do it right like that. Aquis, okay, so yeah, the spell leveled up. He voids dark. Weak to nothing, and much stronger. Absorbs and heal. Oh, void does no damage. Yeah, I figured. Yeah. Lick'em Low Lisa. Oh my god. I'd almost forgotten about Lick'em Low Lisa. Chad, did I like laugh extra hard when we? I think that Lick'em Low Lisa thing, as homophobic as it is, it like made me laugh. All right, what do we need to do? Feed everybody's ass. That's a thing. I guess see Igor. Let's go talk to Igor. That's the first thing. Like, yeah, like Lick'em Low Lisa, for instance, actually absorbs damage from pizza. All right. He welcomes us to the Velvet Room. We got to summon. Oh, wait, you know, before we summon, actually, I think we need to take a look at this list. All right. First of all, I want to know, do we have a custom for Yukino? Oh, that's ridiculous. We have the old personas too. I don't know if that's a good thing. I'm the one, I always say that's a good thing. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Did I fuck up? But yeah, there's no custom persona for, wait, does she have her old one at least? Vesta, yes. So we can equip her to her Vesta version 1.0. I hope I didn't fuck something up. I don't think I did. And again, chat, I know there's a plot reason coming up here that's going to make whether or not she has a custom persona a lot less important. Okay, so what do we have? 1, 2, 3. Wait, no, come on. I want to look at that. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 open spaces. All right, so we can download 5 personas. And if we were in digital devil downloader, then that would be okay. So we can get this one. None of these cards. Lovers. Ooh, jack-o'-lantern. I kind of want one. I kind of want a jack-o'-lantern, a jack-lantern, a jack. Wait, it's actually called. I thought he was called Pyro Jack. Minotaurus. I don't think I want that, but I do want. Wait, do we have one of these? I thought we had one of those. Oh my god, chat. Look, I know it's like boring looking at lists and shit, but we're about to summon some demons here, so just hold on. Also, I need to change. Ooh, there's a good one. I need to change the stream title. Okay, that's a good one. All right, we're just gonna go down. We're just gonna go up the list. All right, Demeter, I choose you. Spell card. Why not? Wait, I feel like she already has. Yeah, let's make that the Pulpina card because I think Demeter also already has a healing spell. The only other thing that we could possibly do is try to get some items. God. I want my new job to be playing the piano. That piano. I am the great mother goddess of the earth. The good souls are like rich soil. Let me plant the seed of love in you. Okay. Wari wa nanji, nanji wa wari. I'm almost tempted to, yeah. I mean, I might be, I don't want to. It's good. It would take a long time, chat. Does anybody in the mood for gambling? 1 in chat if you think I should go gamble. 2 in chat if you're like, just get your personas and get your ass over to the factory to fight new monsters. Implant me. Yeah, she said implant you with the love seed. What is her deal? Got some votes for gambling. That's 1 inch gambling, right? It might be a good thing to gamble first, although the thing is, I feel like it's going to take a while. Unless I get really wild at gambling. Should I get wild? Yeah, because like you can get items that you can use in the Velvet Room. So, you notice how I didn't add an incense card? I didn't add an incense card when I was... You're gambling addicts. Oh no. I'm a kick streamer now. I'm XQC. I'm doing Gamba content. Just straight to blackjack? Okay. Yeah, because apparently I suck at this video poker. Who knew? We're gonna do some gambling. Now, I think I already have enough coins. I should have enough coins. Because I didn't end up buying anything. Oh, wow. I thought I had more than that, though. Okay, we're gonna join forces. Yes. Now, if I can get some of these bets up, right, that would be cool. Oh, we can do 2, 3, 4. So we can bet like more money. Does I add, okay, 10, okay. Okay, it actually works now. So yeah, there we go. We should probably up the bets even more than this, shouldn't we? What if we hit I again? It doesn't work, look at that. Is 10 the maximum bet other than betting at all? That's crazy, chat, there's no way. It was letting me do multiple ones. Why won't it let me do? Okay, I can do less. No, that's the max. That's the max. Okay, we're gonna everybody manual, everybody automatic but me. Wait, what do we gotta hit? R1 or R2? What? I hit the wrong one. Come on. Fuck. All right, let's try this again. It's R1 and R2 or this, maybe? I hit the wrong thing. How do I keep doing that? It's the... What am I doing? No gamba check? Yeah, pretty much. Okay. I think I just don't know what the paddle buttons are on the keyboard. I think we gotta hit. I think we have to hit. Which is this? Did I? They lose. When? Yes, when? You guys lost. Why are you such losers? Oh, well, we got 30 coins. Let's go again. Hit this button. Yes. All right. I might have to take control of some of these NPCs. Oh my God, chat. I kind of want to hit. It's bad. I shouldn't do it. But like, I kind of want to hit. It's a bad idea. Of course it's a bad idea. Okay, this time I fucked up. $13, we got a hit. Damn, somebody just split. Did you see that? Yeah. Welcome to Kick. That's what it feels like. Okay. So we're gonna try again. I need to find a way that can somebody look this up? Is there really no way to raise the bet any, like, other than we're gonna hit? Is there no way to raise? Okay, I guess stand. Is there no way to raise the bet? Besides, like, you can't, like, all I can do now is 1 to 9 or 10, or I can go all in. I can bet everything, and I probably shouldn't bet everything. But there's no way to bet, like, I don't know, more than this. Really cathartic to see the blackjack played this way. You really can't win by yourself. You almost can't lose if it's everyone. Yeah, there we go. It's the team sports, but in a good way. Oh yeah, let's change the what it says on Twitch. All right, sorry, chat. Okay, we're just gonna change this to being Persona 2 Innocent Sen Japanese sub. We change our category from just chatting to retro. There we go. Okay, so I just had to do that really quick. Let's get back in the game here. Oh shit, I didn't mean to hit, but I did. I guess I'll stand. Oh, we're all losers. Everybody's a loser. He got blackjack. Oh, that's not blackjack, is it? Is that blackjack? 21. Is 21 always blackjack? Why am I sounding like XQC? Chat, is 21 blackjack? I can't do XQC's voice except when I don't try to do it. We're standing on 19. What did he just do? God damn. Yeah. Whoa. Michelle got 400. Oh, hell yeah. That's what we need, chat. We need to get those big numbers. I don't think there's a way to raise the bet other than if you just go all in. There is an all in button somewhere, isn't there? Full bet 10 coins. Yeah, we can't just like add though. I would love to be able to add. I don't think we can. If I press J, it's the full bet. That means you just bet everything? That's crazy. Is that what that means? I don't want to try it out because I'm worried I'll like, wait. Oh no! Chat, did I bet them all? Oh no! I didn't know it would auto you into it. Fuck me, there's so much pressure. Oh my god, and it's not a particularly good hand. I'm gonna lose it all right here. Oh, please don't lose it all. Please don't lose it all. What the fuck? No! What did we do? Oh, wait, what? I'm sorry, what? I thought we were losing all our money. What just happened, chat? I pressed J. J's full bet. What? What? Is that, maybe that is the full bet. Maybe there's no fuller bet you can make. What the fuck? I don't understand. I don't get it. I guess I should just be happy I didn't just lose it all. Like I thought I was. I thought I was gonna lose it all. Oh, hell yeah, we'll stand. We gonna hit? We gonna stand? It's brutal. It's brutal. It's so brutal. Oh, that's gross. Even if I wasn't breathing the leaded solder fumes right now, I still wouldn't know what is going on. God damn. Oh, because it's Gamba? Okay, let's hit. Let's hit. Let's stand. That was a good round. Oh, Michelle doubled his bet. That's what happened. So you can double your bet in game or something. I really sound like, I feel like I sound like XQC. Chat, please tell me I don't sound like XQC. I feel like I'm losing the ability to speak the English language. Yeah, I was gonna lose anyway. Join forces. Okay, we're definitely hitting. Hitting. And standing on 16. I knew it. I knew that was a blackjack. Woman, you just got a blackjack? Wait, what does she get? She gets 60 for that. She saved our butts. She saved our butts. I'm a little bit frustrated with, like, there's got to be a way. I need to bet more money. I need to figure out how you can bet more money. I guess you can double. You really almost, well, you can't lose, that's for sure. But like, I just need to increase the like speed at which we're getting coins, because otherwise it's like a lot. I wonder if there's white jack. I bet it's easier. I bet you can place any bet you want. We're gonna hit. Lose. Win. Win. All right, see? It is hard to lose. But it's slow is the problem. And I don't know. I want to bet like I want to be able to bet like, I don't know, 500 or something. Oh my god, 15. I think I should hit. Should I not? I should not hit. You're not supposed to hit, but I feel like if I don't hit, I'm cooked. Okay. White jack would be racist. Yeah, good point. 18. 2 winners. That's all it takes. I feel like the NPCs are doing better than I am at this point. I should just make myself an NPC too. Can we hit? We can hit. Can we stand? We can stand. 14 bust. Oh, everybody's a winner. Oh, hell yeah. See, it's slow. Even when you all win, it's, you know, 200. You gain like basically 150 coins. I need more water. All right. You're supposed to stand and just hope that your opponent busts. But it never feels good. Did I get blackjack? Did I just get blackjack? Or 21? I don't know. Is 21 blackjack? So I win, you lose, everybody loses, you lose, you win. Wait, we don't get anything special for being on 21? Or is like blackjack is like a combination of... Can't find... Yeah, I think you're probably right. There's no way to up the bet. We can no longer up the bet. I hope you like gambling, chat. Stand. Person of color jack. Yeah, that's it's like the black it's like the Black Peter of, or Black Pete of gambling. We all won. We all won. Everyone. I mean, we're slowly climbing the ranks of gambling addicts. Okay, I shouldn't joke about addiction. Actually, it's not a funny joke. Push. Aww. You do sometimes lose. And sometimes the dealer has some pretty surprising luck. Wait, you started the joke? Which one? Okay, hit. Stand. Oh, the gambling thing. Yeah. Hit. Hit. Stand. Push. Crazy. I will say this is a really good mini game. Split. We can split it. Split it. Sure. 17. I think we should hit. We're still at 17. All right, we stand. Damn. I think we stand. I was gonna stand, but then I got a impulse. And so I hit. Now we stand.
Win. Win.
2 wins.
Win. Win.
Damn, that's a pretty good round. Oh, Yuki doubled up too? Yuki's so good at gambling. I'm convinced that her NPC is like just a really good gambler. See? She had good luck. Barely busted. Everybody's gonna lose. They're gonna lose to this guy. No, let's try again. Let's try again. Chat, you should never gamble, and you should definitely never gamble like this. Like where you you stay at the table when you lose, right? Oh my god, what an asshole.
Win. Win.
Okay. Wait, she stood on 12? Did she win that one somehow? Hit? I keep on getting face cards. What is up with the face cards? Chat, there's what? Well, besides ace, there's like 1, 2, 3. Right, there's 3 face cards. And so your odds are like 1 out of 14, right? To get a face card. And I always get them. There's an ace. Guess I'll stand. She won on by standing on 12? That's crazy.
Win.
Bust.
Win. Win.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you just know the dealer's gonna bust, you can stand on 12. I think we need to get our money up to 10,000 before we can really get any shiny new things. Hit me. No. I'm always getting those face cards. Oh no. Oh no. Only Maya. Only Maya could crack the code. See, I don't like my luck with him. Okay, wait, I guess I should stand. Double down? Do I feel lucky, Punk? I do feel lucky, Punk. What? Oh, you get hit? I'm sorry. When you double down, you get hit. I forgot about that. God damn it. God, I absolutely screwed myself over there. Everybody else won. All I had to do was just stand. He busted, chat. All I just had to do was stand. Hit me. Hit me. Stand.
Win. Win.
Really? He only got 60 for a black. Okay, blackjack is only 60. Whatever. Let's hit me again. Hit me. Stand. At least we didn't go bust. Oh, okay, she won. One person won. We lost 10 that time. Oh, hit me.
Win.
Hell yeah.
Win. Win.
Okay. I don't know if I have the patience to like sit here and gamble for as long as it's gonna take to get, because like I don't think I think it was like 10,000 for the next best item. Stand. Yeah, Natty, you may not hear this right now because it sounds like you're watching an earlier part of the VOD. But yes, I appreciate the sentiment. Woke 1.0 is largely no longer within living memory. The actual inception of the term, of the concept, the concept of wokeness. It wasn't called wokeness. It was called, you know, be woke, stay woke, wake up, right? It's and yeah, we're talking about Nadia's referring back to Marcus Garvey's Wake Up Ethiopia and Leadbelly's 1938 song about unjustly imprisoned black teens. Yeah, that's the actual Woke 1.0. Oh, you're responding to the thumbnail. I see. Wait, you're on Twitch though. How do you? Okay, you must see the song. Anyway, you have magic powers. That's my only explanation. And that I think that's pretty cool. I am not threatened by your magic powers. I think they are cool. I wish I had the magic powers to know whether I should hit? Of course not. Hit at 15. I'm crazy, chat. Don't do what I do. Irene is on her side quest. Wait, is the side quest the video game or is the side quest the... Oh yeah, it's literally a side quest. Yo, my brain is like that fucked up after so many hours how many hours? 8 hours. We're on 8 hours of the stream. Last Saturday I streamed 14 hours. But that was because Shadow Maya is such a stubborn boss. Let's hit. You've got an ace. I'm gonna say stand. I think you're gonna fuck that one up. I have those powers too. I am in 2 different places right now.
Win.
Yes, I knew it. I knew he was gonna bust.
Win. Win.
There we go. That was a really good round. I just hate how limited the amount you can earn in one round is. It's kind of... Anyway, I'm gonna stop complaining. Complaining does not help any of us. Okay, I'm standing because I think you're gonna fuck this up. You're gonna fuck it up? Ah. Alright. We broke even. Believe it or not, that was that much losing. That was a break even. Oh, it's the title, yeah, that you're reacting to. Yeah. There's also a pretty good thumbnail. You get to fix the kitchen sink drain in the morning? Oh no. Hit me. Stand.
Win. 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 Win.
That's a lot of in-game currency. Hit me. Stand.
Win. Win.
Yeah, the dealer's good at getting 18s, 19s, and 20s and 21s, so you get beat a lot of times if you stand on something that's like 16 or lower. Hit me. Oh, yes. And we stand.
Win.
See what I mean? 18's a loser. Oh my god. I'm the only one that... Oh my god. Why am I so tired? Oh yeah, because I've been streaming for 8 hours. Hit me. I don't like standing on 16, but I'll do it.
Win.
Oh, I want... Wow, he did go bust.
Win.
Yeah, this dealer does not bust as much as I feel like a normal dealer would. I don't know. Do dealers bust a lot, chat? Anybody know a dealer that busts? Okay, this feels like a dealer will bust situation, so yeah, let me just stand. So remember, double down also is a hit.
Win.
Hell yeah, I knew this guy was gonna bust.
Win. Win.
I could tell he was about ready to bust. Something about him told me busting makes him feel good. So, oh my god, I gotta shut up about this busting nonsense. Hit me. Hit me. Stand?
Win. Win. Win.
Okay, I'll take it. We take those. We take those. And we are getting higher numbers of in-game currency. I really wish that... Wait, what is to avoid save scumming? Oh, on... Oh, I see what you're saying. Making a big bet, saving it before, and only accepting the results if you win.
Win.
I knew he was gonna bust.
Win. Win. Win.
I took one look at this dealer and I said, he's gonna bust. This man is clearly prone to busting. Stand. Everybody, except for me. Because I'm just that cool. I like being cool. Believe it or not. Let's hit.
Win. Win. Win.
Wait, I won without doing anything? I totally just won? Hit me! Stand.
Win. Win.
Looks good.
Win. Win.
Hit me. Oh my god.
Win.
Okay, Maya's got us. Sort of. Maya and Michelle. Hit me? Everybody's a loser. And some people bet extra money. Stick to it.
Win. 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 Win.
I want to get to like 10,000, but I am also getting a little bored myself, as I'm sure some in chat are. Wait, oh no, we got 21. Aw. That was a bad round.
Win. Win. Win.
Stand. Blackjack. 21.
Win. 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 Win.
All right, let's just, I feel like we gotta, I can't take it anymore, chat. Let's see what we can get with this money, this in-game currency that we now possess. So yeah, we can get 2 items actually, if we want to. I thought, did I get one of these? Access enables analysis of unknown fusion spells. That sounds important. Disguise goods. Who wants disguise goods? The muscle drink thing actually can be pretty useful, but I'm not gonna use this for that. We're gonna buy a solving orb. Wait, what? Oh, because we're not at 5,000 yet. God damn it. Wait, do we have a solving orb? I don't know. We might already have one. We might already have one, chat. Solving orb. Do we have it? It says that this item cannot be used in battle. Oh yeah, we need to get more exorcism incense. CD1, okay, we don't have... Don't see those items there, personal data. We should also like kind of make sure everybody's kitted out as much as they can be. We might need to buy some new stuff. Equip. Solving orb. So we're already on the recommended stuff for him. You got mechanical goggles. His attack is pretty good. Might as well stable strap. Increases hit rate. Yeah. Except wait. Hit rate just for... Yeah, if it's an Aikichi only item, maybe, I don't know. Should we use it? Let's take a look at Lisa. She got the magic guard. Okay, we don't need her to get, yeah, that's good. Wait, the only thing is check and make sure she's wearing the best stuff. Oh, okay. I think she can stay with the magic guard. Oh, okay, we did get some better stuff for some people. Okay, so we, our weapons improved a little bit. So we do have one of those things. It's for analyzing unknown fusion spells, but you can't use it in battle? I don't understand. Let's take a look again. Coins and prizes. Okay. Prizes. Do we want another solving orb? Analysis. Enables analysis of unknown fusion spells. Cannot be used in battle. Okay, I don't get it then. I think we just need to get another recarm card because the more we can have of these, the better. Yes, that's what we're getting. We got a card. Mission accomplished, chat. Although I don't have the patience to gamble for as long as it would take to get something really good. But I am gonna go ahead and get out of here and go back to the Velvet Room. Okay, so Velvet Room. Okay, let's make some more personas now that we got a card. We've got so many actually tarot cards. And we've got, what, 4 positions open? 4 new personas before we have to decide what ones to get rid of. And if I made a mistake by keeping, like, chat, I've got our, like, old personas, like the ones that got upgraded, right? I've got the old version of every single one of those. I don't know if I fucked up. Are those worthless? Should I get rid of them? Is it like keeping your baby teeth, chat? I don't know. Hopefully we'll find out. We've also got a lot of, what do you call them? Free cards. Okay, Akris and okay, nice. Yeah, let's go with this. Giving him the ability to recarm. That is a resurrection spell. Kenrin Taisho. I am Kenrin Taisho, protector of the heavens. I appear evil due to my sins. Let me join you, fellow sinner. Did not know that. Kenran Tensha, the Tensho, the evil Pokemon. Something like that. Summon. We've got 3 spaces left. I don't really... Do we have... Oh, we don't. Yeah, let's get one of those. Oh, God. Okay, we can... Yeah. Oh, God. No, I think we can get them all. So if you saw my the battles that I fought last week, this guy's gonna be familiar. There was a lot of these in the last dungeon that we went through. No, I celebre, I protect treasure. You protect treasure too? No, treasure is in your soul. Treasure's in your soul. Though turns out the real treasure was in our souls all along. In the form of Magic the Gathering cards. Let's summon another. So I think we got 2 spaces left. Just enough to get us a... Oh no. Oh, is that the limit? Okay, what do we do? What do we do? Swap and return. Okay, so if we can switch this out. Then I think we can summon 2 more. I hope we can summon 2 more because I really need a Pyro Jack. Yes! Pyro Jack. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that powerful fire spell that he's got. This is the guy. Culebra is Spanish for serpent. Maybe it's Catala. There's our little Pyro Jack. Hee-ho, I'm Jack Lantern. Ho, nice to meet you, ho. I mean, he's calling us a ho already. I think he'll fit right in. One more to summon. Magician Agrippa. Let's... Oh, wow. We got a lot of fire dudes. I wonder if there's a way to, I think I'm trying to remember if there's like an item that you can get that lets you keep more personas. Because we're at maximum right now. Look, we'll go swap and return one more time. Make sure that we've got all the personas that we want. All the strongest ones. Agrippa probably needs to come with us. Over what? God, we got so many old friends though. Kabanda. This is the one that bites, chat. I really like the one that bites, but yeah, I guess we should take our higher level ones. Yeah, look at all these custom ones are over level 30. That's crazy. But again, sadly, Yukino is stuck. She does not unless we bring her, we probably should. Oh, we gotta make more and more change, don't we? Oh, God damn. Kanaloa. Unfortunately, I choose you. God, I love Kanaloa, though. Kanaloa is the best, chat. I'm serious. This is like Principality. I don't want to give up any of these persona. Oh my God. Okay, well, let's hope that there's something better. Kanaloa saved a chat. We would have gotten cooked in that last boss battle. We don't even get to take Jack Lantern with us. What the fuck? But it's probably better that we don't take 2 fires with us. We only need 1. Yeah, Kanaloa changing out for Vesta. Vesta is Yukino's it's Yukino's like we gotta take her main persona with us. We can't leave it behind. So with that, chat, I believe we must be off from the Velvet Room. And it's lovely, lovely music. We've actually got more tarot cards. We got enough free cards to probably, if we wanted to summon some personas, but we just don't have room at this point. Did we want to eat something? I kind of want to eat something like IRL, but let's go take a look at Peace Diner. It's my favorite crappy burger joint that there's no way it would serve anything vegetarian, let alone vegan, if it existed in real life. Okay, we gotta hook up with our contact here. Haven't heard anything from Hanaji. Looks like she hasn't even gone back to school. I'm getting worried. Talk. All right, can we give you a rumor? Oh, wait. Okay, so yeah, she's been like this since the terrorist attacks happened. All right, we're gonna eat something. So I guess the only thing that's, okay, maybe not here then. Where's the restaurant we want to eat at? You know, we should go to a new restaurant, or like one that we don't. We should go to a place that we haven't figured out all of the, yeah, like in Katsumuri. Yeah, here we go. Oh shit, chat. This is where we gotta go. This is where the Nazis are. Fuck. Okay, not yet though. Not yet. That's the entrance. What's this over here? You can talk to these people. Can you go up there? Ropeway bottom? Okay. Oh wait, I feel like you get to choose whether you do the ropeway or the hard way. But the ropeway's got more monsters, something like that. I think the ropeway's quicker, but it's got more monsters, but the other way is got less monsters. I don't know. All right, let's take a look, see if we can find a restaurant that we haven't been to. We need to go here for the factory anyway. And that may be where we end up tonight. Although, like, yeah, I also, like, I mean, there are Nazis to be fought, chat. The next, you know, sort of like, it's not really a dungeon, but it's like a mountain that we got to climb up. It's got Nazis. It's got a lot of Nazis. It's full of Nazis. There's a ton of Nazis. It's riddled with Nazis. Is that a restaurant? No, Jolly Rogers is a restaurant though. Let's go to Jolly Rogers. I'm so thirsty. I mean, it's got good music. I'll give them that. The soundtrack. Not bad. See what their food is like. Buy some food. Oh wait, he's selling us weapons. What? Oh, that's a good weapon. Wait, we should get this. Oh wait, no, we should get, maybe we should get this. Don't get that. Don't get that. Do get that. Wait, no, don't get that. Get that. And then that's all. Buy those two, yes. We're low on money, so we do need to try to grind some money when we get into the factory. Anything else? Yeah, I would like to eat some food. Can I eat some of your delicious food, sir? Vitality blood. Oh! When Maya... Wait, no, it's Yukino that always says, I want coffee. Huh. Okay, so that's Vitality 7. That's Agility 1. Strength 2. Strength 7? Ooh. Strength 1. We don't know. Okay, so we're gonna try out some new stuff. Just so we do know what it does. That's an Agility 3. Michelle. Gonna try the Ganmai Curry. Tech 6. Nice. Good job, Michelle. Good job, like it was his doing. That's Tech 6. What we got? Secret Set. Ooh, Secret Set. Come on, Ginkgo, try it. Tech +3, not quite as good. Okay, Maya, you could use the blended coffee, I think. And Yukino, since you're always talking about coffee, I'm gonna get you coffee. I don't know if it does anything special for you, but there's your coffee. That's a pretty good run. And now we know everything that is at this restaurant. We can get the fuck out. Do we? Oh no, sneeze. Oh, I'm so sorry. I sneeze. Yeah, don't eat the weapons. I try not to. Wait, let's equip the weapons though. Let's make sure that we do equip them. I'm trying to remember. Was it Maya and Tetsuya? Tetsune that got the upgrades. And we go over here and go here and recommended Uzi Eagle. Wait, Uzi Eagle is your best one? I thought I just got her something that was better. Oh, I meant if maybe the Uzi Eagle is just, wait. Do the effects stack? If you, oh no, I don't think so. I think you can only eat one thing. Wouldn't that be cool though? Wouldn't that be cool? God, if the effects stacked, oh my God. No, I think you have to wait. I think I've tried it and you have to wait until you are no longer hungry. Or you are hungry again, sorry, is what I meant to say. But good question. I hadn't really thought of that. Let's just try to max everybody out. Like we were clavicular. Wait, he's got a Chris knife, chat? He's got a, anybody get it? I mean, it's not spelled the same. It's definitely not spelled the same, but he's got a Chris knife. I am noticing. Right? I thought those weren't allowed off the planet of Arrakis. I thought you couldn't take that with you. Huh. Oh yeah, saving the game would be a good idea, maybe. My voice is kind of effed. Save the game. Save the game. Back on the one slot. There we go. Save it twice, yeah. Can't remember if there's any rumor mongers here, but we're not going to worry about that right now. Let's just go to the factory. Let's go to the factory. Use out. We're going to try out our new personas, our custom personas, as well as that's an armor shop. I mean, I guess I should look and see what armor is available to me. Again, we also need to really upgrade on. Okay, sell me stuff. Oh wait, I think this guy's is like really expensive. Okay, that's helpful. That's more helpful. That's helpful for, but only for the guys. So 2 of these. And, oh no. Now I can't afford the metal sailor suit. Wait, who's that for? It's really good for all of the girls. All of the girls, but we can only buy one. Do you know who needs a metal sailor suit? Maya. It's about all I can do for now. Okay. In Japan, wouldn't it be whatever the Imperial Japanese called, were called instead of Nazis? Oh no, these are not Nazis from Japan, Nadia Yavat. These are Nazis that have been hiding out in the center of the earth ever since the fall of the Third Reich, right? And they got Hitler with them too. Yeah, Hitler survived as well. And how did this all happen? Because we're living in a world where rumors become reality. And we have a batshit conspiracy theory freak of a teacher who decided she believed in the Hollow Earth Nazis rumor. And so that's real. We get to fight them. Okay, so what? Go, press J. No, press this, then J. And then we gotta just, like, it's kind of a pain in the ass to equip, I gotta admit. Oops. We gotta switch that out. Aw, her defense goes down. Wait, but her attack goes up and... Wait, no, her attack doesn't change. We gotta switch that out. Unfortunately, because a metal sailor suit is... Yeah, oh my god. Wait, I didn't mean to do that. The metal sailor suit is actually for, Maya. Because she is always getting killed. Alright, so... Alright, I think we're kitted out. Hitler exists in SMT and Jesus exists in... Wait, is Jesus in Kingdom Hearts now? They added Jesus as a playable character along with Sora and Goofy, or along with Donald and Goofy. It's Donald, Goofy, Sora, and Jesus. Wait, did I save? I should save. Alright, now it's finally time to fight some monsters. Not the Nazis quite yet, but... we should probably find out what else is in this factory. Okay, so let's try to look and see. Some of these doors have not opened for us yet. Some of them have. Let's take a look and see. Christmas is a thing in Halloween Town. So Sora knows about Christmas and Santa Claus. So Jesus is implied too. I thought you could only have like Jesus or Santa Claus, not both. Okay, so we've already been in here. We don't need... the only thing to look at here is if there's any... Are there any other doorways that we haven't been able to get into? Like that right there is worth a try. Yep, let's go. Let's see if this opened up. Not a fan. I thought this guy would like a Kishi. Fuck, we got him mad. We got him mad. Come on, stop trying to put us to sleep. Lisa! Ara. We got an Ara out of her. What other sound can you do? I can do the sound of you? Oh, it scares her. It scares her. Let's do more. Can't imagine religious iconography in Kingdom Hearts. Are we talking about stuff that's going to be in 4? Come on, one more time. Please, no. Okay, stop asking. Oh no, what is going on? What? What is this question? Were you talking just now? Oh, she doesn't like it. She does not like it. Not a fan. All right, we got it. We got it. We got it. Yeah. Wait, Santa was made to... Wait, was Santa pagan at first? And they turned him Christian? Only 12 magician cards? Okay. I'll take them. I need to just start fighting. It's like, it's kind of... It just takes forever. The negotiations. We're going, yeah, down there. Okay, I got it. Oh, Santa is a nod to Odin? Oh shit, let's see what we got. Let's try out some of our, yeah, Hama on that, and then, yeah, just like all attack the same one. Oh, we can still do bite? Wait, what is this? Culibre can bite. Michelle can hit you with that. Ginkgo can... All right, let's give... These are our new... Mostly, I think, the custom personas. Wait, let me just check. Oh, wait, what? Oh, Yukino. Okay, persona is Culibre, and we could switch her back to Vesta, but what fun is that? All right, let's just go. Let's attack, confirm, start. That was quick. You know, I haven't thought about this until just now, but the demon contact system, it kind of reminds me of the draw system. The door is shut tight. Okay, is there any other door that's open? Nothing? Probably not. All right, that was a little bit of a waste of time, but I had to see. I had to see if this door was open now. It's not. All right, so with all the rank ups, we should be We should be unlocking some new abilities. Oh my god. Get out of here. Okay, so yeah, like we're just gonna walk around, see if anything new has opened. Nothing down here. Okay, we'll check those places out. Although I feel like warehouse. Can we go in here? Door is shut tight. Factory, have we been in here? Nope, we have. All right, is there anything new to find? Anything we have not? Yeah, because I think we've actually been up here too. I don't think there's anything new. Wait. There is, we haven't checked down here. Oh my god, I can't believe that. All right, that's a long, it's a bit of a jaunt. Okay, let's do the jaunt. Hypnotic wave puts all enemies to sleep. That's a pretty good ability. Ice blade? Okay, so something new I think opened up for Tatsune. Let's take a look. Oh, it's just yeah, to recover. Okay. Nothing too special. Finish and confirm and start battle. Where was I even headed? Oh, up here and then over here, right? Up here, over here. Yeah, okay. All the way up and over. And then down? No, not yet. Okay. Wait, when is the down? The down is like right here? Yeah, the down is there. Yeah, Nadia, I know nothing about the tax sector in Thailand or anywhere else. Okay, that's really annoying. That's a very annoying ability. No! Oh my god, what an annoying thing. Okay, let's try, actually, this one is gonna be the best. Wait, do we have... Aikichi's dead, fuck me. Maya and, Lisa... Oh my god, I can't believe he's still using that shit on... Ow! What an a-hole. He's confused, chat. He's berserk. But he's not too I don't know if he's confused or berserk. I'm guessing that's berserk. Okay, there we go. I don't know if that's gonna do anything. We have some money. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, okay, what? Here we go, level up. Somebody got... strength goes up. Vitality goes up and tech goes up, yes. Okay, and... so we're just trying to see what... we've been up there, but we need to know if, down here, there's some empty space. Oh, we can't get there, can we? There, that's why it's gonna stay empty. God damn it. I wish they would show these... yeah, because there's no way we can get past here, right? Nope. We could just get bit by monsters. That's all that happens over here. get bit by monsters. And not even monsters that you can just defeat quickly without much thought. No, instead we gotta do this whole wait, I want to see, what does Warcry do? Renders all enemies furious. Okay. So furious does sound like Berserk. It's got to be the same kind of deal. Oh shit, that's the worst guy to cast fire on. Konari indeed. Not the tentacles, come on. Sharp boulder. There you go. Enjoy your sharp boulder. Oh, there we go. Vanquished. Although look at, like, we are kind of going through some at least Maya is wait. What persona does Maya have right now? We gotta go up there and just like kind of back out the way we came in. That's the best bet. I'm still looking for, oh my god, I'm still looking for where we can, new places to unlock. All right, come on, we gotta wipe these. We gotta wipe these guys. Wipe, get wiped. No, he's not gonna be, he's gonna be immune to that. Ow. Okay, who got their Maya leveled up? Which is great. Okay, so we are accomplishing important God damn it, really? Despite the annoying battles, we are accomplishing important stuff here. No, he doesn't care about that. Oh, change Tatsuya. Oh shit, people need to get re-upped on... Oh shit, what is that? What is that fusion spell? Holy shit, what is that? That's like a triple earth spell. And it somehow did not kill him? Bro is still alive. Okay, level up. Who got a level up? Yuki leveled up. Over 300 hit points now. That's really good. All right, can we please get out of this place? All right, I'm gonna use some Chewing Soul. Probably need to re-up on this stuff anyway. Chewing Soul, we have 40 left. You get one, you get a couple, you get two. Okay, so where else? I'm pretty sure we've been up here. There's another factory entrance right there. Pretty sure we've been in there. Let's just check really quick. Yup, we've been here. Okay, Trish's fountain we don't need. Is there anything else on this floor? Okay, this right here maybe. Control office. I don't know if we've been here. Let's take a look. This might be the place that opens up. Door is shut tight. It is shut tight. I thought after all that progress, we would surely open another area. But we did get, I mean, this was not for nothing. Let's take a look upstairs really quick, and if there's nothing there, then yeah, we'll just, we'll get out of here. Control room. I think we've been in here. I got my steps in. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so yeah, this is my thought. The next place we go is going to be like the next part in the quest. I don't think I'm ready to do that tonight. I've been on for 9 hours now, and I need to pee. So I guess the factory is going to be the... chat, I'll try to see if I can fit a stream in next week, because I know like you're used to kind of more progress than this, but yeah, this is what happens when I go gambling. I get glazy-eyed, I spend too much time at the table, and then I get tired. And that's where I'm at right now. So I always say take care of yourselves and each other. I need to take care of myself and get some rest here and something to eat. Let's see, save this. And we need to make some plans here. You know who we haven't raided in a hot minute? In fact, I'm not even sure. Did Struggle 4 go on vacation or something? I haven't seen Struggle 4 in a little while. Struggle 4 is on. I haven't even looked at the other options, but I'm gonna hit. I am a simple gal. I see trains. I press raid button. I can't help it, chat. So we're gonna raid into Struggle 4. Give them some support. They are on some kind of train ride right now. This is what I love about Struggle 4 is that sometimes when he's talking, it's just the background is just a slow like train ride, and I find it very conducive to all of the good things in life. Chat, I'm delusional with what I'm saying. I'm not delusional really, but you know what I'm saying. I'm just like I've been on for 9 hours. Let me go ahead and thank my Patreon. I give a shout out to everyone who supports me at the $5 level or above on Patreon at the beginning and end of every stream. Let's go ahead and do that now. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to L. And L, you know, just waiting to count your Patreon sign up for a day that you're for sure here, so that you can benefit from, maybe get a little extra time for supporting me on Discord, for signing up on Discord. So anyway, Choki, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moino, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerex. With that being said, chat, the raid is hit. The CAC W's have been posted. Take care of yourself and each other, as always. I mean that seriously. I know it sounds like a truism, but it's true. So I know this much is true. I bought a ticket to the world, and now I've come back again. But I want the truth to be known. So ba. I know this much is true. Anyway, chat, I'm babbling. Much love to everybody. I gotta get some rest, obviously gotta get some rest here. I will see you again on Monday, okay? And like I said, I'm gonna try to sneak an extra stream in there somewhere, get some more progress on this, because I don't know. We're so close. We're gonna fight the Nazis. I love fighting Nazis. But instead I got distracted by gambling this time. Anyway, I'll try not to get distracted next time. We'll go right for the Nazis and kick them in the dick. Anyway, until later, chat. Much love and bye-bye.